The four horsemen of the apocalypse: death, famine, pestilence, and war. Proofs of a secret combination that would be among us, seeking the destruction of all lands, countries, and nations. See Ether 8:23-25. And giving an account of our visiting the former residences of four enemies to God and man, House, Holmes, Hiss at Harriman, to my wife, Joanne. Arthur Joyce, Patriots' Day Weekend, April 2019. Write and tell out this bloody tale. Record this dire eclipse, this day of wrath, this endless wail, this dread apocalypse. Longfellow. Post 1. Preface. For over a century, certain men in high places in our choice land have been engaged in a master conspiracy. Here set aside your preconceived ideas, your human biases, and try to hear out the words of a man you have been trained to scornfully cast off as being engaged in a witch hunt, which is McCarthyism, and by smearing innocent men, harming lives unconscionably. Shortly following are but a few of the words of Senator Joseph McCarthy. Best-selling author Ann Coulter has written a very good book on the man. She clearly establishes that he was correct in his charges. Even his enemies secretly admit it and tremble. Privately, Armand Hammer himself, a Comintern agent, anxiously confided as much to his son of the communist infiltration into the highest offices of our government, cautioning him to never allow the facts to get out. I called Ann, who was a guest on Don Fedder's radio program. Much as I was appreciative of her words, I asked, "But what about referring now to McCarthy's important book?" She then asked, "McCarthy wrote a book?" I had to send her the book written by him, America's Retreat from Victory, of which, to my amazement, neither she nor her host had ever heard. That demonstrates the degree of disinformation we are all being subjected to by fake news and our education system. It had escaped her attention and Fedder's, both highly in demand, informed conservative speakers who lecture all over the nation. Said Senator McCarthy, "How can we account for our present awful situation unless we believe that men high in this government are concerting to deliver us to disaster? This must be the product of a great conspiracy on a scale so immense as to dwarf any previous such venture in the history of man, a conspiracy of infamy so black that, when it is finally exposed, its principles shall be forever deserving of the maledictions of all honest men. The scriptures affirm that all these things shall be shouted from the rooftops one day, and unhappily for some, that exposure of those sort who had previously gloated, who seeth us, no fear of ever having to give account, will call for the mountains and rocks to fall upon them to hide their sins. It is really a continuation of that conflict between force and freedom, begun before we were born. Fortunately, by the grace of God, see Alma 37:25 and D&C 123, 7 and 13, and according to a modern prophet as Taft Benson, it is easily identifiable. Yet, in fact, virtually all of the prophets, both ancient and modern, have addressed this critical subject. Especially has the Book of Mormon given ample witness and a warning for our day. See The Hidden Things of Darkness, an expose on the enemies of Christ by Christopher Bentley, PDF available. While Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Daniel top the list, along with many New Testament verses, the book of Revelations in particular, the so-called minor prophets have much to add. Perhaps their very role being to give a more complete picture through specific details. For example, an otherwise obscure verse, seemingly, in Habakkuk, chapter 1, verse 10, is suggestive of the revolutionary disrespect fomented against orderly government. All of the first 10 verses of Habakkuk are uncannily descriptive of the complete disregard of natural law. This is where Chief Justice Holmes comes in hereafter. See Elder Todd Christofferson's talk on free agency and natural law. It began with the French Jacobins, the inciting agents or agents provocateurs of the Bavarian Illuminati. See PDF of Professor John Robeson's Proofs of a Conspiracy, read by John Adams, which I found in his private 5,000 book library at the Boston Public Library. It was also looked into by a very concerned George Washington himself. He said that he had been fully apprised of the threat posed to America by the pernicious doctrines of the Illuminati, or Jacobins of France, spread here through Genet and other recruits into the order. He knew that that order meant to rule the world. See his letters exchanged with a Reverend Snyder in notes, which are also in the writings of George Washington. In the book previous to Habakkuk, namely Nahum chapter 3, verse 4, a perfect description of the goals of the satanic conspiracy is given. Quote, "And there is none end of their corpses, because of the multitude of the whoredoms of the well-favored harlot, the mistress of witchcrafts, that selleth nations through her whoredoms, and families through her witchcrafts." It accurately shows that it aims at the destruction of the sovereignty of nations and the abolition of the human family itself. The over 100 million deaths by government, see Rudolph J. Rummel's Death by Government, alone of its own citizens, apart from all 20th century wars, would have described more fully the massive scale of slaughter the scriptural verses depict in this Old Testament prophet. Remember, this was done by governments in a time of peace, not during the wars of the last century. Unfathomable! How indescribably loathsome and abominable this is. Yet, it is our founding prophet Joseph Smith in 1836 lamented, "Who can know it?" Moreover, it is suggested how this anti-family agenda and treason would be funded and by whom. It takes a little pondering in order to fathom the meaning and liken it to ourselves and to our day, admittedly. We may need to attend reputable speakers or do some reading out of the best books somewhere along the line, things that are just not taught at the universities, unfortunately. That is not that hard to come by through the right channels from proven, reliable sources that are springing up. Of course, even more plainly written for the average modern reader, so that there can be no room for error, are chapters throughout the Book of Mormon that unveils these apparent mysteries, thankfully. The Lord has said that we have treated that book much too lightly, for which the whole church would remain under condemnation, until we remembered the new covenant, so well elucidated in Jeremiah chapter 31, verses 31 to 34, that is, the Book of Mormon. The Doctrine and Covenants 84th section states that we are to not only say, which is mere lip service, but to do according to that which he, the Lord, has written. Parley P. Pratt, who loved God, truth, and literature, enthused after devouring it, that it was above all others that book of books. It is the most correct book on earth, as said Joseph the prophet. By abiding by its precepts, it brings a man closer to God than any other, by testifying of Christ and by exposing his enemies. These both require action, things to be up and doing, as Captain Moroni urged, as in Alma 67, 10 to 12, 20 to 24. This continuation on earth of the war in heaven against free agency, so vital for our growth and development, has existed since the days of Cain. It should not surprise any Latter-day Saint that this conflict between force and freedom, beginning with the premortal war in heaven, see Jude chapter 1, rages on. See Gordon B. Hinckley's words on the Book of Mormon, wherein he states that it is as current as the morning newspaper, and that because of it, we may recognize secret combinations and how they operate. It has taken on an unprecedented ferocity, however, see 2 Nephi 28 in toto, as well as the April 2019 General Conference. In the last few years, quite observably. The oldest set of books I own, 3 volumes, dating from 1713, authored by one notorious Lord Shaftesbury, show the diabolical use of the method of ridicule of one's opponent over 3 centuries ago. Incidentally, these were from among my researches tracing the origins of the current situation, handed down to our time. I have extensive proof of this. Come and visit our home. But the level of attack has gone beyond all bounds now, surely. Is this not obvious to all? Then again, apparently not. Edmund Burke did a great work on the French Revolution, which is as relevant still as anything outside of Scripture I've read. He stated that when bad men combine, the good must associate, else they will fall one by one in unpitied sacrifice in a contemptible struggle. And all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is where good men do nothing. But that is only one of many classics that are recommended. See Sermon to his Yale students on Infidel Philosophy by school president Timothy Dwight, 1797. In Burke's day, he demonstrated that the object of the conspiracy after the cashiering of kings, again see Habakkuk, who says that they shall scoff at kings, or the established old order, was a wicked, disorderly, and licentious New World Order, the La République Universelle, or world government. France had been there, the Illuminati's headquarters, simply because it had been the most economically prosperous nation at that time, counter to all you've been taught. After that nation was utterly ruined, from which sad fate it has never recovered, the enemy against man and God and everything good and green relocated to England for a more solid economic base for the support of their grand design. There it reigned supreme for all of the 19th century, until England, too, began to suffer decline. When our country began to emerge as the ascendant economic power, these evil, parasitic, conspiring men behind the scenes detected the advantages of a descending to feast upon a healthier specimen. They saw in us a much more vibrant host. Therefore, the baton was passed to one of their key agents, Edward Mandell House. He is the first of our four horsemen, in which he could well represent the role of the rider, Death. Post 2. The Summer Residence of Edward Mandell House. My wife Joanne and I have been scouring the historic scenery of the North Shore of Boston as a pastime for the last couple of years. I would diligently study and research important figures of the past, highlighting their vital contributions made to the making of this nation, while she took absolutely marvelous and breathtaking pictures. There must be over 6,000 of them now. They were of countless homes built over 3 and some nearly 4 centuries ago. Her eye is that of the professional photographer, say others who are artists themselves. I can second that confidently myself as well, being dubbed a budding artist when growing up. It has been very gratifying for us to have lived here, to say the least. As we believe, we were destined to come to Boston. 3 years before we even met, Joanne wrote down in her missionary journal a literally prophetic dream. Her deceased father came to her and in a vision that was vivid and in retrospect truly awe-inspiring, speaking to her by way of laying his hands on her head for a blessing of comfort and direction, such as she so much needed at that time. While living, he had indeed been interested in the church, but it was not agreeable to the rest of the family, at least to his staunch German Lutheran wife and also the eldest daughter. He decided it thus were better for his family to keep the peace and to avoid contention in the home. So, he reluctantly discontinued the missionary discussions. My wife eventually did investigate the church on her own and happily was baptized. We can only assume that he looks down on his daughter, very well pleased with and approvingly of her life. He had also some experiences that were instrumental in shaping his worldview from his service in the military, and having actually been near the centers of power when he was a member of the Army Signal Corps at the very Pentagon. This is discussed in a book by M. Stanton Evans, Blacklisted by History, mentioning what the Army Signal Corps, through their breaking some key intelligence codes, had learned about the highest offices in our governments having been penetrated by communists to an alarming extent. That is an understatement. If any would label me an alarmist, I'd respond that the situation is alarming. Should they charge me with the overused, well, aren't you being a bit paranoid? My first comeback would have to be that such is the only rational thing to be these days, and that sure, you seem calmer than I am, but ignorance was always bliss after all, isn't that so? The chief advisor to the president, FDR, was Harry Hopkins, who authorized giving away our atomic secrets to the Soviets. See Major Jordan's diaries on YouTube and or the book. Alger Hiss, his right arm, or left I should say, at the disastrous for us Potsdam, Tehran, and Yalta conferences, was finally put in prison after the trial of the century for being a communist agent who perjured himself under oath about all of his treasonous activities. See Witness by the intrepid Whittaker Chambers, which book I saw on my bishop's father's library shelf. That was Bishop Benson by name. I found a copy of the book whose owner was another apostle, Alvin Dyer, and scooped it up for $1 at Deseret Industries. Joel Skousen is undoubtedly right that Hiss was an internationalist, or a globalist, primarily. The thing about all of the isms of the 20th century is that they are tools of a larger conspiracy. Above communism, Nazism, even terrorism were the globalist creators of those very threats, and their solution is always a utopian world government. Frederick Bastiat in 1850 referred to this dialectical process in his book The Law. Do please try audio free online. In beautiful simplicity as creating the poison and the antidote in the same laboratory. That is, they create a problem, say the First World War, Bolshevism, the Second World War, Nazism, the Twin Towers and Building 7 on 9/11, terrorism in school and other mass shootings. Then they propose a solution such as League of Nations, United Nations, Homeland Security, or insecurity as it actually is, or of course more gun control. Then, curtailing our liberties gain control over us all. Prescott Bush and his partner Harriman were merchants of death, the title of Taylor Caldwell's first novel, because they enormously profited by funding the Nazis. By the way, is there not mention of this type of person in the books of Isaiah, Daniel, and Revelations? I trust you'll look that up in case you are unaware of it. It is a terrible thing, but we at least know their time is coming, and it is coming soon. See Daniel chapters 8 through 12 and virtually all of Isaiah, but please see chapter 28 in particular. There you see in the footnotes reference to the evil and conspiring people's plans. Fortunately, their covenant with death shall not stand. The Lord elsewhere in D&C 29 affirms with the solemn Semitic oath, as I live, that these abominations shall not reign, most reassuringly. Cross-referencing the same events in Isaiah 28 with the Doctrine and Covenants' 45th section, we see that even with the earth in commotion because of these things, including wars, earthquakes, and an overflowing scourge, men shall harden their hearts implacably. But the Lord helps those who help themselves, as Franklin said. We can't remain supine. We should awake the town and tell the people. Meanwhile, not in hyperventilated tones or stridently, but with sound judgment and in good taste, as confidently and directly as we are able. No need to fear, for we've truth on our side, nor is there any need to be pushy. Restraint to be effective, persistence to be heard. Robert Welch. Use boldness, but not overbearance. Alma 38:12. Things are not as they seem and are run in a very different manner than those who are not behind the scenes suppose, as Disraeli pointed out in his revealing novel Coningsby, which is based on real historical figures, such as the Rothschild family banking dynasty. What Lincoln feared most was not the coming war between the states, but the money power, the unseen hand that stirred it up. He even alluded to the conspiracy as early as 1838, just 2 years after those aforementioned concerns uttered by Joseph Smith. Colonel E.M. House was an American agent, but his family had earlier ties to the Rothschilds in England before coming here, and a secret stirring up like our involvement with the Civil War. That is beyond the scope of this pamphlet. Let's return to the subject at hand. The UN, referred to by Mr. Anthony Bryant as that filthy and abominable organization, is aptly called the house that Hiss built. We ought to agree with J. Reuben Clark on the UN, it actually being a war organization, and it is a dangerous Trojan horse if ever there was one. After reading G. Edward Griffin's Fearful Master in South Korea, I told my platoon sergeant Morzinski of Bountiful, Utah, we're going to be all over the world. But he shrugged it off, feeling that would never happen. I was informed he was not, and we are now the policemen of the world, as Arthur Conan Doyle long ago lamented was the role England once played. I could go on, there being Harry Dexter White, a communist, who happened to be Assistant Secretary of the Treasury. But let that suffice for now. So naturally, my father-in-law, who I never had the honor to meet, had been terribly concerned for the welfare of the country, feeling that its precious freedoms were far from being safeguarded. In fact, they were being deliberately sabotaged from within. See Taylor Caldwell again on Cicero's classic warning words and notes attached on the enemy within. I could add a heart-wrenching story told to Joanne by her brother involving her dad, which could not be revealed in his lifetime to the girls. She learned that all of the men from her dad's unit in the Army Signal Corps, incredibly, were brought by truck to their death by shooting, for they knew of the infiltration into our government, and that could not be allowed ever to be leaked. I realize this is difficult to believe, but is not uncommon. I guess many will say it can't happen here, but that is inaccurate and just not reality. Secret murders in the Book of Mormon were frequent, which book was written for our day, and that when we should see these things come among us, it is stressed by Moroni with an urgent appeal that we need to awaken to our awful situation. That colonel in charge in Korea then was later Vietnam commanding General Westmoreland, who so liked Joanne's dad and admired him as a sharpshooter that he nervously urged him to jump out of the truck. He did, but how disturbing is that? I think of the church movie depiction of the first vision. He might have had the same kind of expression of heaviness as young Joseph Smith had looking down the road at the departing wagon of that false friend, the minister, who had given him a ride home from his church, scolding Joseph for his account of a modern revelation. Their lips drawing near to you or to God, but their hearts being far from it. The heavens were sealed, and there are no more truths to come forth. But we need truth today more than ever, when there are cover-ups and a virtual famine of hearing of the words of the Lord that are instructive to the current situation in Zion, where all is not well. Joanne assures me that her father, therefore, was partial to the John Birch Society, but again, due to the possible misunderstandings it could cause within his home, he had to refrain from joining. Of interest to Joanne and I is the idea that the Society's founder, Robert Welch, and her dad, John Welch, could be related, for their having a common ancestry going back to North Carolina. Certainly, they were and are now kindred spirits. There really can be only two views to take on historical events. The first one is the accidental. That is the one more commonly held, of course. The other is widely ridiculed with a finger of scorn accusingly pointed at one holding such a worldview. They are called theorists for grasping things as they really are and really will be. On a positive note, these same believe, being Christians, that it is still God's world and that in fact we win in the end. It is the more intelligent one by far, the one to which all of history attests. That is, the reflexively ridiculed one or the conspiratorial view. Either things just happen or they were planned that way. FDR certainly knew Pearl Harbor was coming, and therefore he could knowingly say that if a thing happens in politics, you can bet it was planned that way. I recommend an excellent presentation by an acquaintance of mine named John F. McManus of nearby Wakefield called Why Weren't We Told? This brings to mind D&C 3829 in reference to not knowing the hearts of men in our own land. But oh, what a great deal of guidance, reassurance, comfort, and support are found in that section and its surrounding chapters, as well as elsewhere. I refer again to D&C sections 38 through 45 here, but there are many others as well. Returning to that most unusual dream, when my wife was experiencing loneliness on her mission, as her father pronounced the blessing, he affirmed that you will go to BOSTON, which Joanne spelled out in large ghostly letters. I came upon this journal about 6 years later and asked, what's this? I'm from Boston, as you know, of course, but we'll never go back there. Oh, she demurred shyly. It was a dream. Well, here we are. We've been fortunate to have found a home here and have enjoyed the great privilege of discovering the roots of many great and glorious ancestors, as we're reminded to do by our patriarchal blessings. and interestingly, some origins of the woes of the 20th century. This became another fascination to us, besides the famed Freedom Trail type sites to see in such abundance. Since the wonders of this area are available to all, we take the reader on another kind of tour in a leftward direction, even an outright Marxist one. To begin our tale, then, of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, we must do as would Thoreau, strike at the roots. He said, for every 1,000 hacking at the leaves of evil is one striking at the roots. First stop on the Treason Trail, a beautiful town by the sea, Magnolia, Massachusetts. Post 3, the summer home of Edward Mandell House. We have been trader tracking or have been investigating a shady side of our history, little known but significant. Mr. Carroll Quigley, a learned professor, would agree. Speaking of the conspiracy, he thought its role should be known, while its powerful figures who have steered us into the awful situation we are plainly now in, both as a nation and a world, thought this cunning plan should remain unknown. Apparently, Quigley either figured the intents of such a diabolical outcome would be benign, or that it was far too late in the day to stop it at any rate. I, like the learned professor, have studied its papers for many years and declare that its plainly stated objective, acquiring the control in private hands of the economies of the world as a whole and the establishment of a nightmarish New World Order, grown to biblical proportions. I could get long-winded here, and like we think Moroni felt, greatly exercised. The case must be built up calmly and with deliberation, or I'd be labeled by wagging heads as some kind of a fanatic, such as another one of those, conspiracy theorists. That phrase was coined years ago by the CIA, by the way, in order to neutralize those who can see. In a John Carpenter 1988 film, They Live, the hero becomes aware of things after donning some glasses. The hidden enemies being exposed surround him, quickly alerting each other on wristwatches they speak into. We have one that can see. It is a good metaphor. I said the word awful in describing the situation, but am in good company with many prophets from time immemorial. See Ether 8:20-26. I can recommend a multitude of proven reliable sources to help awaken others, but later. First, the story of the people and places my wife and I have visited these last 3 years. Naturally, there were innumerable monuments to patriots along the way, as well as the incredibly treacherous counterfeit by masters of deceit, both, strangely enough, practically side by side. Almost all know something of the godly heritage of the ye old Boston vicinity environment. There is another more hidden dark side. It reminds me of the words of C.S. Lewis in his saying that the devil wishes to go to the very doors of the temple to undo. Again, Joseph Smith, who in his youth lived in these parts, along with 5 or 6 generations of his noble ancestors of Topsfield, had declared this, that whenever God undertook to do a work, the devil at the same time presents a counterfeit. It is a very remarkable observation. We revere our early patriots of the Revolution along with stories of the founders whom God raised up, but know not the hearts of men in our own land and what they have devilishly wrought to undo these choice, rich blessings. What is worse, the great majority have been lulled to sleep. An enemy hath done this while men slept. Our country is fallen, and there is just time to get it back. See D&C 101, 50-60. There must be another great awakening, or a spiritual ice or dark age shall clamp down upon us, the likes of which has not ever been witnessed in all the annals of history by mankind. What Professor Carroll Quigley half concealed, half revealed in his 1,300-page work was not intended for those uninitiated into the plan. Therefore, this professor, who knew too much, was telling tales out of school. Unfortunately for the learned professor, some believe that as punishment for his mistake, he had to suffer an untimely death. See Harriman 6:21-24. Post 4, the home of house. Our trek throughout the North Shore began about 3 years ago, to which we shall now turn in order to introduce the first of our four horsemen. After seeking out the residence of the ubiquitous E.M. house and seeing a grand-looking old place nearly at the water's edge, I asked my wife Joanne, "Do you think this is it?" Leaning on her unusual gift of quite prophetic dreams and discernment. She said, yeah, I feel that it definitely is. Whereupon we encountered a lady in the driveway. Her simple question, "Can I help you?" was answered by my own. "Is this the former home of Edward Mandell House?" She replied, "The Kingmaker?" "Yes," I said, to which she answered, "It was. What do you know about him?" I made some remarks about his getting us into the First World War, the creation of the graduated income tax, the Federal Reserve, the League of Nations, and its influence over President Wilson, and then, opening the door to her bungalow, she entered eagerly, declaring, "Carl, we have guests." After some moments, she returned to allow us in. It was an impressive place, with winding staircase, several massive fireplaces, and elegance throughout. Her husband sat us down. He said but two words, "Educate us." I took him up on that opening easily, having done my homework for a good many years, beginning in 1979, with a little book called None Dare Call It Conspiracy by Gary Allen. Our man under discussion, the arch-conspirator House, figures prominently therein. It had been recommended, as I later, surprisingly, learned in General Conference, no less, by Ezra Taft Benson, an apostle of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I remember my reading it, thinking it so much ridiculous hogwash, and scornfully throwing it down in the parking lot of the George Cannon Stake Center, where I sat stunned at the obvious falsehood on the back cover that claimed President Benson wished that every person in the free world should read its contents. It had several others that highly praised it, all of whom I later came to know as credible people in their testimonials. People like Dan Smoot of the FBI, back when it was doing good, or a well-known dean of the law school from Notre Dame who spoke to BYU named Clarence Mannion, and more. But I didn't know of these great men at the time. Initially, that was my take. But later, after reading other books, like Robert Welch's The Politician, and returning to it, my view was transformed entirely. What had seemed to me lousy prose in my lofty judgment now became a very interesting and well-written little book. We all generally have a mechanism at work that some call confirmation bias, on which subject I have some recommendations later for an excellent antidote. See Post 17. But I had to set aside the prejudices I'd formed due to what President Joseph F. Smith had warned we of the priesthood to be apprised of 100 years ago, so prophetically, false educational ideas. I here would make mention of a booklet written 10 years later from one of the more insidious of these false sort of teachers of the people, the 1928 title, Propaganda, by Edward Bernays. You find in the opening paragraphs that to them, basically, we are nothing more than sheeple. He says something like this, if I recall, that your tastes are formed, your opinions molded largely by men of whom you've never heard. Now, he's the man who gave us bacon and eggs. That's your tastes. Your opinions, that's your education and your news media that forms those. So that they knowing what is best for us, it is quite proper that they should rule. They are wolves in sheep's clothing. We should beware of them. See warnings of J. Reuben Clark once again. The distinguished gentleman listened, and then went into a large study, of which I caught a glimpse of another large fireplace, higher than any I'd ever seen, where he spent a few minutes before returning. He had a laptop with him now, on which he'd been seeking verification of all the points of which I'd informed him. Joanne and I had, meanwhile, been admiring the view of the ocean from an enclosed porch room. He said thoughtfully that what I had told him checked out with his searches. Believe me, I had said much because I knew my subject. I learned that the man was a banker himself, that he had graduated from Cornell. I did not inform him that it was the alma mater of the very man we were discussing. My host next asked me, what did I think of the Federal Reserve? He knew that it was instituted by Edward House, surely. It is a very un-American institution, being a central bank. It is a thing warned against by statesmen from Jefferson to Jackson to Lincoln to Charles Lindbergh Sr. Interestingly, that famed aviator's father had written an expose on this kind of threat, greater than standing armies. House had Wilson send in his goon squad to destroy the lead plates to thwart its wide distribution. Fortunately, it could be read online. What a wonderful time in which to live. I told him that it had to be abolished, as it has long been guilty of cleverly stealing the wealth of the working man, and which too frank opinion ended the discussion abruptly with a very dissatisfied humph. He told his wife, well, you could show them upstairs then. We had humbly requested a little further look around the mansion. Upstairs we saw the huge tub built by House, who had entertained fellow elites here a century ago, among which were the stuffy Boston Brahmin set, the insiders, such as would have been Big Bill Taft. He lived as large as he was. These are the brotherhood of death, who have their hands on the levers of control, glorying in it. We were told that it was installed in order to accommodate this important guest. President William Howard Taft weighed 350 pounds. He must have been quite a gourmandizer at the lavish dinners held by House. That tub, we thought, could have comfortably fit 4 or 5 people. We took the large staircase back down and, thanking the lady, left the place. It was no wonder to find a former Yale graduate, President Taft, to be another intimate of Edward M. House. We have recently visited his own summer home nearby, about 10 miles down Route 127 on the North Shore towards Boston, conveniently. All of these birds of a feather seem, well, you know the rest. We saw that his residence is very similar to Edward House's. Around the corner also from E.M. House was the mansion of George Herbert Walker. Name sound familiar? An old man by the seawall showed me a trapdoor, now caged off, through which this man smuggled rum in the 19th century, by which he made quite a fortune. All familiar stories around these parts. There were the bootlegging Kennedy clan, but this family is even more influential, though quietly so. Again, who can know it, as Joseph Smith would have put it. He knew more than he could tell to the saints about these matters in 1836, speaking about how far we'd strayed since the founders slept. I guess that would be 70 years previous, or 60. But it was at least on this subject, political matters, like splitting hemlock knots with a corn dodger for a wedge and a pumpkin for a wooden mallet. John Taylor would later prophesy that the saints must learn that we have as much to do with the world politically as we did religiously. After all, Zion will include the government of the world based on the same kind of principles that inspired our Constitution, which belongeth to all mankind. It is to be maintained for the protection of all flesh, and that of this matter of a threat to our rights, our freedoms, including to worship, our very free agency itself by secret combinations, that Joseph talked to us about it time and time again. Post 5 continued. Mr. Walker's well-to-do daughter accepted Prescott Bush's marriage proposal, or rather a merger, from where he too went into the same kind of business, or let's call it skullduggery. He helped fund the Nazis, as noted above. They were not punished for their crimes, but it was all swept under the rug, as so well revealed that such combinations work in verse 21 of Harriman 6, the precise same modus operandi. Also, see available PDF, Fleshing Out Skull and Bones, and Anthony Sutton, 1980 interview on YouTube. He got a tremendous boost from the power-promoting connections to the order after hooking up with the firm in Boston, Brown Brothers Harriman. Very large, very influential, along with Errol Harriman, the final partner of our sinister quartet. Suffice to say, we visited the mansion that was built by Prescott Bush and Harriman in Kennebunkport. We weren't CIA, so we couldn't get in this case, unfortunately. And as usual, they called that summer place of only 8 bedrooms a bungalow. More in arrogant pride than in modesty, we think. All of these men, Harriman, Bush, and Taft, of whom we speak here, by some apparently amazing coincidence, belong to the Yale Secret Society, not merely a fraternity, called Skull and Bones. It is, believe it or not, an offshoot of the German Union, which itself was an offshoot of the Illuminati sister lodges that were spread like wildfire throughout Europe. It was imported here in 1832, formalized the next year under the Russell Trust. To get any idea of the satanic nature of the rituals, you would have to see the aforementioned PDF, as well as read and believe the Book of Mormon more thoroughly, along with the Pearl of Great Price. But not just by rote, but a seeking after knowledge by study and by faith, confirmed by the Spirit. No messing around here. We should know what we're up against. This is an imperative duty we are called to attend to with great earnestness in order to expose these hidden things of darkness, wherein we know them and they are truly manifest from heaven. That is, we have to be sure of the facts and know what we are talking about. See D&C 123. Skull and Bones. Scoffers abound, but it is not a game, it is deadly serious. The problem here is that the fundamentally decent person has great difficulty in grasping the kind of thing with which he has to deal, not knowing the extent of the evil depths of such secret societies, similar to those found in Scripture, especially the Book of Mormon. Without God's help, we cannot succeed, but with his help, we cannot fail. And in those days 2 shall chase 1,000. What a rich promise to the valiant, should we worthily qualify for it. This group is the very worst of the worst. You can't get any more influential or sinister than this. It is definitely at the top of the pyramid. It has to be considered the modern counterpart to the secret societies that led to the entire overthrow of the ancient civilizations on this continent. The Gadianton band of the Book of Mormon did more than just oppose the Nephites and war against them. They were the former day Skull and Bones, a satanic, ruthless band of organized evil. Some say that the powerful group started by House in 1921, the CFR, is a secret society, but it doesn't quite qualify. It is more a front group for its parent organization, the Round Table Group, begun in England by Cecil Rhodes, known of as the Royal Institute of International Affairs, or Chatham House, in London. The Council of Foreign Relations, CFR, is their vastly powerful American subsidiary. Its membership list reads like a who's who in America. House founded it in 1921 in order to bring us into socialism as dreamed of by Karl Marx. In a semi-autobiographical novel he'd written in 1912, Philip Drew Administrator, which I found at Brattle Book, America's oldest bookstore, House told of a conspiracy which would gain control of both political parties, using them as instruments to create a socialist world government. Isn't it just grand that the puppet master over the Democrat, Wilson, had for a neighbor the George Herbert Walker Bungalow, our Bush connection, which has been nearly dynastic in its sway over the Republican Party? Do you suppose that they might have collaborated, just as House fictitiously conspired to do? It all comes down to his novel in real life in the end. But who can know it? Thus, none dare call it conspiracy, or few do for fear of ostracism, social rejection, and ridicule, the devil's most effective tools to numb us, to try to cancel out our potentially far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory ahead of us someday. See Daniel 12:10-13, 2 Corinthians 4:17, D&C 63:66. The wicked will do their wickedness, but you will understand the times and stand in thy lot, or, as the footnote adds, rise unto your destiny. Daniel 12th chapter's last verses. Marx, to my mind, is well described in Daniel 8:23-27, for he had vowed as an angry young poet to make war with the one above. His secret financial support and backing coming from the League of Just Men in London fits verse 24 of that prophetic chapter to a T, doesn't it? He had then a worthy successor in our man from Magnolia, Massachusetts. But do not be discouraged, ye Latter-day Saints. His encouragement in Daniel chapter 2, which you full well know, it says, first in verse 22, that he reveals the deep and secret things. He knoweth what is in the darkness, and the light dwelleth in him. Then below in the scripture chase verse, many recall from even primary, verse 44, it promises that in the day of these things that shall surely transpire, he shall set up a kingdom that after its final restoration shall never be destroyed, and it shall stand forever. That is a really long time. Who then shall I fear, really? House, I suppose, would have belonged to Skull and Bones had he not been more interested in malicious pranks to fellow students than to buckle down on classwork and not flunked out of Yale. But notwithstanding House's lacking the discipline to pass muster, he transferred to another school, Cornell, which just happened to be founded by another Skull and Bonesman, just what was needed by young Edward. What a small world. House, as I said, would probably have been initiated into the order had he not been so mischievous. An article that I would attach puts it this way of his games being played in such a way as to demean and control. Another must-read is a psychological study, Wilson and House, a personality study by Alexander and Juliet George, that refers to an accident in his youth having prevented House in his early years from any participation in sports. His frustration twisted him in a way. He felt some sense of superiority by stirring up quarrels between the more athletic fellows and then getting them to patch up at the end, which is interesting, isn't it? He actually does this sort of thing when you look at his antics on a world stage, but with far more vast consequences. It is incredible but true that another friend of his was the widely reputed world's wickedest man, the Satanist, Aleister Crowley, found on the cover of the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper album, with whom he co-conspired to get us into the war, that damned dirty business, as Colin Simpson called it, of the pretext for later entry into World War I, the sinking of the Lusitania. Promising to never send our boys over there, the plan was to, quote, shed American blood in as fierce and exaggerated a form as possible, unquote. That is why the Lord's prophets have been trying to apprise and awaken us, but few have thus far had ears to hear. Our manipulated entry into the war to end all wars was declared by House's puppet president, Woodrow Wilson, on April 6, 1917. Satan was in control now, guiding governments, as Joseph Fielding Smith would later write, after the stage was set for the next war, some 20 years in advance, even in our own land, as far as the Lord would permit him, one mastermind governing nations, which is so. Latter-day Saints must take pause, considering the importance of that particular date, April 6th, the very day of our Lord's birth and death, wondering, are these not the signs of the times preceding the second coming? What on else on earth could it signify but things of great portent? Is it not apparent that such things were foretold in Scripture clearly and understandingly? See the great 84th section of the Doctrine and Covenants, verses 43 to 61 and 114 to 119. That following year was the vision of the redemption of the dead as well by Joseph F. Smith significantly. So as said at the beginning, it is still God's world. If we do well, there is no need to fear. I know you can think of several other scriptures that tell us what manner of men and women we should be, even in the midst of such troubles and perplexities. I know you can. Post 6, from the home of House to the house of Holmes. Not very far from the home of the first apocalyptic writer, Edward House, is the wealthy town of Beverly Farms. My wife Joanne and I were continuing our journeys and driving north from our home in Lynn, founded 1629, when I asked her to look up the derivation of the term Boston Brahmin. It was coined by the famed poet Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr. in the early years, or maybe the mid-years of the 19th century. I have had several unpleasant experiences with my primary care doctors at the VA, all three of which were from India. With a total lack of bedside manner, these vain people are unwilling to so much as look at you. One labeled me PTSD without my knowledge. I later learned that was ridiculous. I have no such thing. She was imperious and rude beyond belief. I had to drop her. But the trend here is towards Indian physicians. Her replacement was of the same mold. I was beneath her regard. She even went on to the opposite side of the room in order to examine me. Shining her flashlight at me from that distance, I was asked to open my mouth and say, ah. Admittedly, there are others at the VA in rough shape, but to be lumped and labeled each and every one of us as just lowly vermin, or of the quote-unquote untouchable class, hurt our client relationship naturally. I relate this as it pertains to the very mindset of the power elite, or our four horsemen of the apocalypse. As Joanne began to read of Holmes's reason for his choice of the term, this is senior, of course, not junior, of whom we're speaking later, I was struck by an inspired guest to be able to finish it for her. He took it from the Brahmins of India, right? She read on. That was it, exactly. It was an identical haughtiness toward those that were not of their own class. Here in this area, we are all familiar with the little ditty, here's to dear old Boston, home of the bean and the cod, where the Lowells speak only to Cabots and the Cabots speak only to God. So, as we navigated through Beverly's Cabot Street, our GPS brought us to a mansion-lined street in which we saw both a turreted castle and an old exclusive private school now going to seed. These were interesting, but our particular object was 868 Hale Street. It is only a modest 7-bedroom summer place, down a room from the 3 other above-mentioned bungalows resided in by Messrs. House, Harriman, and Taft. He evidently believed in the hardy Yankee traits of self-sacrifice and thrift, make it do or do without. We bothered not to try entering, as there were police guiding traffic due to road work in front of the place that day, but we mean to return. I asked one, might we pull far enough off to the side in order to take some pictures? This is a historic place, you know, I told the officer. Yes, he knew that the great Justice Holmes, Jr. had lived there. This veritable god had been widely regarded as descended from Mount Olympus itself, according to law school lore up to this day. But his young clerk was also quite famous too. If you are of age enough to recall the name of Hiss, I said, we found a picture of the 6'4" mustachioed Holmes posed together with the lean and hungry handsome Hiss in front of this dwelling. See below in Chapter 12, picture from 1930. I also have pictures that I should send to anyone reading this or listening to this of Harriman with Stalin smiling and with House at the porch, FDR on the porch being groomed by Colonel Edward Mandell House. Pictures are worth 1,000 words, I think. Caesar feared the lean and hungry look of Cassius and his co-conspirators, psst, psst, whispering nearby. Conspiracy comes from 2 Latin words translating to breathe together. Less ambitious, less threatening to his life would have been to have had fat men about him. And my dad, coming into my room more than 50 years ago, knew enough to quote that line to me my first year at Boston Latin School. I had Shakespeare's Julius Caesar open before me. I flunked out 4 years down the road, which I think to be the origins of my lifelong struggle with depression, as I recall vividly the despair while trudging up those well-worn stairs of the old school. Sports was a wonderful outlet, however, and I particularly excelled at basketball. Dad died relatively young at 59 of alcoholism. The frequent turmoil and stress in our home caused me in my younger years to feel, frankly, desperate on occasion, though I still love him and have no lasting regrets. Once, while on a summer vacation at Nantasket Beach, my dad drove dangerously drunk. Unhappily, with his excessive weaving, we all 8 in the car feared we'd be killed in an accident. But he was certainly otherwise a good man, never missing a day of work, whose rather prophetic words I lately recall, that I'd be a late bloomer. Then I would catch fire. I really think so, that is true. How ever did he know? I love my life poor as it is, to quote a talk from Jeffrey Holland given 40 years ago. That is, be grateful, however hard it may seem sometimes. Oh yeah, it's tough at times. From an eternal perspective, though, it actually is rich. As Jimmy Stewart came to see in that Christmas classic, It's a Wonderful Life. But after a life-threatening accident myself from blacking out at the steering wheel this past week, not from alcohol, but probably from that antidepressant, no question, I have at times suffered self-doubts. I opened a sheet of that med after leaving the hospital, to which I will refer momentarily. At the scene, I told the police and of all things, an ambulance driver, no thanks, I just want to go home. The car was completely totaled. But their gentle persuasion relaxed me, and I quickly grew more cooperative. Denying your hurt obviously isn't self-reliance. In many ways, I'm deficient in that trait. Being disoriented at that moment, though, is quite normal. Cutting myself some slack here. But, by the way, that is a thing I'm being taught by some friends. My bishop, and Doug, my sister's husband, and a few others. Self-reliance, neither bailing out on things, nor that I have to figure it all out strictly by myself alone. Joanne has been fantastic at handling some of the worrisome bills, figuring out all the tedious paperwork, some other kinds of responsibilities involving insurance to apply for coverage of my medical treatment, 9 missed days of work, canceling auto insurance, numerous calls and appointments. I've taken on more of these kinds of things than I thought I could. There were fees for the wrecked car taken to a lot, almost $500 there, and a traffic citation, and yet other things remain to be handled. Update. They've all been handled now. happily these many months later, it having allowed me to do this writing, plus get a new car, as well as many other blessings, especially the spiritual growth accrued. I was gently encouraged by it being pointed out to me that it's the same as doing this very writing, that I can do most things well enough. Others will help, but it is something I need to do as much as I can on my own. More ups and downs so far, which has been a very pleasant surprise and a much needed growth experience, as I say. I think of the poem Footsteps. It was then, when you felt most abandoned, that I carried you. I'd been weaning off that med already, of which I insisted to the therapist it wasn't needed, as far as I could tell, but did more harm than good. I think it is the people in the field of psychiatry that need to get help. These meds are a huge problem, which is coming to light. I wouldn't want to harm people for a living, even if it is, as my psychiatrist once put it, why I make the big bucks. I still have the sheet of that goes with these pills on my bureau, which I picked up now, after leaving the hospital much bruised, sternum sore, ribs, leg cuts, but alive. I suspected that there were some dangerous side effects. Heaven help me, but that sheet dropped to the floor from over my head where I held it. It was over 7 feet long, listing blacking out along with many, many others. It's even worse than those ridiculous commercials with the rapid voiced litany of the innumerable disastrous side effects, including death. These endlessly, extremely dangerous drugs that smiling people take anyway. The too quick pace of life is partly behind our not considering our direction. We ought to stop and think, where are you taking me? It felt better attempting this chapter. Now I feel somewhat more alive after a rough couple of days. It was a minor miracle to have lived through all of this, and I was told in a blessing some things I had to know for reassurance. I have had quite an experience and am grateful to others from the Ward family for helping me to keep my health and sanity. Well, that was personal, huh? Back to the gray-haired officer who I asked if he could recall Alger Hiss. He nodded he remembered him, but was stunned that Holmes would keep company with that infamous traitor. Well, Holmes took him in here under his, I informed the policeman. Holmes required any person so privileged as to live under his roof to be utterly devoted to their great mentor. That meant, of course, that one had to be single. Hiss took great pleasure in deceiving even his chief benefactor concerning his wife, Priscilla. Where she stayed, when he visited her, for about a year, I don't know. But I mean it, this was a thing he enjoyed thoroughly. For he was so skilled a liar as to revel in it. He made a lifelong career of it, to lie boldly and always, the motto of Danton in the French Revolution. See attached article after chapter 18 below on Hiss's capacity to deceive. But the very sound of that name, Hiss, the most appropriate name one could ever imagine for the arch-communist liar, I must say. He did much damage. It is absolutely incalculable how much, stemming from him. Today, we're engulfed in big lies by not only the mainstream media, but by many folks closer to home, in local government. It all has connections to Hiss, according to Diana West's masterpiece, America Betrayed, where it is convincingly proven that we lost the Cold War. Oh, but we won, you say? Look around you. It was culturally that we lost. The goal was to capture the culture, causing it to fall like an overripe fruit into our hands, as originally stated by Lenin, mapped out by 1922. See warning of Nephi about ripening in iniquity, or President Kimball's The Point of No Return. Of course, these warnings apply both to nations as well as to the individual. The military threat was but a diversion, while the insidious subversion of our institutions of the schools and our bedrock foundations of church and family quietly unfolded. If some say it can't happen here, the case is past tense. As Garrett wrote 65 years ago, there are those who still think that they are holding the pass against a revolution that may be coming up the road. But they are gazing in the wrong direction. The revolution is behind them. It went by in the night of depression, singing songs to freedom. Garrett wrote of a revolution within the form, says Patrick Buchanan. While outwardly America appeared the same, a revolution within had taken place that was now irreversible. One need only glance at where we were before the New Deal, where we are, and where we are headed to see how far we are off the course the Founding Fathers set for our republic. He echoes Joseph Smith's words of 1836 here precisely, doesn't he? At this point, we may need to make sure to beware of pride lest we become like the Nephite civilization as well as the Jaredites of old. They were a delightsome people who in reality once lived here. I can't emphasize it enough. They were real people. They were destroyed. I just have again to say that the revolution passed us by decades ago, as noted in that book, The People's Pottage, that was written a year before I was even born. Heck, Martin Dies and some very distinguished others I've not space to cite here thought it was all over by the 30s. Just by projecting the lines, they saw the road ahead. We of the church have been amply warned, which I wish that I had the space here for as well. Maybe more good references can be given at the end, which I've found since beginning this overview. They can be found, for instance, in a website called Our Republic by a man who really knows his stuff that I should like to meet when we move someday to Utah. But we are told in Alma 12 that the prophets are under a strict charge, only to direct us in accordance with the heed and diligence we give unto them. Nevertheless, there are still many couched warnings, happily so. It is still a beautiful time in which to live, as it always will be, for the valiantly obedient. Most importantly, I know that the Spirit teaches more than words can convey, which I think of this priceless gift many have. For myself it has taken years, but some breakthroughs have been occurring lately. Miles to go still before I sleep, miles to go, and promises to keep. But the hope is that an awakening occurs before all is lost. Kipling said, "Still stands thine ancient sacrifice, and humble in a contrite heart. Lo, all our pomp of yesterday is one with Nineveh entire. Judge of the nations, spare us yet, lest we forget, as in lest we forget the lessons of history." A title of a little book by that name, by the prolific authors Will and his wife Ariel Durant, was beautifully quoted by one of our modern prophets in the New Era magazine for our youth. The subject was being morally clean. How absolutely essential. Be clean. And then be humble. Don't fall for the flattery of men either of the world in prominent places. See Joseph Fielding Smith on 3 Stumbling Blocks. His learned from a master, all right. Here are a few of the words of Holmes, which may be compared alongside Korihor's. It is to be seen that they match doctrinally and not only in theory. As Korihor said, Alma 30:53, an angel from the other side had taught him what he should say. It is incredible to see how these scriptural statements of an antichrist are practically word for word the same as the following utterances of Justice, quote unquote, Oliver W. Holmes. The world I want is the world we all try to make according to our power. I see no reason for attributing to man a significance different in kind from that which belongs to a baboon or to a grain of sand. I think that the sacredness of human life is a purely municipal ideal of no validity outside the jurisdiction. I believe that force, mitigated, so far as may be by good manners, is the ultimo ratio. Every society rests on the death of men. All my life I have sneered at the natural rights of man. He wrote of the putting to death the inadequate, contempt for socialisms that were not prepared to kill everyone below standard. For my own part, I often doubt whether it would not be a gain if every word of moral significance could be banished from the law altogether. Incredibly, his influence has been unrivaled, and he has been referred to as a philosopher and seer, the greatest of our age in the domain of jurisprudence. Yet, he was, as one writer, Professor Altschuler, put it, almost brutishly indifferent to the welfare of others. After asking several people at work if they knew his name, most thought yes, he was great. Vaguely. They were probably thinking of his illustrious father, the great poet and the physician, to be continued. Post 7. The House of Holmes. This apocalyptic writer being Famine. See the highly enlightening pamphlet, The Truth in Time, 1966, by Robert Welch, PDF available. Also, I shall list 3 long-range objectives sought by the enemy within 100 years ago in order to weaken America, proposed by the communist arm of the conspiracy. The first 2 I recall. 1. Stir up class hatred and warfare. See, of course, practically the entire Book of Mormon. 2. Create a Department of Education. 3. It escapes me at the moment. We'll get to it. The second came at last under Nixon, federal control of education, very critical. The third goal has been achieved along with these other two according to plan, but as I say, it escapes me at the moment. What could it be? It'll come to me. How hard it would be to catalog the length of the list of consequences that exist as a legacy of so-called Justice Holmes. He perfectly personifies the side that drew away a third of the hosts of heaven. We are told in scriptures, such as in Revelations, and hinted at in numerous others, that there was war in heaven. And inspired John Milton dramatized this actual occurrence for every one of us in a pre-existence in his Paradise Lost. Other epic poets seem intuitively to know more than most dull religionists as to the truth of this matter. Edward Beecher's Conflict of Ages and our church's plain doctrine are happy exceptions. The issue then was and still is force versus freedom. Participating in the continuation of that war here seems actually to have motivated Holmes tragically. He had been on the right side once upon a time, or he wouldn't have been born. He had been reared a son of a great American. He has brought legal famine to us as his legacy, though. He had then to have consciously switched sides or was never fully committed up there. He but went with what appeared to have then been the winning side, as he chose to do again here, just being expedient. This is deep doctrine what follows. We bring both our gifts, it appears, as well as our weaknesses with us logically. Not to worry unduly, we may choose to be humble about that and still experience spiritual growth. As the Lord says in Ether 12:27, if men come unto me, I will show unto men their weakness. That we had developed prior to birth? I think so. He gives us, a simpler way of putting it here, weakness that we may be humble. Then by our exercising faith through sincere repentance, one can bring it all under the atonement, even having a minor miracle take place. He continues, and my grace is sufficient for all men that humble themselves before me. For if they humble themselves before me and have faith in me, then will I make weak things become strong unto them. Lorenzo Snow is our perfect model of the principle. He was so bad at penmanship that it looked as though lightning had struck an ink bottle. But what he did about it was to persist until he became so excellent at writing that he eventually received professional awards. Such frustrating weakness is actually becoming our strengths over time. Isn't that wonderful? God is merciful, is perfect foreknowledge, and would know what would be the optimal timing and placing here for our eternal good, so that we could rejoice. I have lacked nothing. If it was going to be challenging during our turn on earth for the more faithful spirits, that appealed to their noble sentiments. Not easy, but worth it in the long run. God is not trifling with you and me. Joseph Smith. Do you sometimes feel, as I do, that law is complicated? That famous lawyers are not known for their integrity so much as winning cases at all costs? They cause trends, making precedents from what worked more than what was right. We've gradually replaced the fair trial system at court with Korhor's dictum that nowadays every man fares according to the management of the creature, and that whatsoever a man did was no crime, so long as a good lawyer can find loopholes. The roots of this decline are Holmes' new legal order of positivism, liberalism, and pragmatism, which amount to a disavowal of laws irrevocably decreed before the foundations of this world. See D&C 130, 18-21. That scriptural passage avows natural law. Holmes, like Korhor anciently, denies things such as this as being true because you can't know of things you cannot see. Thereby, this judge was setting aside nature's God and of faith the evidence of things not seen that are true. This truly was a break with tradition held time out of mind. Though I've never been to Paris, there are some that I know and believe who tell me that they have seen it. Therefore, I know that a city called Paris exists. He was close to Felix Frankfurter, who Teddy Roosevelt had to warn by personal letter early in his career was sounding practically more and more like a Bolshevist by the day. Years later, Robert Welch had him as a law professor, an excellent student beginning at age 12 at the University of North Carolina. He withdrew, fed up with this professor of hogwash at Harvard, to do very well at business instead. Many of us have enjoyed the products of that candy company he started locally, Welch's, in Cambridge, including the yellow wrappered Sugar Daddy and Sugar Babies, Junior Mints too, I think, maybe even Pom Poms. Meanwhile, Frankfurter and his ilk went on to astounding heights running our federal government through the court-packing schemes of FDR or receiving appointments into his brain trust. Seeing the myriad of high offices in Washington, very many who, very questionable of their loyalty, were attaining, that knowledgeable investigator into such subversion, Mr. Martin Dies, brought it to President Roosevelt's attention. FDR waved it off with a hearty chuckle. No, Martin, some of my best friends, you know, are communists. That much was true, certainly. Secretly, communists such as Harry Dexter White, Harry Hopkins, and Hiss, not to mention over 500, yes, a half thousand, not 5, not 50, I report it was more than 500 others, were scattered throughout the State Department and the Department of Agriculture and other parts of the administration. This President Benson, with righteous indignation, yet under masterful self-control, discovered when he came to the same post and set aright to the admiration of even his opponents. Of course, his valiant 8 years have been since returned back to where it was. A decade before Secretary Benson, it had been under the influence of Henry Wallace, a theosophist, literally an occultist, that bizarre religion having been affiliated with the diabolical Lucifer Trust. You can't make this stuff up. Later named, less obviously, the Lucis Trust. The original name was given by a successor to the truly demon-possessed Madame Blavatsky named Alice Bailey, equally downright Luciferian. No other way to put it. They followed the promptings of their ascended masters. I have no doubt of the source of their inspiration. It is not from above. And that trust funded the godless, pagan-like looking meditation room at the UN. Some that I know, in my ward even, have worked there. They innocently believing it's cool, probably would assure me it's only modern art, just symbolic, nothing to fret about. My only question, okay, would be, symbolic of what? Speaking of this, see Mormon 1:19 and 2:10. Such wicked things were had anciently, but it is as commonly practiced today, more highly organized than ever, not only in nearby Salem, but in Washington, London, or at the Bohemian Grove. It is in European courts and throughout all nations. In fact, but this is a subject to not delve into today, I ask myself, why is it mentioned in so many places in Scripture were it not important? Remember, these things are not going to be openly broadcast, but no doubt behind closed doors are occurring far more than we realize. Wallace is credited with revising around 1933 that strange illuminist symbology on the back of the dollar, with the pyramid and the all-seeing eye of the insinuating brethren, most people quite innocently mistaking it for God, at the apex. It was in ancient Rome, or of course in Babylon. It was done by Amilon repressively in the Book of Mormon, see Mosiah 24, 8-11. The Nephites were under a prohibition to pray vocally, we recall, or they would be put to death. Why is that included? Can it be likened to ourselves? These are called the last days for good reason. So be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. We started on that slippery slope, the long road to persecution, in 1963, which I remember when prayer was taken out of the schools. I'm sure it is too subtle to notice, but make no mistake, in conjunction with all else, you may then more clearly see it is the same spirit. That those Americans who pray should be put down. Sure, it may take another decade or two, but as the big brother character O'Brien from Orwell's 1984 told his poor beaten-down prisoner, a holdout named Winston, they are able to speed things up. In Jacobin France, it was the Department of Public Safety. It was the NKVD, then KGB in Russia, and in Nazi Germany under Hitler it was called Homeland Security. So these are all euphemisms for the watchers, that is, the police state. And the phrase, so help me, Novus Ordo Seclorum, New Order of the Ages, that is, FDR's New Deal, or later George Bush Sr.'s New World Order at the bottom. Weird Wallace later became nationally Roosevelt's vice president. On and on I could go further. This is all wrong, such occult symbolism, unlike truth and goodness, and rising by open means, as Wordsworth would put it, which is never wrong. Truth cuts its own way and never has a deceitful, hidden agenda. Okay, continuing just a bit more, we had the WPA, remembered fondly by all. Government put us to work, and other such fodder. The seen is easily favored over the unseen, as the truly great economists would tell us, from Adam Smith and Bastiat to a Ron Paul. It takes faith or mental exertion and imagination to be creators. We are duped by the magician's sleight of hand where he has our focus. What we miss is what might have been through effort to obtain positive economic results. The strength of the effort is the measure of the results, a truth that everywhere obtains. See the little popular classic, As a Man Thinketh, by James Allen. Interestingly, the church welfare program, the inspired version, so that a man may fare well, that the government-caused curse of the dole may be abolished, and that thrift, industry, and self-respect might be again reestablished among our people, began in the 30s. Isn't that a stark contrast? Ours and the federal government's definition of welfare side by side at the very same period, strikingly. Again, the aforementioned brain trusters such as Stuart Chase, Rex Tugwell, and later on Felix Frankfurter held high office in the White House. In a quaint old used bookstore located down a cobblestone alley in Boston, I cheaply purchased a 1930 book by Chase. In A New Deal, he demonstrated many amazingly un-American ideas. These he had been sharing, picture whispering or literally breathing together, with the New York governor at the time, FDR, in 31. He'd written an article for the truly notorious progressive or liberal magazine, The New Republic, called A New Deal for America, The Road to Revolution, which ended with this gem: why should Russia have all the fun remaking the world? Somebody was right in calling it instead the raw deal. I got in my mail yesterday an invitation to attend Congressman Edward Markey's presentation of the Green New Deal, which was inspired by an Indian communist. I am not exaggerating, literally, who is the one who trained Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in all the words she should say, see Alma 30. He astonishingly had stated after a visit to that country 5 years previously, in 1927, that the Russians have answered the question of what an economic system is for. Roosevelt told Chase's father in 1937, 10 years later, that his son was teaching Americans more about economics than all the others combined. He got along famously then with all of this. Again, why weren't we told? But this is only scratching the surface. It explains a lot, however, doesn't it? If you but strike at the roots of our situation, it did not become so awful by accident or poor judgment, nor overnight. It was just as Roosevelt put it. If a thing happens in politics, you can bet it was planned that way. And his famous wife, Eleanor, was affiliated with literally a score, probably over 80, Red Front groups. Not in ignorance, but wittingly. I wouldn't dare share this with most of the men at my work in their 90s that I so dearly love. They are the greatest generation and deserve better. I had a JBS colleague I knew, Don Fotheringham, a faithful Latter-day Saint, a very kind and sweet man and dynamic speaker, who climbed the hill at Iwo Jima. He said if we knew this about Roosevelt, it would have killed us. A. Theodore Tuttle of Manti, Utah, a place conspicuously known as a breeder of many patriots, played an active part in the raising of that flag at that historic hill. Vaughn J. Featherstone spoke, I think, at Manti or nearby, in so remarkable a manner within days of the time we were married there. See that very inspiring 1987 talk. That we wonder if we might have a chance to relocate there, or perhaps to St. George, to be among like-minded individuals within the next couple of years. Just a dream, but perhaps my wife may well clarify this future step. Out of small things or places perhaps proceedeth that which is great, pertaining to restoring our Constitution. Their pushing upward and promoting one another was, as Welch said, a part of the draw for these people into this hidden sort of fraternity. Again, I preferred myself to rise by open means, if at all, said the poet Wordsworth. The raw power these kind craved, the great gain and glory of the world, was a tempting immediate reward, along with being part of the ultimate victory of which they were part, even though they might not live to see it, their eventual utopia. This is a satanic counterfeit version of the Lord's plan. I will make everyone succeed by corrupting the people for their own good is unseemly worded and evenly cynically stated the near dozen-year long-standing Secretary of State Cordell Hull under the four-term president. Satan promised that not one soul will be lost, wherefore give me thine honor. It was merely a campaign promise. Who did George Bush Jr. similarly really follow in his education plan? No child left behind. It was to be accomplished by compulsion, remember, which is not God's way. See him, know that every soul is free. Know this, that every soul is free. Some I know whose ancestors were among the first on the shores of New England. My brother-in-law Doug is descended from the first man in this area, so it says on a monument 3 miles from us here on the North Shore. He lived to see his great infant grandson John Adams. Joanne and I have taken tours of his property upon which was built the Saugus Iron Works, a beautiful setting, nearly 4 centuries old. It takes 4 hours to see everything there. Many fellow church members are descended from sturdy original settlers of the great American West. They can claim the honored pioneers for their ancestors. I was helped today by the Relief Society president, one of whose ancestors penned the words to the hymn, "For the Strength of the Hills." These were led to the place seen by their prophet, who said, according to many witnesses, that they would go to the Rockies and become a great people, though they were, as he also foresaw, driven from pillar to post. Wilford Woodruff, while here in Boston about 1840, interestingly dreamed of the saints' eventual removal to that place, even seeing the granite stone of which their world-famous temple would be constructed, and that all would be destined to tie in with the establishment of Zion, the kingdom of God on earth. But there are those seeking a kingdom of the Lord of misrule. Let that sink in, friends. It is unbelievable, isn't it, that those who follow Lucifer are as ardent as we are in worshiping God in patriotism, or have among themselves some who have given the whole of their lives, as ex-communist Benjamin Gitlow put it, to the side of evil. That means to bring to tatters and ruin all we hold dear. Again, we have FDR brushing off Martin Dye's grave concerns with a laugh. Martin, as that king after the takeover of the Shire and the rest of the whole free world by Mordor poignantly lamented in The Lord of the Rings, "The days have gone down in the west into the shadows. How did it come to this?" But oh, it gets worse, far worse, as we come to one other highly popular president in Barry Soetoro, raised by a Stalinist father, Frank Marshall Davis, trained by radicals and terrorists like Saul Alinsky and Bill Ayers 7 decades later. I had a church acquaintance who liked him, he wrote of President Obama. That liberal Cambridge ward acquaintance of years ago is now, somewhat to his credit, a professor at a great university, though, so I kind of get it. He almost can't help it. But unbrainwashed, I'd vehemently disagree, for most of my professors were a turn-off, for which I thank God, despite my missing out on gaining a degree. Obama was an absolute abomination. See Abomination by Jerome Corsi. Mr. Corsi has recently been in the news, by the way, for his having been threatened with financial ruin and worse, simply for his being so stalwart a patriot and a forthright truth-teller, as well as a longtime friend of some 4 decades of the duly elected president. Others, such as the Honorable General Flynn, the noble ally to Trump, again for decades, Roger Stone, and the sometimes bombastic but insightful and informative Alex Jones, have all been similarly targeted for destruction, but by the frighteningly deep state. This old acquaintance's wife, too, is so highly overeducated that she has a problem with the hymn, Praise to the Man. And they began a progressive journal that is far off the path to peace, with their publishing things that cause me to shudder. Some of these casualties are victims of a Harvard or Brandeis or Wellesley College education, have had sway here for 40 years in New England, which used to really bug me. At this point, I should more pity than worry about them or what they think of me. These liberals are illiberal actually, and were well described by John Whitsoe in his Evidences and Reconciliations. easy to search, and by Joseph F. Smith, and by J. Reuben Clark, who I'll quote further. Some there are too wearing the habiliments of the priesthood, wolves they are, in sheep's clothing, we should beware of them. These liberals, self-called, in the church, were at this period admonished to follow the prophet, as opposed to going by the lamps of their own conceit. We are in the midst of our here entering the beginning of the greatest period of propaganda the world has ever known, as J. Reuben Clark put it. Thus spoke the leaders in so timely a way of our church from 1939 to 1941. This I just found impressed mightily in looking up their quotes. Most, still, despite the disadvantages of such expensive but false educational ideas to which they have unwittingly subjected themselves or were sent by proud, perhaps too proud, parents to receive in order to get ahead, are very good, humble members and faithful followers of Christ, but in many instances do err because they are taught by the precepts of men. The conservative author Russell Kirk well pointed out decades ago that the true purpose of an education was diverted into this direction from its original course of it being a means whereby one could become of greater benefit to his fellow man. And they undoubtedly intend this mostly. And my bishop said helpfully this week to me something true. In or out of the church, he sees altruistic souls serving others. Yeah, okay, that's right, sometimes. Some, however, really are selfish and get sidetracked. On the other hand, too, frankly, are badly brainwashed. There are a few, then, who should remember Lehi's dream. A few primary songs I did not grow up on being a convert, but appreciate the advice to both hold to the rod and follow the prophet, still hit home. Some becoming too past feeling to be very much moved by such words anymore. Those are few, but exist. It baffles me, especially an old friend who today admires the typically leftist college professor more than our current prophet. He reveres them, cites them, daily agitates and propagandizes for them devotedly, following their false doctrines. He refers to the infamous cultural Marxists, devotees of Antonio Gramsci, like Theodore Adorno, affectionately Teddy, he calls him. Our local Brandeis had Marcuse of Make Love Not War fame. The homosexual communist Michel Foucault is his hero. Gosh, I don't know how it happened, yet as Elder Woodstow observed, such liberals use their membership in the church to reform it rather than to reform themselves. Such pseudo-intellectualism must stem from egotism or pride, the universal sin. These are those who wandered off into strange roads and were lost. He has admittedly, my friend has, hardly opened the Book of Mormon much at all over the years. I hate to say it, but he simply lost his testimony. Joanne and I have visited several times the home of John Greenleaf Whittier on our travels. He wrote, "For all sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest of these it might have been." Post 8. We know that Joseph Smith lamented with tears after a particular vision of future civil unrest and bloody atrocities in our land. Well, perhaps not well known, but related by the author Dwayne S. Crowther, these events were so harrowing to the prophet that he cried unto the Lord to close up the vision. Crowther speculated that they were not the revelation of the Civil War, nor the following world wars, nor even of the race riots in Watts and other cities in the turbulent 60s, but things that have not yet transpired, but yes, involving horrific scenes of manufactured racial conflict by S.O. Money. See James Coonan's 1970 book, The Strawberry Statement. And today, almost a half century later, it is accelerated. Soros, Bezos, Zuckerberg, and many others of the corporate socialist mindset of funding our fall more than ever. And you thought the 60s were bad. It is now the norm, so much so that it doesn't cause a ripple. There has arisen an army of radical dupes like Antifa, which was created in the 20s. Do some readers not know of these groups? All right of the Stalinist Handbook, written about 100 years ago. If you aren't aware of these matters, the desensitization process is explanatory. Things out there so overwhelm the average person just going about his business that getting involved is too much, so it appears. There's another word to look up, the term cognitive dissonance. The scriptures calls this the mists of darkness. The communist murderers called for stirring up class, especially race conflict here, which I learned from a 1924 book called Reds in America, written by a prescient local man in the next town over, Revere, Mass., named R.M. Whitney, born back in 1875. Stalin feared that if black people began to prosper, which is indeed beginning to happen, yes, notwithstanding all the propaganda drummed into us, up to the disastrous so-called civil rights movement, and unfortunately getting worse since, the gig was up. At present, Kanye West and Candace Owens, even the great Jim Brown, for striving to succeed and encourage others to leave the plantation, are considered Uncle Toms, ludicrously. That's from the novel of the sister of Edward Beecher, that title referred to earlier, by the way, Harriet Beecher Stowe. Such a great family. There was the great Henry Ward Beecher, the most famous minister in America, and the father, born in 1775 from Boston, the greatest brains in America, so it reads, be that as it may. Yes, there were grievances. The abolitionist Beechers had it partly right, but not all. My ancestors had some too, coming here from Ireland during the potato famine, but most of them had to pick themselves up to have a dream to pursue of going from rags to riches. I heard that there was no work for them at first, that in Boston, where it has long now been dominated by them, signs read, no Irish need apply. So my great-grandfather had it rough, pushed a fruit cart. That's no skin off my nose. He was a forerunner. Two grandsons won either the Pulitzer Prize, my Uncle Arthur, who died in the Pacific, I understand, or became another accomplished author many years ago, with my Uncle Robert, still cited in his field. I never met them. My father was better than these two brothers in my eyes, just being my dad and a good neighbor. As to his drinking, a 90-year-old Irish woman next to me in the Salt Lake City Avenues apartment I rented in 1979, on my confiding it to her, said typically, sure, it's a good man's fault now. I really was helped there by Mrs. Galligan, by name. She had the picture of Jesus and our JFK over her mantel, just as it was done in many homes back in Irish Catholic Kennedy country here. But in Dad's case, it was true. I feel rich. I don't make much, but I have a home and God has raised up friends. I'm rich enough, and anyone could do amazingly well by dint of hard work with love at home. Family, so important. Blacks, particularly being more visible a minority, were hurt by the deceptive civil rights travesty. It was a step backward, nothing to celebrate. The saddest thing is that every race has peculiar contributions to make, that no other can perform half so well. I feel deeply about this issue, this question of race, always have. It shouldn't be that there has been such a gap, artificially created, stirring up such a division. When I was born, the black family had a lower divorce rate than whites. Family. It is tragic what has happened in my lifetime. Welfare, so called, took fathers away, not accidentally. That was the very intent. And Medicare, brought in by the cynical LBJ, has been a disaster long before Obamacare. Incidentally, that was the third goal above, socialized medicine, goal number 3 of a three-pronged attack on the U.S. to first, stoke up divisions of race, stirring up hatred, violence, then secondly, a deliberate dumbing down through the schools, and finally, that was it, socialized medicine. Why? What bearing would that have? I recommend an older book, Healthcare in Crisis, by Dr. Annis, former head of the AMA, back when it was doing good things. It's all about control of the economy, which was, of course, the exact thing that was done right at the start in Russia. Yet, so many ignorantly fell for Obamacare, incredibly. Back to racial conflict. According to a former Black Panther acquaintance of mine, Anthony Bryant, this was all according to deliberate planning. The blacks were targeted for destruction, with cruel irony, by the very party that 90% of them had been led to destruction to support. See Isaiah 9:16. But there are signs of an awakening, but not to just dumbly vote straight ticket for the Republican Party, a McCain, Bush, Romney, Paul, Ryan, Flake, or that sinister Kai that went to Utah to steal votes from Trump, McMullen, dozens more. None of these are as trustworthy as some would naively think by any means. Some would have told me that Trump was not an experienced politician. Look up the definition of the word politician. Tony Bryant asked me to tell his brothers about that wicked plot against his race should I ever return to Boston. It's easy. It takes tact and sincerity is all. I do, often with great success, share with my black brethren, who are often quite receptive. Judge the intent of these leaders of the now outright openly communistic Democratic Party, or by many of the establishment Republicans by the result, bearing Isaiah 9:16 in mind, or 2 Nephi 19:16. Tony's video I recommend. I enjoyed his powerful book Hijacked, which I gave to a black neighbor to read. There is again on YouTube Message from Hell, an interview by G. Edward Griffin, powerful. But Tony was even more dynamic up close in person. P.S. The rhinos are no less dangerous, and their name is Legion. Bush, we know. Most others, too, are false opposition. Even several members of the church, as we've been warned. And this is tough to say, but no matter how popular they may have become in the eyes of the world. Flake's name says it all, and he even hails from Snowflake, near to where President Kimball, I think, was from. Stafford it was. Anyway, these are the ones we were warned to beware of way back in 1941, very prophetically. See D&C 4557, and don't be swayed. Stand by the Constitution, as Tony put it. I am a warrior. I came to do battle, to tell the truth, all the time, no matter whose head I step on. I also try to remember this as well, speaking the truth in love, which to me means sharing difficult truths in a kind, gentle, inoffensive manner. I am, on the other hand, not a sunshine patriot. I must speak up. If I see something, say something, just as they do in Cuba, which Governor Romney himself even urged me to do on his subway recorded messages. Nothing personal, Mitt, but you should not have put so many of us here in Massachusetts in the awful situation we are now in, as to just begin with, and in the marriage of homosexuals, a first in the history of the world. Sodom and Gomorrah never pulled that off. Then you push the indoctrination in schools, even kindergarten, for that agenda against the family. I would have thought you supported such a heavenly thing as the human family, as surely you support your own. Then the many connections your very untypical family has had with the power elite for over 50 years. As your dad, George Romney, with his cozying up to the Rockefellers and his failed run for the presidency, his denunciations of the John Birch Society, a group endorsed by our prophets, David O. McKay and Ezra Taft Benson, his meeting with Arthur Goldsmith, a strangely sinister character who was a top advisor to communists for marching orders. See Bella Dodd, quote on him in The Naked Capitalist, where she told Cleon Skousen, I think there is a conspiracy above communism. She was told that if her KGB contact was unavailable, to report to this man in his penthouse suite at the Waldorf Astoria. The same man to whom, again, I say, George Romney went for advice. Or with your mother's support for the abortion industry even before Roe versus Wade, shockingly. What? Who are you people? It is fair to ask, never mind trying to parry my legitimate questions off with that old tactic against McCarthy. Have you no decency? Well, have you? With your writing a piece, Mitt, for the periodical begun by Edward Mandell House promoting his ideas unwaveringly since its inception, your own friendship with the duplicitous Netanyahu, whose true colors are only recently emerging, he being indicted for massive corruption, but we'll see where that goes, not to hold our breaths. As you both were groomed 50 years ago by that ultimate world government promoting insider, Dr. Henry Kissinger. You're sending the immoral McMullen to Utah in an attempt to undermine Trump? Are you following orders? By whom are they given to you? But you were once my stake president. I believe you may have been largely responsible for certain church culture that is still seen here. It is not pervasive, but it is apparently traceable to yourself where it does exist. A certain naivety that goes with higher education, where most often more liberal people seem to me to be not streetwise, or as in 4th Nephi, are kind of being divided into classes among church members. Although it is getting a little better, but we know we must be one, more unified, not that I mean identical, at which point the Lord would bring again Zion. It is a very disconcerting thing. There is sovereignty compromising things and your trust in military ventures under the UN that are equally shocking, to me at least. I'm not sure the education at Harvard could account for these things entirely either. Well, let's move on. Free agency explains things that would just be very inexplicable to me otherwise. So it is a great doctrine to know. God will force no man to heaven, which comforts me here. Nahum may have seen the same events as did Joseph, wherein he likewise laments of endless violence, of the law grown cold, and so completely perverted that justice doth never go forth, a la Oliver Wendell Holmes. We see these things brewing lately as virulently as the recent California wildfires. Very many speak of another civil war, these observations coming from both pundits on the left and right. Of course, the hypocritical forces on the left are anxiously engaged in a bad cause by fanning the flames, or as the Book of Mormon well phrases it, by stirring it up. In Mosiah 8:8 and later in chapter 28:18, we learn of the value of the lessons of history by which to avoid such civil disasters. That was the true treasure to be gained from the record of Zeniff, not the gold upon which it was engraved. I feel more than justified in examining the activities of conspirators who seek the destruction of all nations, as even Zeniff spied on the enemy in order to apprise his own people. Captain Moroni does the same later in the book, thinking it no sin to send spies. See Alma 53:28-30, so as to know what you're up against. A modern general named von Clausewitz, too, writes in his indispensable treatise on war, we should know the enemy's tactics. For how can we ever effectively oppose an obvious sworn enemy by ostrich-like burying our heads in the sand? We can't fight him if we can't see him. Wherefore, we should bring to light these hidden things of darkness. D&C 123, 7-13. This precious record then commences in chapter 9 with a description of King Laman's plan to bring a good people, Zeniffs, to bondage. He stirred his people up by enumerating injustices that had supposedly been done by their founding fathers, Lehi and Nephi. The words, we were wronged in the wilderness, etc., on and on, repeated no less than 3 times, sounds as familiar today as today's news. A lengthy list of grievances ensues, that they were wronged by this, that, and the other thing. Then followed, they were therefore wroth over just about everything they could possibly evilly invent. Wroth is repeated 4 times. I read yesterday in a column an outrageous list of demands by the newly emboldened Black Panther Party. Austin Miles, the author of the piece, stated that he believes that the current race war was not naturally happening, that it was traceable to George Soros' funding. My local papers lately have gone out of their way to call such talk about this man absurd, which immediately makes me suspicious of their having a party line. Such similarly worded denials evinces a design. See Thomas Jefferson. I checked their charges, proving them to be other than truthful, concerning Soros' active participation in another matter, that of funding the caravan. He was involved all right, and yes, Mr. Acosta, it is an invasion. See 2 Nephi 2 for the spirit of legal immigration. George Soros is definitely our more modern counterpart to the cunning plan. Neither is CNN's disrespectful Jim Acosta anything new under the sun. One thing they are is consistently wrong. It is embarrassing to point out that these are not kids, but grown adults, and they're fibbing. Well, let's call it outright for what it is. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Next stop, the house where Hiss slept, in nearby Peterborough, New Hampshire, a short drive away. Post 9, the house where Hiss slept, the rider being Pestilence. To Peterborough, New Hampshire, my wife and I continued our trader trek. We were seeking a nest of 3 birds. 2 were vultures, 1 was not. Hiss had lived in the house of Holmes a few years before, as pointed out, in order to receive proper preening. He had been groomed at the feet of a master, as was mentioned. Now 7 years had elapsed, bringing us to 1937, where his conspiratorial wings had begun to spread and he could now fly on his own. He would drop many seeds of despair into a war-weary world, leading to more of an outright pestilence through the programs of the UN than any kind of lasting peace. The background of this meeting of 3 members of the communist apparatus was that it was well into Roosevelt's first term, where treason was the order of the day. Not to say that FDR personally knew of the doings of these men at this location at this time, but he would certainly not be in opposition to it either, had he known. He had appointed the dangerous communist agent Harry Dexter White as his Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, from which influential post very much was done, not in the interest of our country, but a great deal in favor of the Soviets. He was the one who had called for the meeting at this secluded inn not far from his New Hampshire farm home, his needed hideaway. Under him, we actually gave them printing plates from the Federal Reserve in order for Russia to create their very own dollars to spend carte blanche. That was all under the table, but there's even more to come. There was simply nothing like it in the history of civilization. As McCarthy indicated also, it was George Catlett Marshall who would become the responsible party for Lend-Lease, another staggeringly treasonous act. The Marshall Plan after the war was, then and still is widely believed to be, an act of goodwill, of charity, and of bolstering our defense against an obvious enemy of the United States. Which was who? At a time when England was hurting, priority was given to Russian aid in an indescribably gargantuan effort of assisting them with aircraft, endless supplies, materials, copper, steel, thousands of miles of cable, foodstuffs, and luxuries, including huge quantities of vodka and caviar. Meanwhile, our own forces were cruelly shortchanged in the time of critical need for material support, which cost them heavily in casualties and morale. They were deemed of lesser priority to the needs of Russia, which caused the President of the United States to worry so greatly over their fate that he declared Russia must not fall. It was to him out of the question, unthinkable. At one point, Stalin fell sick. He was under great duress over the threat from Germany. Recall that President Bush and his skull and bonesman partner, Avril Harriman, had funded the Bolsheviks, and then ultimately the Nazis. Secretly, for about a year, the out-of-commission Stalin had a replacement while he was in recovery. This was a man who was more than capable of keeping Russia from collapse. Good for Russia. Unfortunately, that leader was none other than Mr. Avril Harriman, who will be covered in the concluding chapter. Well, what else could any red-blooded American president do? Where else could he send our all-out support and good conscience? Patriotism, which most Americans deeply felt, was in Washington passé, as it was now one world, as actually was the title of a Wendell Willkie book, the Republican Party's candidate to run against the Democrat, FDR. You know you're in trouble if all you can come up with to defeat Roosevelt is completely dominated by those globalist government traitors as an opponent crusading for a one-world socialist government. I believe that this was a feeler sent out by the very elements FDR confided to Edward House had owned the government since the days of Jackson, to see where the people were at, whether they still had a pulse and sensed their awful situation when it stared them in the face. Probably, most thought Willkie was wrong in his strange views, I imagine. It was just a feeler, to see whether we would openly accept a socialist government. As recently, running an open socialist in Bernie Sanders is a feeler. How far down the road we've come is apparent when we learn that he received more support than either Hillary, who came in a close second, or Trump by the students polled at BYU. We are much further down the road now than we were in the 1940s after extensive conditioning since. Nevertheless, the future could wait, for these devils have their version of that patience with which they possess their souls. After further deliberate dumbing down and demoralization through the public schools, and so, for now it could be done by camouflage and deception, through fair speeches that tugged at emotions. This is a day that will live in infamy. The American people and their righteousness will win, against such a monstrous enemy that attacked us unprovoked. In fact, he lied, for it was planned that way. We pushed them in order to make it look as though the Japanese fired the first shot. See quote by still another Skull and Bones member, Henry Stinson, FDR's military strategist. And much too long after the fact to matter, this is now taught at the Naval War College. From the Japanese code broken by our intelligence, FDR knew that attack was coming, but he kept a lid on it. A young man in that intelligence unit who urgently sent this info to Washington, where the president brushed it off, with an I'll take care of it, was kept imprisoned for the duration of the war. Marshall met Litvinov on the day of December 7th, assuring him we would enter as Russia's allies. At a press conference, this gifted speaker impressively demonstrated his extraordinary memory skills when, after taking 25 questions, then looking at each person who had been given their turn to ask him their own, answered them one by one. A prodigious feat, quite gifted. Yet at investigative hearings later, he could not remember where he was on the day of Pearl Harbor. I was 9 when JFK was shot and recall that easily to this day, 55 years and 1 week since. It was about like the panic those children felt fleeing their school in that scene from Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds, for we Boston kids. We ran home. He was our own and he was slain, brutally. Everything changed. Update. Ironically, yesterday, December 3rd, George H.W. Bush was eulogized after his passing. It was never mentioned during the day-long love fest that he was another rarity like unto Marshall, being unable to recall his whereabouts during the JFK assassination. He was CIA, maybe top dog that day in Dallas. I talked today with a friend that is 4 years younger than I, who vividly recalls where he was that morning. He says he was in a cab with his mother. So, does not most everyone as easily recall their exact location on 9/11? Yet he, General Marshall, CFR member, could not recall where he, and likewise Bush, high up in the CFR and CIA, begun by CFR members, on an equally memorable day in our history was during the attack on Pearl Harbor. Impossible. I truly think he and Bush fibbed. As noted, he met Litvinov on the precise date. His mother might have wanted to wash his mouth out with soap. 5 weeks before, on September 30th, 1941, to that encouraged Pearl Harbor attack by our own government's leaders, Heber G. Grant, J. Reuben Clark, and David O. McKay responded to a man in the Treasury who sought their counsel. See letter below. Our church's first presidency, being opposed in principle to the New Deal, which they knew was socialism and led towards big government, which would curtail liberties, lamented that it was hard to get members even of their own church to be united in resistance to the threat to free agency during this greatest period of propaganda the world had ever seen. Not abroad strictly, but at home from an enemy within, as they stated. It was subtle at that time, as the vast majority of Americans had a great, albeit uninformed, love for their country. It is quite understandable that they rallied around the war effort, and it was an exhilarating time, for those were the days we actually won our wars. The tactics have changed now. To use the words of Boy K. Packer here, now the enemies to freedom are open, wickedly defiant, and shrill in their denunciations. No borders, no wall, no USA at all. It speaks of this in the Doctrine and Covenants 38, 8-12, that the powers of darkness prevail in the presence of all the hosts of heaven. Most encouragingly to me, if I gird up my loins, prepare, and am faithful, the enemy will not prevail. But as Washington promised, truth will prevail, if pains are taken to bring it to light. And the kingdom which the Lord shall bring is ours, that is, if we seek it with all our hearts. It is exciting to consider that Zion will be built on this, the American continent. But if it is to be, it is up to me, as they say. There were some extremists who called for outright nationalism around that time. Imagine American firsters. What a selfish concept. It is about as bad as feeling such affection for one's own children as to exhibit some sort of bias against the neighbor's kids by not even providing for them, too. Why even advertise such prejudice by having a door on your home prohibiting entry to all comers, which some may take as a bar to passing strangers who may wish to check out what's in the fridge, or, if dirty, to take a long shower or a nap if tired in your bed. This is one world, and there should be not a border nor a country where one might defend self over others, like Russia during World War II, when they were only offering a socialist paradise to all the citizens of that world. A border is like a door to a home, appearing to forbid some to enter. Surely that is not reasonable to an Adam Weishaupt of old, who looked for a new age of reason, or to a Jim Acosta of CNN, who knows best. Therefore he tells the president how to properly run the country, that there is no invasion at the border. To be a nationalist would be to demonstrate an unwillingness to make all equal. restrictively, equally miserable. We had just about given up on the hope of finding that old inn at which the 3 communist conspirators had been arranged by Harry Dexter White. It is uncanny how many communists had an H in their first or last names. To meet when we paused for a last chance prayer in a parking lot to find it, and so we did. It was built about 1790, just as were many places we'd loved visiting and enjoyed adding to our picture gallery. It took so long for me to find due to its having been hidden by shading fir trees. Although Joanne had thought, what about there? I thought it was part of the church next to it. We parked in the driveway respectfully at a little distance, wondering, as with the home of house, a woman coming out asked the very same question as the first of our 4 horsemen's residences. Can I help you? Yes. Do you know if this is the inn called Bleak House? Which it was. Oh, did you know the historical significance of a group of 3 interesting men that stayed here overnight in 1937? Really? She kindly invited my wife and I inside. We stayed almost an hour, and we all, including her sweet daughter, hugged before our departure. We promised to return after my writing this account. Of course, somehow I must replace that car I wrecked. All good things in good due time. This is what we were able to share with them. Post 10, the house where Hiss slept, continued. I earlier said that it was uncanny how many conspiring men in these last days, of whom we have been apprised by Latter-day Scripture and living prophets, had names either first or last, or, as in the case of Harry Hopkins, both beginning with an H. We see that the word heaven begins with an H, but there is another place that begins with the same letter, from the depths of which seems to have been spawned the plans of these particular men. It was apparent from the first 2 conspiring men in the last days' dwellings visited, of House and Holmes, we were onto something. Hiss, the 3rd apocalyptic writer from Hades, is this chapter's subject. To that in a moment, but with whom to complete the quartet of evil? While driving to these sites, it came to me out of the blue. Harry Hopkins would have been just simply ideal, but there was no residence attached to him from around these parts. Scratch Harry. I needed a local, preferably a Brahmin, and a CFR member, which, by the way, they all proved to be, and high enough up in the evil echelon as to be worthy of our consideration. Suddenly, the name Harriman flashed into my mind. Were there connections to him here? Indeed there were. That is for the concluding chapter of our 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. But let us look first at the H-man behind door number 3, lean and hungry Hiss. He was meeting with Harry Dexter White for his marching orders. Along with them was Whittaker Chambers, later author of the conservative classic Witness. His break with communism occurred suddenly after breakfast one morning. His looking by chance at his infant daughter's ears caused him some reflection. They showed such intricate design that he knew at once, for all time, that there had to have been a creator. Hiss never had such a moment of conversion. In the trial of the century, Whittaker Chambers looked too sad and therefore less credible to most than the savvy and supremely confident Hiss. Hiss had the support of all the powers that be, Justice Holmes, Eleanor Roosevelt, and countless others in high places who sung his praises in order to prove the allegations of Chambers to have been outrageously false. He was pilloried by the press mercilessly, then treated with laughing scorn and contempt. Whittaker was utterly alone and felt that he had joined the losing side, as he confessed to his wife, though the true one. You can watch him say with his head down quietly in court, see on YouTube, he felt only remorse and pity for his longtime friend, Mr. Alger Hiss. But it was true that he and Hiss worked together as key members of the party in order to overthrow the government by boring from within as top communist agents. He had to be witness to the truth come what may. Oh, there was hell to pay. However, as he suffered deeply ever thereafter, it was the sacrifice he felt willing to make. Truman, by this time, was the President of the United States, and it was shockingly painful to bear his sneering reference to the case as a red herring, or, in other words, much ado about nothing. He destroyed files in the thousands compiled by the FBI, having massive evidence of subversion and infiltration into the highest posts by traitors and communist penetration into our government. We see the ecstatic Truman gladly receiving the UN Charter by Hiss, who was General Secretary of the UN Charter, in a famous picture. That was the real objective of this second war manufactured by these globalists. The UN seal depicts two sheaves of wheat on a world. It is the very same emblem as of the Soviet Union. The same artist, I believe, drew up both, named Zineviov, I believe it was. But the two emblems are practically identical, which is fitting. President Benson has a chapter on the UN in one of his books called Planned Tyranny. I own a book written by Alice Widener that his son Reed had, but that wound up in the Boston area in the hands of regional coordinator for the JBS, fortunately for me, which is another expose on the UN called Behind the UN Front. A front is a group formed by communists in order to deceive others to gain their unwitting support. Further, I have a book by Robert W. Lee on the same topic called The United Nations Conspiracy. It is the emblem on the front cover in a picture of the classic Trojan horse of antiquity below. Lee had a show for many years on KSL in Salt Lake City. Some have asked me, the United Nations? What, do you have concerns about it? I do. They had failed on their first attempt, Edward House's League of Nations. Read Daniel's incredibly prophetic and descriptive Chapter 8. A senator from nearby Nahant, Henry Cabot Lodge, got credit for stopping it. He reminded Americans of Washington's farewell address, in which our first president had warned us to steer clear of foreign entanglements. We heeded those words still, so the conspirators went back to the drawing board and looked forward to a second attempt at world government down the road. John F. McManus wrote an excellent article called The Irreconcilables years ago, which praised their role in stopping the push for an internationalist organization, truth be told, against individual nations and their sovereignty that first time around. But true credit, said Mr. McManus, a good Catholic, belonged most to a wise statesman named J. Reuben Clark, whose role cannot possibly be underestimated. He had looked into the eyes of Edward House during his years in the government, during the Wilson years, as I read in a biography on him. Did he have a gift of discernment beside his wisdom, experience, and knowledge? I like to dramatize it a little here and say, that is my feeling. He did indeed. He could look through House and know by the revelations of Jesus Christ, when this deceiver's words flowed as smoothly as oil, what was in his heart. As Brigham Young says, we have got to know how to do. At the time, most well-meaning members of the church favored the League and had heard Wilson speak at the Tabernacle. BYU was in favor of peace, and so of course that translated to supporting the League. See warnings of David, Jeremiah, and other prophets, Ezekiel, Micah, or Paul, or Joseph Smith, of those crying peace when there was war in their hearts. A few did not, though. Their stand was unpopular with other saints, including even Heber J. Grant temporarily. But he called Elder Clark out of relative obscurity right into the first presidency, which I have to say, that shows me we are led by revelation, even beyond our personal opinions. It gives me assurance that the Lord is the head of this church, not flesh and blood. He surely must have apprised the brethren. He must have been called by inspiration for that very reason, I suppose. Well, that is one of the reasons, besides firstly being a special witness for Jesus Christ. But preserving freedom ranks as a very important one too, absolutely. Second, in fact, to the preaching of the gospel, said David O. McKay. President Grant was already well known for his turning a weakness into a strength, as illustrated above. He became heroic at speaking out forcefully against those things being done inimical to freedom. I want to name several others who were against the League, contrary to popular sentiment. Joseph Fielding Smith, David O. McKay, Senator Reed Smoot, Charles W. Nibley, and others of that kind of moral fiber. Keep your eyes on the prophets. They know the way. This was the research of a man named James Allen, not the one who did As a Man Thinketh, at BYU, which I came upon about 20 years ago. Try Googling along the lines of the League of Nations and sentiments at BYU and James Allen. More to come on Hiss. Post 11, Mr. Hiss goes to Washington. If that title conjures up memories of Mr. Smith fame and the movie played by Jimmy Stewart, there's little resemblance between the two, saving both having idealism. Jimmy Stewart wished to rescue the nation, heroically doing his part. Hiss, though it is hard to trace his connections that paved his way, was definitely assigned to help first dismantle what he continually calls the old order based on greed to the revolutionary new order of the ages based on socialism. It is his hobnobbing with the likes of Holmes, then Frankfurter, then to the AAA under a Jerome Frank, a radical that hints strongly of a design. One man above the socialist underlings named George Peake expressed that his department was swarming with fanatical communists and internationalists. Interestingly, after his uncle, the great Clarence Skousen, had written much on Hiss's Communist Party membership, Joel Skousen has the insight that he would have been more accurate to say the latter term. Hiss was an internationalist, that is, a member of a group higher than the tool of globalist goals of which communism was that tool. Is that clear? Remember that the modern Gaudiantans never appear under their own name, but like Adam Weishaupt put it, the great strength of our order lies in its concealment. Let it never appear in its own name, but always covered by another name and another occupation. Well, his occupation was now a professional do-gooder at the Agricultural Adjustment Administration, which is a euphemism for a warrior against free enterprise, even against free agency, frankly, when you boil it down, and the pursuit of happiness. The founders meant property by that expression. The people in the Book of Mormon exemplify the idea perfectly here. I randomly look at the first 6 chapters of 3rd Nephi and find that reference was made to owning things in verse 1 of that 6th chapter. The Nephites had now returned to their own lands with their families and to enjoy again those things that belonged to them. I do not believe it is stretching a point to say that this was after successfully staving off a plan of communism that was threatened to be enforced upon them by one Gideoni, a henchman of an ancient, deeply laid conspiracy against property, for one thing, for he says, to paraphrase, "Come, join us in our system, giving us your property for fair redistribution, and we promise that you will be glad you did. Nobody will be left behind." That familiar old lie. But here, read his own very own words, bearing in mind that the editor Mormon says he cannot go into economics, for the limited written language on those plates, at least, did not go into such depth by a 100th part of what might be conveyed, but the idea is plainly there, that a threat that must be similar to one that our day would see arise to all we cherish was the main point to be got across. Listen, 3 Nephi 3:7, quote, "Yield up your lands and possessions," likened to a land grab by the AAA, "and unite with us. Become acquainted with our secret works." This is a private letter to the Nephite leader, Laconius, strictly, I think, not for public consumption, and partners in our substance. He sounds quite similar to a lot of New Dealers that I've quoted earlier, as I trust you'll agree. But back to Hiss, a latter-day Gideoni, though perhaps an even smoother liar. Maybe not, on second thought. We have to put ourselves into the scriptural account with our sandals and robes on in order to fully mine its treasures. And like we do here, liken it to our day, as its prophets urged us, in fact, to do. It applies to a man I read about the other day, Jeff Flake, a member of the church, sickeningly, in his farewell stab in the back at Trump. Not that I worship Trump, but it made me feel overwhelming disgust for this wolf in sheep's clothing, wearing the habiliments of the priesthood, signaling his higher-ups, like some sycophant, that he desires to be rewarded for doing their bidding to help bring down the anti-globalist president. If there is anything they hate, it is the idea America first. While pretending, no doubt, to fellow ward members a love of country for which he probably receives handshakes, Brother Flake is one of them, or as Gideoni called it, become our brethren and partners of our secret society, which is of ancient date, that has been handed down, and whose works we know to be good. But I digress. Post 12, a last word on Hiss. Here is the picture of Hiss at the house of Holmes in 1930 that we visited, where that police officer was stunned that Holmes mentored the communist liar. Just to take a few chapters, 9 to 14, from a lamenting prophet Jeremiah, we can identify with his longing to escape to some wilderness retreat away from his fellow citizens of Israel, and the organized plan of systematic lies of false leaders who, promising peace seek only to entrap Israel with compromising alliances. Isaiah often refers to Egypt. See, for example, the short chapter 31 or the first couple of verses in the previous chapter 30 in this regard, which is a type for us to recognize, or the spiritual version or counterpart of our day. The house that Hiss built, the UN, we should have removed from our shores. Get us out of that godless organization, and the UN out of the U.S. has been a slogan I've long supported. 3 of the sweetest people in my ward, again to mention, make it 4, counting the parents of another good righteous member have worked there and now serve a mission there. Maybe that is fine, as Joseph served Pharaoh faithfully, Daniel served loyally the king Nebuchadnezzar, etc. But there is no excuse for supporting it blindly in complete naivety as to the planned tyranny so called by several church leaders under its disguised sheep's clothing. We must be as wise as serpents, yet harmless. And we could talk if you're open. I am willing. Are you? Contention must be avoided, so let's discuss. We are not to forsake trusting in the Lord, including informed support of the nation, not having reliance on such treacherous alliances, a good example of the arm of flesh. It is up to no good lately, the United Nations, so-called, especially with its Agenda 2030, and their, albeit unadvertised, steady forcing of illegal immigration down our throats. Our Massachusetts Attorney General Martha Coakley once actually stated that there is nothing against our law to be an illegal immigrant. Huh? The UN claims to be a higher jurisdiction. Maybe she refers to that. It should never supersede our laws, but one other House intimate, John Foster Dulles, insisted long ago that it did, which was astonishing to our church leaders. J. Reuben Clark declared that treaties do not override our Constitution. Our nation's law is a glorious standard and as good as could be asked for, according to modern prophets. One senator said of the UN, that deceptive Trojan horse is a trap, let's go it alone. His father, ironically, was a skull and bonesman who, though involved with setting up a forerunner to a world court, was later still used and manipulated by his superior, Edward House, through flatteries. See Daniel 11:20-21. And those dinners in the giant guest tub didn't hurt, no doubt. This is very much like Daniel's visions, chapter 8, 11, etc., of Latter-day persons being vile, that through flatteries would stand within the glorious land, fomenting wars and conflicts, and according to plan, propose solutions through their various leagues to the detriment of liberty. Actually, isn't the resemblance striking? So this enabled House to maneuver into position the even more pliant and weaker-willed Wilson through vote splitting to steal that 1912 election, recall. I suppose that his son simply wanted to go it alone, not following the footsteps of his father, William Howard Taft, learning to be wiser than he had been. This is talking about Robert Taft here, the senator who opposed the UN. It's a trap. Unfortunately, he was outnumbered by the overwhelming majority of his colleagues. Robert Taft believed that it was not just any of our business to vote in favor of intervention in foreign conflicts, remembering Washington, Lodge, and quite possibly J. Reuben Clark. At any rate, he shared their nobler sentiments, unlike such as in the last few days we're seeing. I've heard so many actually thinking in accord with our most cherished or patriotic tradition to continue to keep troops in Syria. We are in 147 countries, Sergeant Brzezinski, I told him 35 years ago. The liberals want to stay simply because Trump would pull out. Oppose him, their only principle. The neocons, such as the Boston Globe's Jeff Jacoby or Bill Kristol, gladly appeared on CNN to demonstrate and even a conservative's criticism of the supposed renegade behavior of our president. He is, Bill Kristol, carrying on the controlled opposition toward liberalism of his Trotskyite father, Irving Kristol. Recall the obvious collaboration of both parties back in Magnolia over 100 years ago, never discontinued, and through their conservative think tanks, quote-unquote, they cherish the idea of a new American century, a modern version of a Pax Romana by becoming a world-controlling empire. A guy a few years above me at Boston Latin, he was a senior when I entered, Richard Clark, was shocked when, as the head of our counterterrorism, he discovered a report on the desk of CFR member Condoleezza Rice. He subsequently left that post in disgust and wrote against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This I mentioned to his old debate partner at our school, Larry DeCara, bumping into him in the North End near the steeple where Paul Revere hung that lantern. He had also read his old friend's book, Richard Dead Alone, belonged to the CFR, probably to advance his career, but I believe loves his country. In that report made by these Republican-side co-promoters of world government, as of course with the Democrats some months before the 9/11 event, they had written that we needed another Pearl Harbor. This can be easily downloaded to be seen online under the American 21st Century Report. Another false flag event, then, was to serve as the pretext for the creation of our Homeland Security. Amazing, isn't it? As mentioned before, that was the very same term used by Hitler. He had brought that about by causing the burning of his own Reichstag. Then, with Goebbels-like deception, stepped in to fight the wicked terrorist enemy, the communists he pinned it on. By that ploy, one used to this day over and over again, a false flag operation, the new Nazi regime clamped down on the liberties of that proud nation. The fitting words come to mind of John Quincy Adams, another, though much earlier student at Boston Latin, long preceding us, of course, who had these words to say, paraphrasing him a bit: America goes not abroad searching monsters to destroy. She is the well-wisher to others, setting an example as to how to be free, but is the defender and vindicator only of her own. For her glory is not dominion, but liberty. In other words, we are not isolationists, but non-interventionists, just as our creed personally should be. Mind your own business. Yet the past few days, the media, the never-Trumpers, and those many other liars within have been going ballistic over a possible withdrawal from that quagmire. Promising peace about which Jeremiah warned his own and prophetically future generations, these kind, of old, have ever sought our destruction only. His language is stirring that such bend their bows for lying, that each of these good neighbors, our very brothers, would utterly supplant, that is, consistently deceive, speaking peaceably with his mouth, and even if with the occasional half-truth being told, that would be but to support the bigger lie, that we must surrender a few liberties for our collective security. Ben Franklin, who also went to Latin school but like me dropped out, so I've good company, wisely said that those who give up liberty in order to obtain safety deserve neither. As said much earlier, we knew the risks involved coming here to earth, and desired, notwithstanding these perils we'd face, the glorious destiny able to be attained through supporting agency. We would live with a little uncertainty as the final outcome, proving to be valiant for truth thereby, having the potential of having glory added upon our heads forever. We trusted that plan, knowing help would always, it was promised, be available. We would be sent revelation through prophets and even to ourselves individually whenever we sought for and qualified to receive it, through exercising our faith. See again Jeremiah 9:3. Yes, I could go on all day about the lies of this man Hiss. Let's just conclude that he's a bad one, but there is a legacy from him. The innocence is gone that we once had, which one can feel almost upon stepping outside nowadays. I am not imagining things, as Cora would say, the effect of a frenzied mind. Nor do I exaggerate. Even since we were married, things have accelerated, changed drastically, with lightning strokes, in a stepped-up campaign to undo, as the novelist James Hilton put it, the verdict of 2,000 years of Christian civilization. Let's not get used to it, not allow ourselves to be desensitized like that frog, being gradually boiled to death in a pot of warm water at first. He should have heeded the words of Madison, poor frog, that it is proper to take alarm at the first instance, the first experiment upon our liberties. The first free men of America did not wait for usurped power to strengthen itself by exercise and entangle the question in precedents. They saw all the consequences in the principle and avoided the consequences by denying the principle. We revere this lesson too much soon to forget it. Before I forget, too, I want to encourage both myself and whoever might read these words by a scripture among many that were better, more plain even than this short, but this short one, quoted even out of context, cheers me. The tenor of the gospel and of the words of all of the prophets, whether ancient or modern, is that with sincere effort, true repentance, the added power of a life turned over to the Lord, we absolutely will win in the end. The choice is ours. Who to follow, God or Baal, naturally. And there really is no such thing as middle ground. nor of being neutral. But that little verse now, before moving to our last of the four horsemen. In many, many chapters of the scriptures are both dire warnings, but also precious promises and privileges that can be fulfilled through us. Some think doing nothing but waiting for God shows faith, that we only have to quote unquote live the gospel. But I do not agree with such religious neutralism as to leave all up to Him. We aren't commanded in all things, but can do ourselves as free agents much good, which would please Him more. We could be anxiously engaged in a good cause, bringing to pass much righteousness. See D&C 59, 26-29. In Jeremiah 51, I choose to adopt the 21st verse for myself. That with thee, author, I will break in pieces the horse and his rider. See also, for a remarkably similar personally inspiring charge, D&C 84, 117-118, that we should go forth as circumstances shall permit, to set forth this desolation of abomination clearly and understandingly, and that with thee, saith the Lord Almighty, I will rend their kingdoms. What a privilege and opportunity. All four kinds of horsemen, in fact, is being representative of the threat to liberty and the pursuit of happiness in these interesting times. Days as such as never been, which is exciting in our little work, and whatever others we might yet encounter. This last rider will be the man I said replaced Stalin for 1 year, doing not only no damage to that monstrous system, but actually rescuing it and its murderous dictator when they were in trouble. Another authoritative scripture comes to mind. There was even a good man needing a rebuke in this one instance. Jehu found Jehoshaphat a refreshing change in Washington, Israel. So like we should do with Trump, keeping his feet to the fire, Jehu asks, shouldst thou help the ungodly and love them that hate the Lord? Let us endure to the end, it reminds me, for having gotten into this straight and narrow path, politically speaking, I would ask if all is done. Okay, on to the final fourth horseman. Then a final chapter in collaboration with a friend on some of the solutions, the curative powers of heaven to draw upon for a worthy goal, the establishing of Zion-like principles in our lives. Post 13, the last of the Antichrist horsemen, most disturbingly, but with chilling accuracy, as our fourth of these apocalyptic writers representing war, Averell Harriman. Considered by the late Anthony Sutton to be the godfather of the Skull and Bones, which is not any distinction to be sought after by any normal man or woman, Harriman is a fitting symbol of the fourth apocalyptic writer, war. The method of the Hegelian dialectic is the great key to possess for any understanding of this critical figure of the 20th century's engineered American decline. In a nutshell, this process was the tactic of creating conflict, thesis, antithesis, then the synthesis, control of both right, left, and the outcome. That is, creating both the poison and the antidote in the same laboratory. And it works beautifully. But who can know it? As both Jeremiah see 9:12, 16-16, and 17, 9 and 10, and the prophet Joseph Smith both plaintively pleaded. For the people, having consistently fallen for deceit and falsehood, being not valiant for the truth upon the earth, proceeding to their own self-destruction, not knowing Him, that the Lord Himself had to cry, shall not my soul be avenged on a nation such as this? This sophisticated plan is probably not detected by 1 in 100, which is their proudest boast. Very arrogantly made, from Cain to Comey the communist. Yes, he admits himself, he was one, at his graduation from college, but now has a quote-unquote higher loyalty, as was the title of a book he wrote. What is that? Whatever it is, he lies, he says to lie is okay sometimes, if it promotes that cause. Since he calls Reynold Niebuhr his mentor, Hillary and Obama's too, as they proudly admit, and that man was a communist that justified violence in the advance of the revolution, then we know clearly, unmistakably, where Comey is coming from. You will not read it through any regular search on Wikipedia or in your local library. You will never discover it by trusting the conventional histories, which, with great foresight, was put under the likes of the American Historical Society, begun mid-20th, 19th century by members of Skull and Bones. With virtually all the big news outlets mainstream media, the control of education, the capture of the culture itself, it would be rather absurd to suppose the facts to be able to be ferreted out by placing confidence in any such direction naively. One must dig deeply, asking God for confirmation, as is promised can be obtained unerringly. Happily, chapter 7 of Moroni outlines the way to do this for our sure guidance. After his father Mormon had been slain earlier, he said of these type of wicked, deviously conspiring men that, quote, he saw all their doings, even as if you were present in our troubling time, yet he was not, unquote. For the Lord had shown unto him the secret combinations down to the very details, with its lyings, deceivings, whoredoms, and all manner of abominations. See chapter 8 of Mormon. Prove all things, hold fast that which is true, it says in the Bible, 1 Thessalonians 5:19-22. The way how, again, is marvelously well shown in that absolutely indispensable 7th chapter of Moroni, reiterated in the final 10th chapter, as all know, in its famous 4th verse. Here Moroni promises we may know that the Book of Mormon is true. In fact, we may know the truth of all pertinent things. In the longer coverage in the 7th chapter on this vital gift of discernment necessary to our salvation, he said this, Behold, my brethren, it is given unto you to judge, that you may know good from evil. And the way to judges is plain, that you may know with a perfect knowledge, as the daylight is from the dark night. For behold, the Spirit of Christ is given to every man, that he may know good from evil. Wherefore I show unto you the way to judge. For everything that persuadeth to do good, and to persuade to believe in Christ, is sent forth by the power and gift of Christ. Wherefore ye may know with a perfect knowledge it is of God. But whatsoever persuadeth men to do evil, and believe not in Christ, and deny him, and serve not God, then ye may know with a perfect knowledge it is of the devil. For after this manner doth he work. For he persuadeth no man to do good, no, not one, neither do his angels, neither do they who subject themselves unto him. He concludes with enjoining us to seek for another essential gift, that of charity, which is the pure love of Christ, upon which being endowed with, we shall surely be a child of Christ, which is all we could ask for, and that it should be well with us thereby, after all, at the last day. More similar reminders are found throughout the Doctrine and Covenants, and as any investigator knows, these teachings are basic to the missionary discussions. Harriman. I have the pictures of him disarmingly smiling with Stalin. As purely satanic a man as Stalin, of course, was, as the murderer of 40 million of his own people, he might have met his match here. Stalin was too obviously evil to any student of history in retrospect, though affectionately called Uncle Joe by FDR. But the charming-looking Harriman, who could deceive if it were possible the very elect of us, was many rungs higher, without any question, in the latter-day hierarchy of evil. I tell you, though, that he comes across as of the most honest appearance, the most winning and trustworthy and personable character as one could hope to meet. I feel myself, despite overwhelming proof of his being otherwise than what he appears to be, almost guilty of besmirching the image of a good man, an important, noteworthy figure in American history over decades. He was governor of New York, a seemingly worthy candidate for the presidency in the fateful year of '52. More on that later. It is frankly frightening, then, to me that I momentarily doubt myself, looking at his prominent snapshots and positive reports. He is credited with being the first anti-communist by one very readable biographer. Am I going crazy? Or has, as Jeremiah put it, the world gone mad? See first dozen verses, say, of chapters 9 and also chapter 51 of the prophet, along with Paul's great description of the many who would be deceived by such strong delusion as would exist preceding the second coming, the apostasy causing many to fall for lying wonders out of a lack of love of truth, coming to a point of believing monstrously effective lies in that day so accurately foretold by Paul in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 7 to 12. I thank my wife, Joanne, for her impeccable researching skill. She bows, laughing. I was told years ago that I would have an unusual ability to research the records, particularly regarding my ancestors, but perhaps it applies to other critical subjects as well. Joanne has often bemoaned, actually, her inability in the area of research, so my better half was given the gift today to help me complete this assignment. It was a godsend, truly, for it gives the added touch of our being a team. Neither is the man without the woman or the woman without the man in the Lord. And seriously, I'm thrilled for her and for us as a couple. I had sought in vain for days on end for evidence of Harriman's role as dictator of Russia, as alluded to above, but the source was forgotten in the midst of so much reading, both books on my shelves, downloads that had been saved, and trying to jog my memory of who had spoken of it. Several had, it turns out, but I needed at least a solid reference or two. She found in minutes what it had taken me days of searching, and I had come up short, notwithstanding a good supporting material suggestive of this astonishing claim. Post 14. The last of our 4 horsemen of the apocalypse continued, representing war, Averell Harriman. Averell Harriman, while inheriting one of the greatest fortunes in America in his real life, was thereby as close to the main decadent character in F. Scott Fitzgerald's novel, The Great Gatsby, as anyone can come, only worse. Gatsby didn't revel himself, but merely sponsored revelry. Oh, but how amazingly well Harriman hit it, his crimes against America, as did the president his condition of polio. Even more seriously, he lived by the personal motto to admit nothing, deny everything, make counter-accusations, and is deftly covering up his treasonable assistance to both Hitler and the Bolsheviks, financially and otherwise. He was a serial adulterer, although so suavely a gentleman about it, according to Kim Masters of the Washington Post, in an article of sensational prurient interest. She later took up writing of the personal lives of Hollywood stars, fittingly. He was so much away from home that most assumed he was single, and he was never much of a father. He slept with his young daughter's girlfriend, eventually marrying her, his 3rd wife. He did not attend the funeral of his first wife, despite the urgings of his second one. He cut off his children from their due inheritances, which, although leaving them not penniless, no doubt stung. That is all from Kim Masters, not found in the huge amount of materials by the researchers of his strictly conspiratorial activities I've done. That is my usual focus, but this was what I thought might also be of interest to readers that find not much interest in world affairs. So I delved a bit into his extramarital affairs. The Great Gatsby. That, to me, deliberately depressing book was required reading in high school. Many of us instinctively shun this kind of literature that the public school teachers typically swoon over. It is of the type that repels some, even as the majority unquestioningly follow the crowd. It is famous, so it's got to be good. You look around and, oh well, nobody speaks up, but the emperor has no clothes, so shrugging our shoulders, we accept the despicable fare. I want it only to be edified, so prefer a Walter Scott to an F. Scott, but what some esteem to be of great worth, even to the body and soul, others trample under their feet. Yea, even the very God of Israel to men trample under their feet. Or I would speak in other words, they set him at naught, and hearken not to the voice of his counsels. This was a lament of Nephi. Unsurprisingly, the novel was rammed down the throat of World War II vets too, being sent in droves, by 6 times the number it had ever sold, a flop over the first 18 years of its publication. It was given out free to our soldiers, coinciding with all the propaganda of the time. What must have been the reason? Ostensibly for boosting morale. What is the best known means of destroying morality? War. That's well established by all of the history of mankind, which is bad enough without adding such dispiriting reading materials as this. By design, then, we had men like Harriman and FDR who appointed him to absolutely trample upon the morals of the good men and women of the country. Proselyting us to share their guilt, they create their cover by moral mists of darkness. Then under that cover they've taken, while men slept, our precious freedoms to the extent we may rue in the approaching apocalypse should we fail to reverse course quickly. Harriman's friend Henry Luce, a fellow bonesman, controlled a lot of wartime propaganda with his Time magazine articles and pictures, such as the photo we show below of our soldiers ogling over those pin-up girls in the magazine. I know it was tame by comparison to now, where Sodom and Gomorrah never stooped so low, but the intent is discernible, and there were more barrages of a constant pressure to demoralize, which originally meant to corrupt the morals of, than is generally recognized. Curiously, Luce was privately given the name Baal as a sort of moniker in their powerful club at Yale. As I look at the name Luce, that seemed to have been as completely apt as that demonic idol. His last name, of course, he couldn't help, but How the heck did he get the name Baal? It can't be good, even in jest. Both seem to suggest with strangely coincidental accuracy that something quite wicked this way comes. We could reread Taylor Covell's first novel, also 1938, for a true-to-life character sketch of the so-called public servant Harriman titled Dynasty of Death. Earlier, I was thinking of the phrase from the book of Revelations 18:11, which accurately referred to these powerful insiders. There they were called the merchants of the earth. It is a story of two families that so much resemble the actual lives of Prescott Bush and his fellow skull and bonesman, plus unscrupulous partner in their banking firm Brown Brothers Harriman, then I have to conclude it was drawn from them. Taylor Caldwell knew more for a little unknown housewife than your high-salaried Marxist college professors of today, having written a readable novel before she was 10, eventually becoming later the world's greatest-selling author, she being like-minded to the man Robert Welch about 2 decades later joined his proud companionship in epic undertaking of the John Birch Society. She was prolific as a writer and contributed regularly to the Society's magazine, The New American. It's the best that I've ever read, personally. Only after my reading it for several years did I discover it was recommended by Ezra Taft Benson so highly that he held it up at a general conference as one of the but few periodicals he trusted. He gave each of the quorum of the 12 apostles of the church subscriptions when he was our church's president as well. I believe they are pretty much on the same page, though not by any other means than becoming in tune together. Their unity is exemplary in spite of individuality of thought, by being one spiritually, which has been well documented in many stories, very inspiring to hear. Would that we all had their receptiveness in all things to the will of the Lord, knowing that when the prophets speak, God speaks, and that when God speaks, obey. It would, with God's help, make a better world, and I think as quickly as we so desperately need, as preparation for the coming of the Lord. And by all signs, he is coming soon. Post 15, Harriman, the fourth horseman, representing war, continued. Seeing what kind of a man he was morally, I hope that steadies us so as to more ably receive the following record of evidencing his secretly engaged in treasonous activities, all toward our nation's engineered decline. It is so appalling a record of so many numerous steps taken, and of such long, steady involvement, as to remove all doubts as to the fact of his being one of the greatest enemies within of any nation at any time. Do you not suppose that the greatest villains in history would be deceptively charming? Alcibiades of ancient Greece infamously had that infinite capacity to deceive, and we know that there are angels of light who serve Satan. He and his minions would much more likely approach us in the guise of a good cause, such as peace, under a uniting of nations, rather than in an obviously evil form, to cause wars through secretly creating the best enemy money can buy, see Anthony Sutton, title of that same, then proposing false guarantees as the solution to the very problem they manufactured, was the tack taken by Harriman and his co-conspirators. Again, this is called the Hegelian dialectic, and, as was said before, works beautifully. These men are not stupid. As Secretary of the Navy, James Forrestal apprised a certain junior senator, nicknamed Tail Gunner Joe, said, McCarthy, consistency has never been the mark of stupidity. If the diplomats who mishandled our relations with Russia were merely stupid, they would occasionally make a mistake in our favor. Incidentally, both of them we believe to have been murdered, as has frequently been the case with men and women who could see. A mistress of JFK from the neighboring town of Marblehead was another, who, being mistrustful of the fixed Warren Commission's report on President John F. Kennedy's assassination, and after having dug too much and too effectively into the covered-up facts, was also murdered. No time here for details, nor time to go into the strange deaths of Vince Foster, Seth Rich, or other more recent cases, and although not widely publicized. President Trump has had attempts made against him already, and if all else fails, namely his not being impeached, another may yet be resorted to. Actually, he's in Dallas, I understand, this weekend. This would, however, carry the great risk of awakening too many of a sleeping and apathetic people, that phrase in quotation marks being the words of a modern prophet,
to the alarming conditions that are rapidly advancing about us. These are gospel ideals President David O. McKay wished for us as much more vigilant American citizens to obtain. John Adams thought it a dangerous thing to trust men, any man in power, whatever our wishes or passions may be. He said facts are stubborn things, therefore we should face them when based on good evidence from reliable sources. Despite their appearing to be public servants, some could be the very opposite. I speak not here of Trump, for his father befriended Robert Welch more than 60 years ago. Therefore the son is uniquely aware of the awful situation at hand, referring often to the deep state. As he is only one man, he even needs to be kept honest. However, that is by our applying pressure from below. From us must come a united and organized effort to educate all who have ears to hear, especially in a time of conspiracy, those of whom we entertain the least suspicion, such as a Harriman or a sort of look-alike Romney, as we saw this week. He couldn't wait to be sworn in before the flip-flopper was launching yet another flippant attack on his own Republican president. Trump's leadership, Mitt looks credible as handsome, as was Harriman, at least. To the Washington Post and CNN, the far-left outlets through which he aired his views with embarrassing hypocrisy, I thought, he was sent with perfect timing to these news sites. Like the victims of a gulag breaking down the resistance of his prisoners, these Trump-hating fake news reports are 24/7, non-stop, relentless. And they're not really trusted. The phenomenon of wearing down the unwary is a threat that does exist. I've actually seen some fall back from a level of understanding by its droning on in the background at my work. Though I had predicted it the week before that we had not seen the last of Mitt, for he seeks power and gain plus revenge, it amazed me, the audacity of it. Throughout Scripture, this type of unfortunate situation is chronicled with particular clarity in the Book of Mormon. So many examples, just read it. But let me quote from Moses 6:15 here of the Pearl of Great Price, applying it to Harriman's role, or to the current one in my former state president and governor's similar case. In this day of endless wars and rumors of wars, and in those days Satan had great dominion among men, and raged in their hearts, and from thenceforth came wars and bloodshed, and a man's hand was against his own brother, in administering death because of secret works, seeking for power. To be continued on the morrow, where it must be mentioned that under Harriman, we allowed 4 times the amount of prisoners of war never returned, never even acknowledged, than we had left behind in Vietnam. That at a time when we were under strict rations for items like butter, we were sending 200 million pounds of it to Russia. That we built 500,000 trucks and jeeps with Russian instructions stenciled on them in Detroit. Yet a man asking whether such jeeps and other vehicles as he'd seen were German or American made was boldly lied to. Neither. Your trucks and jeeps are too flimsy and come apart in 5 kilometers, so these are ours, Russian made. Can anyone read this without wanting to know who was the man or men responsible for these atrocities, some of which involving torture are just too gruesome to be put into print, which is reminiscent of the very words of Mormon at the closing almost of the book. The parallel is not something you have to twist history into some shape in order to try to prove one's point. Independently of you or I, it is just there. It is therefore so demonstrably true. The Book of Mormon, simply put, was written for our day especially. It chronicles former conditions that exactly parallel now, here, today. But there is hope in thine end, for we who draw closer to God through fearing Him and keeping His commandments, given to us in plain terms through that same book. They identify the problem, propose the solution, but happily for us, it being more true than any other book on the earth, it shows us the way out of our dilemmas, that we may return home safely to that Creator who made us. After all, He is committed to that course, come what may. We should appreciate it deeply. Post 16, a wrap-up on Harriman, the 4th of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Harriman was reported to have been, as was our 3rd of the 4 horsemen, a Soviet spy by a very credible witness indeed. It is practically a moot point, for whether spy or merely a traitor, the damage was incalculable either way. That witness was Anatoly Golitsyn, author of several earth-shaking books with very great credibility. So much so that he has been denounced by the intelligence community. So right there, that tells me he could be believed. He certainly can't be gainsaid by our first false deep state guardians, try as they might. As he was high in the ranks of the KGB, he could and did accurately predict the future moves of the former communists, like the strategic tearing down of the Berlin Wall, in order to deceive the West into giving the new Russia credits, loans, and more of the same kind of treacherous deals made, as we've chronicled, under FDR henchman Averill Harriman. It would be in a new form, but for that reason all the more deceptive. After a similar pang of conscience to that aforementioned case in Whittaker Chambers, breaking from the Communist Party, Golitsyn defected to the West. It does happen. Yuri Bezmenov is another, and they're dead on in their knowledgeable revelations of long-range Soviet strategy. I remind the reader of the 121st section, 3rd, I should say, of the D&C. We can know what things are truly manifest from heaven. That is, we can be among those few who, and what a privilege it is, know what they are talking about in relation to these kinds of hidden things of darkness, and be empowered so as to expose them. That was the plea made to us through the Lord's prophet, Joseph Smith. I, for one, think it can be complied with. Many would be otherwise led, as well said Oliver Cowdery, while all men were resting upon uncertainty as a general mass, till naught but fiction feeds the many, and the fruit of falsehood carries in its current the giddy to the grave, going on to say, and this is beautiful, that one word from the mouth of the Savior from the bosom of eternity strikes it all into insignificance, these deceptions of men. Let's not be such slow to hear dull-witted dupes, when we could be valiantly empowered to act for ourselves rather than to be acted upon by their seeking control and to rule over us all. The truly repentant one-time enemy to God and man, Golitsyn, was taken into safekeeping by Christopher Story of England. There, he was put into hiding, which is the saddest of commentaries on our free West, as with Julian Assange this past week. They collaborated on New Lies for Old and the Perestroika Deception, both very interesting and revealing of how things are run in a very different manner than those supposed who are not behind the scenes. Harriman fits the ultimate bill as one of the masters of deceit of our time, of which there are so many, but his role was quite far-reaching and therefore deserving a more particular mention. For one thing, he seems to me to escape controversy, comparatively speaking. Others are notorious, whether as liberals or loudmouths, or as being uncouth, or, as with, say, a Bill Clinton, known for their improprieties, including a list of perhaps 50 who had to be silenced for their knowledge of the huge, highly criminal drug operations in Arkansas. You see YouTube and the MENA connection, and so forth and so fifth. Here we cannot cover the Clinton crimes, which would take volumes. So sticking to Harriman, his is an excellent example of that conspiratorial pledge as shown in Harriman, that whatsoever crimes they should commit against the laws of their country or of their God, they should receive no punishment. But unlike Clinton, even his reputation too is undamaged. With a legacy attributable to the likes of Holmes in our day of license and hedonism, there are more headlines on matters of sexual misconduct. But the thing with this more major player is to me that his record is so unblemished to this day. He was, as much as any Satanist, supposedly given immunity by the Lord of this world to get away with bloody murder, as was in fact the case, literally, with this person of interest. Were it not for his intervention in Russia actually sitting in the place of one of history's most heinous mass murderers, thus continuing the horror for the year or more of his ambassador duties, it was greatly extended in the death by government of tens of millions more to come. In fact, it is yet to end. This is why it is referred to herein as the making of an apocalypse, stemming from the evil contribution of these four antichrists of our time. If we simply ask, where is the fulfillment of the descriptions of perilous times by wicked actors on the stage of the last day scenarios, where more accurately can we discover any that are a better match? A word on the cover-up of the Katyn Forest Massacre is in order. This truly demonstrates the callous and hard heart of Harriman, to quote him momentarily. At her father's request, she toured the mass graves of thousands of Polish soldiers in the Katyn forest near Smolensk. Fortunately, Kathleen had a cold that day, her father wrote, so she was less bothered than others by the stench. Now, he knew full well that the massacre was perpetrated by Stalin, with whom we saw him smiling in the photo, but caused his daughter to unwittingly cover up their guilt, being led to those graves and reporting as an American journalist that it was done by the Germans. I read a book by a former governor of our state of Massachusetts, one who, unlike others we could name, kept his promises. Foster Furcolo had learned of the slaughter of the 15,000 Polish officers and had never forgotten it. He wrote Rendezvous at Katyn, which I told him and his wife that I really appreciated reading. They were gratified. I had taken him to X-ray, but he died at Mass General Hospital on July 5th, 1995. FDR and Harriman blamed it on the Germans, fully knowing that the fact was that it was their good buddy Stalin's crime. This devious scheme was to destroy the cream of the crop of Poland, so that it might soon thereafter be subjugated according to their plan to build up communism. They knew the truth. Another author was Arthur Bliss Lane, a friend of Ezra Taft Benson's, who wrote I Saw Poland Betrayed. His book was suppressed, but Elder Benson, apprising the brethren, being on church assignment in Europe at the time, that America will have to pay a terrible price for the things that are transpiring here. Lane's book was published by Mr. Welch, thankfully, along with many other excellent ones, over a dozen, all of which contained vital, truthful information being kept from the American people. These occurrences are beyond belief fantastic, were the words of President Benson used in discussing these serious matters with his family, as we should try likewise to do, or at least to read as a family, as he urged, the Book of Mormon. I will call it a day now as to our four horsemen of what is as close to apocalypse as any you could dream up. Suffice to say, for I must move on to a more hopeful tone now, that they played their roles of death by the writer, House, of legally speaking, of famine for justice by the writer, Holmes, of pestilence by Hiss, by means of the godless United Nations he bequeathed upon us, and of the final of the four, war, by its terrible jockey, Harriman. Now let's talk of the antidote to such wickedness. Next chapter. Post 17, Zion. In order to establish Zion, obviously, we have individually to become a Zion people, having those characteristics descriptive of the people of Zion. I will be drawing upon the little booklet, Descriptions of Zion, by the excellent scholar Hiram Andrews, hereafter. Believing that the Lord gives no commandment that we cannot keep, let us venture to talk of a few of the principles upon which the goal can be achieved. One in heart and mind is a phrase with which we are all familiar. When that willingness to sustain the priesthood in their callings, each doing their part in support of the whole, then the Lord shall be able to bring again Zion. It may be a tall order, but it is required of us who have been given much. Incidentally, in following inspired leadership, a character trait of the kinds of leaders to be had in the kingdom of God was this, which I see in embryo very much so in our church, that they would be accessible. On the issue of distance between such leaders and those that follow, there should be the greatest freedom and familiarity, instructed Joseph Smith, among the rulers of Zion and the people led, we the rank and file. Only a true disciple perhaps can comprehend this, and it is incumbent upon the flock to faithfully follow and sustain their leaders. We should regard them very highly, as it is put in chapter, I think it's 13 or 12 maybe, in Hebrews, for the work's sake. True unity. Before entering on this theme, I want to keep a promise made at the outset, that an antidote would be provided for the plague of manufactured opinion that controls the majority of minds, keeping them from the truth, so that they, knowing not where to find it, are falsely led to destruction. Here I would recommend two articles by a great woman without any station named Ms. Smallbeck. See News with Views for her articles from February 18th, 2017. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean that they aren't there. And April 9th, 2018, entitled, Why is the Red Pill So Hard to Swallow? In both, she explains why the mind will not entertain new information, too contradictory to currently held beliefs. It is understandable at first, but becomes a stumbling block if held onto in the face of that evidence and proofs and those stubborn facts referred to by John Adams earlier. We have the gift of the Holy Ghost, which, if taken for our sure guide, will enable us to abide the troubling days ahead, of great deception and the snares and cunning wiles of the devil, lest we become as those foolish virgins who, having not prepared their lamps with oil, were unable to be led into the marriage feast. See D&C 45, 56 to 59. First, she says that we must understand that it need not be so. To paraphrase her here, she said that we must understand that God had set apart ancient Israel as a holy nation under the leadership of Moses, or that is, under the rule of the law of God. As was asked in Deuteronomy 4, 6 to 8, a favorite of mine, what nation is there so great, having God so nigh unto them in statutes and judgments, so righteous as we have been given this day? So correct, as Mosiah put it, as given by our founding fathers. Can we not marvel at the similarity of the wise men who the Lord raised up and for the very same purposes? That charge given of God was to be an ensign, that it would be for the benefit, if it would receive it, of the world. She well states that we're supposed to learn from this, that when Israel ceased to follow his laws, Israel ceased to be a nation. They were a kingdom of priests, a peculiar treasure, distinguishing them conspicuously from those nations that had chosen not to follow him, which thrills one to the core, seeing the resemblance of what we were given in 1789. We must stand fast by the Constitution. For indeed it was revealed, was dictated, was put into their hearts, said Brigham Young, by the Almighty who dwells in the heavens, and I tell you, in the name of Jesus Christ, that it is as good as I could hope for. So thought Joseph Smith, the rest of our modern prophets, and the founders such as Washington, Adams, Madison, and Franklin. Benjamin Rush saying likewise that he considered the origin was from heaven, that the hand of God was employed in that work of the Constitution. Below, we shall show that its true spirit will be that which is incorporated in full in the establishment of Zion, which in fact was the very design intended. Our dilemma is that we have two systems, neither of which can meet our need to become fully developed and experience the spiritual growth necessary to qualify for exaltation. The liberal side, so-called, would take away agency, which definitely is wrong. The conservative is all for freedom, but by the very nature of it, leaves too many on their own without a sense of community and true brotherhood. Socialism, which modern liberals don't often abjure anymore, but openly embrace, stifles spiritual growth. How can it do otherwise when dependency is encouraged, as opposed to the Lord's urging our becoming mature, self-reliant, strengthened individuals, yet possessing love for others? That is one of the things commanded by God in the establishment of Zion, even so as to become independent above all other creatures beneath the celestial world. It is the true form of caring for the poor that is the Lord's poor, descriptive of some of us that have not much talent in acquiring wealth, but that's okay, so long as we are striving to overcome such weaknesses, to be seeking constantly, especially for the Spirit of the Lord, as Lorenzo Snow says, then we're going to make it. Have no fear. But through trial and effort, we simply must learn what is to be done to be enabled to provide for our own needs. The flaw, then, in liberalism is obvious. No effort is demanded. They go beyond freedom and dignity, as Skinner of Harvard approvingly spoke of in his book, Beyond Freedom and Dignity. For our own good, of course. It is the war in heaven, a battle once fought, presumably won up there by those now here in our second estate, having its continuation for our further growth and development here on earth. We must live up to our privileges, not abandon free agency now. It is the final battle, and will take the wisdom of God, the intelligence of God, and the power of God in order to organize and regulate a free society so as to establish peace and prosperity and social justice. The counterfeit practitioners today are found with the modern accursed social justice warriors who, believing the end justifies the means, will resort to burning, looting, even killing whoever there may be that stands in their way. There have always been such counterfeits, which is interesting. Even as revelations pertaining to Zion were being received in the Doctrine and Covenants, is the one above referred to from section 78 of the true form, there were false utopian schemes that appeared simultaneously, such as the Brook Farm experiment. I wish I had time to go into that one, as it was involved with good men, such as Emerson and Orestes Brownson. Nevertheless, it fell short of the ideal, as all do, not enlightened by the Spirit of God. My father, mother, brother, and two of my sisters were all buried on the site at the cemetery on Brook Farm Road, by the way. Emerson quit when he learned that their world government would not be headquartered in Boston. Brownson became a valiant opponent of that conspiratorial counterfeit form. Plato, who enthroned intellectuals as his rulers of his false utopian scheme, about which I found familiar flaws to all man-made plans, was an absolute tyrant, especially as contrasted to Christ, an outline of which I wrote in a paper in my short stint in college of 3 years. I contrasted the great philosophers of Western civilization to the Savior's plan of happiness. The professor, an erudite LDS woman, thought it was wonderful, calling it at times utterly clear and insightful. I do see the humor in that, at times. Then I veered away after another professor on loan from Columbia, a liberal, if not outright communist, disillusioned me about college. But it was a good learning experience, that contrast in the long run for me still, both between an excellent, rare college professor who evidently loved truth and the far more common, liberal extremist egghead, and between the true way and the precepts of men. I was about to quote John Taylor to sum up the futility of the wise and the learned, howsoever great they may be, to establish any lasting good system on their own. The contest between one of our four horsemen, Alger Hiss, and Whittaker Chambers is really ours. Chambers said on page 83 of Witness, the book which I saw on President Benson's shelves, and was also bought by me secondhand, that had been previously owned by Alvin Dyer, another great apostle. Quote, "What I had been fell from me like dirty rags, not only communism, but the whole web of the materialist modern mind. The luminous shroud which has been spun about the spirit of man, paralyzing in the name of rationalism the instinct of his soul for God, denying in the name of knowledge the reality of the soul and its birthright." He then cited what he felt but could not express in an axiom well put. Man cannot organize the world for himself without God. Without God, man can only organize the world against man. These torrents went sweeping through him in 1937, which was the year he had met with his two fellow communists at that place in Peterborough, New Hampshire, that my wife and I visited. He broke with the party soon thereafter. We owe the lady a return visit, having promises to keep. Update. We visited her 2 weeks ago and gave her, as promised, this pamphlet to her delight. I believe the psalm that says, "My goodness extendeth not to thee." That is, apart from him, there is no good in and of ourselves. As President Taylor put it, all these things have failed, and they will fail, because however philanthropic, humanitarian, benevolent, or cosmopolitan our ideas, it is impossible to produce a true and correct union without the Spirit of the living God. And this Spirit can only be imparted through the ordinances of the gospel. So Harriman, wonderfully covering much more than I am able to enlighten us, so as to bring us to Zion, at least a sign for that blessed day to arrive, after the trials ahead that might serve as the rounds of experience we all surely need, in order to be brought up to a more prepared state for an establishing of it, or make some beginnings in that direction. I will close abruptly. Tending to be being long-winded, better end on this note. As the very political prophet Jeremiah, most are neutralized, saying that they're programmed to believe what they should do, said, "We never discuss religion or politics." Again, as he put it, the prophet, "There is hope in thine end." Gotta go. Maybe conclude next Sunday. Post 18, and afterward. Several weeks have passed since the above was written. It has now been 5 months and 1 week, to be exact, since the car was wrecked. It would be fitting to conclude with a little summary, especially since these posts were written at such a white heat without pause that it would not be easy for most readers to digest, admittedly. In my next booklet, I will try to simplify, as most good writers know how to do. This has been cathartic, writing my first book, however. But come on, it's only my first, after all. Some have suggested that it be put on audio, which may be done, when someone with more tech savvy could show me how, with my own, not some robotic voice. To update, that shall be done, hopefully, in a couple of days with text-to-speech voice, though not my own. But that sounds quite satisfactory for now. With the emphasis and personal ad-libs needed for more current events, it would be ideal to speak over some device through a good microphone. Let it do for now, as the British-sounding audio isn't bad. But things are happening so mind-numbingly fast, which we saw was actually a deliberate strategy mentioned by Orwell, that anyone could wander into strange roads and get lost, unless they have guiding principles, that iron rod, the scriptures, the living prophets, above all, in a personal line upon line, slow but sure direction, by that whispering to our souls, "This is the way, walk in it." That is, as my son, quoting President Nelson, as having just told us, that without the companionship of the Holy Ghost, it will be increasingly difficult for us to navigate our way home. So we must qualify for that, surely, or we will definitely lose our way. It was remarkable how many speakers made reference in last week's April General Conference to the adversary and his followers having ratcheted up their evil campaigns against everything normal and decent. I pointed this out at work to a church-going man who shrugged my observation off, believing apparently that the rapture would take care of everything. He smiled as he said he thought nothing was particularly different nowadays, since there was nothing new under the sun. I really underestimated the difficulty of this task. For one thing, every time I go through it, there are inevitably typos. I can never catch them all, it seems. I know more than I can tell, which is also somewhat frustrating. Also, I have a bad habit of perfectionism, trying to say everything just right. Well, I love what C.S. Lewis said, which is curative of that. Do what you can. Keep trying. Tomorrow at this time, I want to share an experience we had at the famous Lexington Green a week ago. Briefly here, we sought a certain monument lovingly described by President Benson. His choked-up voice moved me while describing what it said. We asked a lady who was dressed for the part, who was giving a tour around this, probably the single greatest historical site having to do with this choice land above all others, according to a modern scripture. In answer to my eager question, she cynically responded that it was all bogus, this quote on a monument I wished to see. It turned out that there were several monuments. It also turned out that she was unfamiliar with the one I wanted, incredibly, because it was easily the most well-known. The one she hated was a quote of a Minuteman that technically may have been inaccurate. That is unimportant comparatively. The beginning of our nation was what mattered, which certainly had connections to these sacred grounds. She was scornfully casting aspersions on that achievement. It was, too, the great prologue to the restoration of the gospel. In no other place could the freedom be found that allowed for the church to be established than in America. If some freedom-loving people of whatever faith want to return to our godly heritage, as these tourists no doubt did, coming from all other parts of the world to be at Lexington Green, they should be given a proper guide, not a blind one, lacking the true spirit of liberty. This yellow-toothed hag was in effect saying, not only is America not going to be made great again, but that it was never great. I'm sure of it. That was her motive, shockingly. But then we should count it no strange thing in these so divisive, openly wicked, troubling times. I should not be surprised myself to see evil men waxing worse and worse, and women. The poor visitors had been misled, and they had to have been disappointed, having come all the way from an Iowa, or what have you, to be inspired in these troubled times. As Esther's words go, who knoweth but what thou art come for such a time as this. Their heads drooped. She was the expert. What do we know? They might have thought. Next time, then, in a few words, more on this incident, explanatory of how this could ever have occurred. I will quote President Benson, who scored it just right, I think. More tomorrow, and the words additionally of J. Reuben Clark. A reminder, I must mention Elizabeth Warren, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and several others, including Seth Moulton, a local congressman, who met my son today and saw through, and my son seeing through all his words, that they are seeking to further their ambitions. For what else? Power and gain, and several other interesting current events and developments. And a word on transgenderism. Right now, we're back now. Returning to where we left off, these are President Ezra Taft Benson's words applicable to that modern ideological battle being reenacted at Lexington. It is a never-ending one since it began in heaven. And not until the conflict is ended, with perhaps yet the shedding again of blood, before the outcome of either the good or evil cause is determined. I don't mean, of course, that the Lord's side can lose, but the question being, whose side will we be on? Will we fight? As President Benson said, our valiant choice is what brought us here to earth in the first place, and to choose right here in this estate is what will bring us safely home now. Said he, remarkably, 46 years ago. My feelings about this tendency to discredit our founding fathers are well summarized by the late President J. Reuben Clark in these words. These were the horse and buggy days, as they have been called in derision. These were the men who traveled in the horse-drawn buggies and on horseback. But these were the men who carried under their hats, as they rode in the buggies and on their horses, a political wisdom garnered from the ages. As giants to pygmies are they when placed alongside our political emigres and their fellow travelers of today, who now traduce them with slighting word and contemptuous phrase. It was amazing to have seen these words fulfilled mere minutes after we had listened to them, I can tell you. I have been edified by even tests like this, for it is out of the Psalms I recall many of the trials of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth them out of them all. These are the times that try men's souls, said Thomas Paine in Common Sense, which Washington felt was a key contribution to the thoughts inspiring his troops. It is what we make of them. If there is to be a war, then let it begin here. Those words being what offended that poor miserable soul who wished to tear down rather than build up faith because they may have been apocryphal more than an actual exact statement made, I choose to take up for my own. I was born in Boston on that very day, April 19th, that those sentiments were surely felt, whether spoken out or only in the heart. We know that there are things that even the smallest within the rank and file can do, even the least and the most inconsiderable of us, said Burke, that's me, can do. In South Boston, near my nephew's home, is a statue of Edward Everett Hale. He reassures us, saying, I am only one, but I am one. I cannot do everything, but I can do something. What I can do, that I ought to do, and what I ought to do, by the grace of God, I will do. I must reserve that summary, plus those other matters like heaven help us, transgenderism, for the next time, for we've got to go. It is possible that only those few who know me would ever read these tediously non-chapters, for I have no plan of distribution of what's been said here, nor any connections to tell me how that sort of ambitious thing is to be done. So to those who... So to those you can simply... My wife is calling. You simply get the footnotes I promised from me upon asking. Okay, I will get a little paperback printed in Cambridge, which is an exciting possibility. I gotta go. My wife's calling. Forgive me. We were in another one of those historical North Shore towns that my wife and I are so familiar with and so fond of, I should say. And actually, I was in a little cemetery of very great antiquity in the town of Amesbury. And she yelled my name, and I said, "Oh, I'm coming." And now to pick up again, I hope, exactly where I left off. My main point is that by heeding the words of both the scriptures and living prophets, we may understand the times and avoid being deceived. Then, by becoming armed by righteousness and the power of God in great glory, be, firstly, prepared for which attribute we shall not fear, and secondly, be enabled to abide the day. You know the hymn, the line concerning these last days of trouble and gloom, about our rising with the just when the Savior doth come. Then all that was promised the saints will be given, and none shall molest them from morn until eve. And Christ and his people will ever be one, which is Zion. Again, Jeremiah says, there is hope in thine end. One must have hope, for without it, how can you progress to the grand object you have in view? Until then, what so far we've written, let it suffice. Post 19. So let's continue, it being September 25th, 5 months since our last post. During that time period, I've continued to experience semi-blackouts which, like the sad state of the nation, have severely worsened. I have AFib, and one of the meds that I take, metropolol, was determined to be counterproductive, so it had to be replaced by another one. It's an expensive alternative, unfortunately. But the old one was causing my heartbeat to slow down too much. In fact, it slowed to such a low rate as to pause for up to 7 seconds. That won't do. A pacemaker has helped to turn things around, though. After several failed attempts to convince my primary care physician to take consideration of my alarming symptoms more urgently, I got a 48-hour Holt monitor after she went on vacation at another doctor's suggestion, by which device, in detecting those troubling pauses, finally brought me to further diagnosis during a 5-day stay at the hospital. A year of unrelieved anxiety coming near to an end. Only in retrospect do I fully appreciate the degree of it. I literally felt that it had been like walking on a tightrope, making driving to and fro a highly stressful daily occurrence for a year. It had not been properly diagnosed, therefore not addressed. I find that, though, to be analogous to our country's woes and similarly frustrating. Then finally the little surgery, a stitch in time, barely, for there were at this point a couple of dozen of these down there passing out spells in 3 days or 4, unaddressed, until the results of that monitor came back. Strangely, I even had a near-death experience one day when a car sped at me from the opposite lane, veering at the very last moment. The tracks of his screeching tires, and this is 2 months ago, of his screeching tires last to this day. Was that a message? They urged me to go to the emergency room as soon as possible, which by the assistance of a friend I did, later having another full-blown episode alone in the waiting room. 12 hours later I had a room. Now those blackouts, like I call them, they last a split second, but still when you're driving, that's not good. I have never been one to discuss my health. It seems too boring for conversation with others. Still, I guess this really was a big deal, so I mention it, hopefully to just use it for good. Since the world will little know much of anything I have said here, to paraphrase Abraham Lincoln, it may be cathartic, at least. For all things, even in the kingdom of God, with self begin, as I heard at a fireside talk once, about 35 years ago. You've got to be alive, first of all, to do good. That talk was given by a son of Harriman Rector Jr. Maybe he was the third. I am comforted by realizing that the Lord, caring so much about our hearts, has many words on the subject. At least, unlike many of our time, my whole heart, anyway, is not sick. That was from Isaiah's first chapter, where he addresses an apostate nation sinfully corrupted, and a parallel to our own by the law of dual fulfillment. Nephi also referred to likening those scriptures of Isaiah to ourselves, so he's talking about that same thing. That worries me a little at times, so it is great to have this reassurance. He can even give one a new heart, whereby we may learn to do well. But attending to that medical need afforded some time to study. I've just reread and highlighted Diana West's American Betrayal, The Secret Assault on Our Nation's Character, which corroborated our above recounting of the massive influence of these four conspirators throughout the 20th century. Also, it well depicts an acceleration of that wickedly licentious assault on our moral character. Since so much has taken place in the last few months, I want to bring things up to the present, okay? Post 20. Begun Columbus Day weekend 2019. What shall be done? One of the major tools of the power elite, communism, should have been easily recognizable for the obvious evil that it was, at least to any Latter-day Saint or informed patriotic American. But I sometimes meet people my age who think otherwise. Communist infiltration here was mythical or exaggerated. Communists were never under every bed. McCarthy and the other red debaters were kooks. We won the Cold War. Come on, all is well. We won the Cold War, you say? All is not well in so-called free, prosperous Zion, a prophet once declared, saying, "It is not a happy message, but a true one." That was, of course, Ezra Taft Benson. Many non-members of the church revered him for his courageous stands, including a friend of mine here who conducts an annual Camp Constitution. He follows President Benson's timeless words better than many members even do. President Benson also once lamented to we holders of the priesthood that had we but done our homework, we might have been prepared to step forth at this time and to save our country. In his talk, Not Commanded in All Things, April 1965 General Conference, he urged that to make the effort would save our souls and maybe our country. He said in still another talk, previously entitled Stand Up for Freedom in 1963, that we have veered far along the road to soul-destroying socialism. I still feel myself here, more than half a century later after those talks, that after all we can do, that it would be by grace that we are saved in both the states of our individual and jeopardized national condition. But that such salvation is possible, and that they are tied in together intimately. On an even more positive note, I once again refer to the Doctrine and Covenants, which appears to me to have foreseen the need for a contingency plan due to slackness regarding our duties concerning this so vital matter. In D&C 101, 44 to 54, the Lord gives an important parable to we, his servants. The servants, having allowed the enemy to have broken down the hedge to his vineyard because they'd neglected to have maintained watch, were upbraided for their sloth. But in the next verses, I really do see hope, for he calls us this last time to be up and doing with utmost vigor to the task hitherto avoided. He commands them all, young and old, middle-aged, the strength of mine house, to straightway redeem his vineyard. I take it that this means to expose the sophisticated lies and deception that is reigning supreme, so much so that probably most being unaware will still hold back, still continue to stay asleep. I want to quote at the end of this post, which is the end of this booklet, from this talk, which is, through modern technological means readily at our disposal, right? Therefore, if we but do our homework, even if it be at so late a stage as it surely is, as to be much like cramming for our final exam, we may still receive a passing grade. Now then, let's bone up on our lessons. In reality, communism continues, but not only in China, North Korea, or Cuba, but in our own midst, under the more palatable, politically correct term, a term like secular humanism, multiculturalism, and even transgenderism. This all was created by some who were associated with the KGB, and by all of whom were dedicated Marxists. They did their homework all right. They were welcomed here into the universities at the beginning of World War II. As Weishaupt said himself at the inception of this conspiracy, let it not appear under its own name, but under some other. When I had that professor at the University of Utah that I got a little bit swayed from attending college any further, I just learned something today, that a line that he said had been used by Marxists since 1931. He was mentioning Horatio Alger and their rag to riches stories, so popular in America for many years. And he says there are no such things as Horatio Alger success stories in America. And I got up and I kind of contested that. And some missionaries and some young people from Bonneville, typically Utah, attending the college, kind of were glad I could tell on their expressions. Little did I know how bad that man was. He literally came from Colombia, which was infiltrated way back in the 1890s by communists. And so, whenever that was, let me think, about 1980, I experienced myself that these professors really are dedicated Marxists, a lot of them. Since our victory over the enemy during the last World War, his tactics have changed, as Boyd K. Packer well said, and is indeed a war waged under another name is all, and most diabolically. I realize that Elder Packer spoke in another context on that occasion, but his words may well be applied here. So that now any behavior, no matter how unnatural or debased, must be accepted. Withhold any judgment, all are equal. Nobody is different. No one better, more talented, more striving than anybody else. Nobody is different means we're all identical, I gather. But does not every star differ according to its glory? And what's wrong with that? Yes, differences, yet all contributing and all being equally loved by the same God. We actually lost World War II, which I could further back up, though it was before mentioned. If the objective were to defeat tyranny, then at least, by any standard, replacing Nazism with worldwide communism was certainly not a win. By the way, there were Nazi, or I should say German military personnel that were actually not only anti-Nazi, but wanted to defeat communism. Our government knew this, and it was squashed from our history, and it's little known. We could have ended the war much, much, much earlier. FDR's main all-out concern was that Russia cannot fail, though. Many a general like Clark, MacArthur, Van Fleet, or Wedemeyer, as well as Churchill, spoke to this mysterious priority of the president and his advisors, particularly Harry Hopkins. Stalin showed an astonishing degree of open affection for this man alone when he entered a conference room. Why? That is telling. There sure is something uncanny, as I've stated, about these traitors, with either their first or last name beginning with a capital H, that stands for hell, demonstrably, or one could put it demonstrably. House, Holmes, Hiss, Harriman, and a double whammy with good old Harry Hopkins. Major George Racy Jordan testified in Congress that he saw our atomic secrets were being streamlined to Russia through the base at Great Falls, Montana, under those two cryptic initials, HH. It was not planned to do an open assault here, though. It was to be done gradually until we were to fall, as I said before, like rotten fruit, as planned 100 years ago by Lenin, into their hands. What we today have culturally was the intended outcome of that communist takeover promoted by FDR. He quite correctly told an alarmed Martin Dies, who's seen things as they dangerously really were and would be, that as for the communists, they were some of my best friends. Indeed, they were. He had given them diplomatic recognition in 1933, the true opening date of our engineered decline. Previous presidents, 3 or 4 of them, had shunned any dealing with such an obvious enemy since 1917. Our current awful situation, then, is but a continuation of that very communist influence to this day, though in a more insidious, subtler form, which is hard to get across to the fundamentally decent average person. But it's true. Whereas before the infiltration of countless communists into key posts was largely hidden from view to the average American, after conditioning, through gaining control of the education system and the controlled media, it became an open conspiracy, or in plain view. Largely unchallenged and unopposed, it advanced to becoming the established norm. Nobody seems to shout that the emperor has no clothes. Were more to do so, as did that lone boy dared in that instructive tale of Hans Christian Andersen, their house of cards might begin to crumble. Apparently, to borrow here from an excellent article I saw the other day in News with Views, many otherwise good Christians seem to feel that they bear no responsibility to influence and direct the affairs of citizens of this temporal world. But all things, for example, even fixing your house if it be in bad need of repair, are spiritual. D&C 29:34-35 says that not at any time has the Lord given a law that was strictly temporal. Then it continues, see D&C 29:29-32, that we were to be free agents. Such ideas as, but we are the holders of a more high calling, attached to a far more spiritual kingdom, thus able to avoid involvement in anything political, is simply incorrect. Much earlier, we quoted John Taylor, showing that Joseph taught time and time again that we must learn that we have as much to do with the world politically as we do religiously. We cannot afford to be overly ethereal. We must be practical, in like manner as was Brother Brigham. You must use your hands to quarry the rock and go labor to build any temple. The Lord shall establish Zion when we can physically bring it forth. Said he, do we realize that if we enjoy a Zion in time or in eternity, we must make it for ourselves? Everything connected with building up Zion requires actual, severe labor. It is nonsense to talk about any kingdom except by labor. Additionally, when we work by faith, we work by mental exertion, according to the prophet Joseph Smith. That explains the relevance of the marvelous revelations in D&C 88:78-80 and 118-119 to this whole matter. The entire section is impressive. I often ask others my age whether they notice the changes since their childhood, in the 60s, to which a few respond wistfully, they remembered a more gloriously peaceful life. This occurred recently with a nurse at a clinic I visited. Seeing my birth year was her own, 1954, she made the nostalgic comment, wasn't it wonderful? Meaning the strength of our families, the trust in our elders, the better schooling, the regular church attendance, etc. she longingly sighed for. Although the assault upon national character had begun decades earlier, remember what that author Garrett Carrott had said, it went by, and he wrote this book in 1954, decades ago. So, although the assault upon national character had begun decades earlier, the children were not immediately neutralized and disabled as we nowadays observe. D&C 42, speaking of this secret combination, admonishes that thou shalt observe these things, not in abject fear, just to be wise for ourselves. She feared to have her several grandchildren to grow up in so hostile an environment. I asked, do you believe it is still God's world? She agreed that it had to be, sure. I stated that he, knowing, therefore, that these difficult challenges would occur, would have had to have held in reserve his most choice spirits to come down now. She breathlessly expressed she believed that, having come across that yesterday somewhere in her reading some reliable source. She called it something very spiritual. I was very encouraged hearing her response, and often find people who seem to intuitively know our doctrine without it having ever been taught them. I met the following week another person, again a nurse, with a similar deja vu experience on her part. I had been hospitalized, tending to that serious matter to do with my heart, happily much remedied, as I say, by the new pacemaker. We had known each other decades ago, actually, but under the circumstances, recognition was delayed. After her arranging for my dismissal, I joked a bit about my unduly prolonged stay, due to either indecision or some political correct thinking, for they kept saying, "Are you safe at home?" ad nauseum, and "Don't drive for 6 months." Hey, my driving actually is more safe than it has been in a year. Another doctor, not so rigid, agreed on that point, laughing. He's right. I said, there's an old proverb that goes, "Hope deferred maketh the heart sick." I told the nurse, as in, so let me out of here already. She changed her next words that she had been about to say, pausing quietly. Wait, you remind me of someone. Then, as it were, the fog lifted and recognition came. This is what I mean. It is a metaphor of an awakening to our true identities and purpose, and I tell you, it was a happy reunion. I knew her cousins, in fact, over 50 years ago, and kidded her, for I knew she would know the answer. Did you ever know anybody named Danny, and I won't say his last name here? His family opened the very first Dunkin' Donuts in Quincy, now a national franchise. Well, those were sweeter times. It has all changed now. Of course, it need not be perilous for every family who hold to the iron rod, as in Lehi's prophetic dream. In a way, as the dividing lines grow ever more prominent, it is ever the more clear which way to go for safety in a world gone mad. Our local paper in Boston yesterday did a story of the children leading the way to dealing with approaching catastrophe through climate change, a perversion of and a little child should lead them. This has been spoken of as syrupy, heartstring tugging manipulation in several columns, which it definitely is. No, we parents must train them in the way to go. See D&C 6825. So that's why we must do the leading, and why, after all, we call them kids. But cowardly subversives use the mistaught younger generation to push their agenda, shamelessly, which is a quite cunning strategy. They came up with various scenarios projecting using false environmental scares as one that is proven most effective by science, falsely so called, as Paul warned. See Dr. Ed Berry articles in News with Views. It all originated a half a century ago from a think tank as one pretext for their world government. See the notorious Report from Mayan Mountain. Thus began Earth Day. Take Greta Thunberg, who we've since learned is a daughter of two parents that are professional actors, who at the UN yesterday declared that change was coming whether you like it or not. To especially American adults, she melodramatically cried, "Shame on you!" Shades of the CFR member and co-founder with Colonel House James P. Warburg, which top conspiring insider defiantly similarly insisted, "We shall have world government whether or not you like it, either by conquest or consent." His masterfully deceitful solution was through the strengthening of the United Nations as a bulwark against communism. Greta has the support of some powerful backers, no question of that. The tax-exempt Gates Foundation, evidently, for one, and others who coach her. Her aims note, even her almost word-for-word demands, prove it. It is a cynical, clever use of the children, a disgusting new twist of the words of Benjamin Disraeli in his 1840s novel, which I quoted earlier. So you see, my dear Coningsby, the world is run by very different personages than you and I suppose, who are not behind the scenes. Then the girl ends up to lecture us at the UN, even though she claims she only wanted to be at school. Yet if duped adults fall for her stunt, we will do the by consent route to world government. Did you see her glare when Trump walked by her? He proceeded to lecture the power elite surrounding Greta. He said that the future did not belong to you globalists, but only to those protecting independent nations and their individual sovereignty. They were privately seething, and it remains to be seen what price there may be to pay for such stout resistance from the president. Should he lose, it would at least be by the far more honorable route, conquer or to die. Moroni took that for a motto, as did George Washington, who are as great as any to follow as our own model then too. But the UN, was the creature, remember, of that highly placed communist in the Roosevelt administration, Alger in the first place. And by comparing the Soviet Constitution side by side with the UN Charter, we see a remarkable resemblance, one to the other. J. Reuben Clark, analyzing it, warned that it was, like the League of Nations, which he played a large role in stopping, recall, principally a war document, and so that we would have more wars, therefore less peace, contrary to their fair promises. To lie boldly and always, or the big lie technique, which has gone on so long, this war-torn century, it has made us almost like the codependent, ever running back to their very abuser, since, so familiar, thus seemingly more comfortable, for more abuse. Vice is a monster of so awful a mien as to be hated, soon as to be seen, but seen too often, familiar with her face, first we tolerate, then pity, lastly we embrace. I once saw those words of Sir Walter Scott, one of my favorites, aptly quoted in a book by President Spencer W. Kimball, who also read The Last Days of Pompeii many times, another great book by Edward Bulwer Lytton. Our prophet was so well read that he probably would say it's a tale of two cities, the difference being that one resisted, the other did not. When today we go into a public library, aside from these classics, there are some odd displays. Who sponsors these outrageous things? Why do not the patrons object, or the libraries prohibit them? Why can't they just push back, as President Kimball advised to do, when confronted with obscenities? A few have, actually, in some locales in more conservative states. But not here, that's for sure. I saw last week a book called Queer Gender, prominently displayed on a rack, on a stand, on a table. Shockingly, the appealing comic book style featured the young hero rhapsodizing on a new sex toy that he said vibrates. He had purchased cheaply on the internet for only $10, he jubilantly exclaimed. I won't go into details for fear of offending squeamish readers. But don't blame me, but those who wrote it. It truly is unbelievable, someone may say. Just ignore it. But I came across it in the next couple of libraries as well, confirming what I've read even before seeing these things, that such things were done everywhere. In fact, the one I just left, I saw it once again on display. We're Everywhere was this title. Again, an LGBTQRSWXYZ promotion. It is, yes, unbelievable. But they are in Wakefield, Nahant, Peabody, North Reading, and other local libraries. Someone will say, forget it, but that would surely embolden greater audacity, furthering our decline. I want to recommend a 25-year-old booklet of 113 pages called A Chronology of Education with Quotable Quotes by Dr. Dennis Cuddy as absolutely indispensable. These things have not come about by accident, but, as FDR put it himself, who should know, for he did it, were planned that way. Cuddy outlines these outrageous plans, begun over 45 years ago, which may have seemed fantastical at the time, but are fully implemented today. Ironically, as I write but 10 feet away from me, to my joy, several adults are wonderfully, one-on-one, individually tutoring some lagging students, short in both literacy and math skills. We see the fruits of the deliberate dumbing down. They know that something is wrong, with the schools obviously, and trying, at least, with loving care, to address it. I am moved. Again, I could stand up and touch them. The one girl was a sign of the times, for although bright, knew not how to multiply. She's a good 3 or 4 years past when my generation learned those tables. I love the dedication of her competent teacher, who is amazing. But alas, the reading material is another typical sign of the sinister direction we have been steered into unawares while men slept. Although most competent, as I say, as well as loving, this tutor is going over the girl's book now. Unfortunately, it happens to lionize witchcraft, a common theme since the 70s, as Cuddy abundantly discloses. See his PDF. The tutor naively said, "Sounds like an interesting book." Who will call it out for what it is? These are good people, much better than me. They only lack a clear warning from the modern prophets, with whose words I am so fortunately blessed to be acquainted. Two of our apostles due to visit our area, even as the end of this month. So marvelously advantageous to us, and to all who having ears to hear will be profited thereby. I read an article just published today that backs up what was said above, that communism, far from being dead or a thing of the past, really is far from being either. See Revelation 13:3, how it seems to depict that such an evil force, in order to deceive the nations, could have been only playing possum. Also see Daniel chapters 8 and 11, describing a terrible conflict, a totally unprecedented warring against all tradition, as in Daniel 8:24. I have to believe that these scriptures are referring to our day, in which a test is coming, tests such as would cause us to cry out for relief day and night, as Heber C. Kimball prophesied. Or it may be our great adventure, as President Uchtdorf said a week ago in our October General Conference. It simply depends on one's way of looking at it, so that communism, still existed, not having been slain after all. Rather, that it had a long-range strategy which is visibly being played out daily before our eyes, for those who still have eyes to see. One KGB defector named Vladimir Bukovsky has finally been able to find a publisher for his book Judgment in Moscow, with the subtitle Soviet Crimes and Western Complicity, which says it all. For, from Lenin to the present, there has been, as I've indicated, a conspiracy above communism. A secret combination would be the most descriptive term for us to use. John said, "You know not the depths of Satan," implying that it would be more prudent to be well apprised. Then we would be armed with the whole truth, whereby to be more effective in shielding ourselves against all the fiery darts of the adversary, and to add the words of the prophet Helaman's, his shafts in the whirlwind, to the urgent messages of Paul and John, the Revelator. And they are, of course, very numerous throughout all of Scripture. Isaiah said that in the days that his prophecies were fulfilled, of both good and evil, I think evidently, men would be able, at least theoretically, to know of a surety of their fulfillment. There isn't any question about these being those days about which the prophet spoke. Again, regarding both a marvelous work and a wonder, speaking of the restoration and the bringing forth of that book of books, as Polly B. Pratt called it, the Book of Mormon, prior to the second coming, and of the cleansing of the earth of greatly organized, not strictly random, evil, things don't just happen, then ultimately of the peace and deliverance of the followers of Christ, the Good Shepherd, and on the other hand, the destruction of his foes on the other side of the conflict. But definitely, there shall be a sifting of the wheat from the tares of the earth's inhabitants. There will be casualties. We can also see the words of Nephi coming to pass, that there would be a great division among the people. See 2 Nephi 38-10. Then all wickedness will end, having been fostered greatly by that conspiracy whose most protective cover has been its having so widely remained unknown. That might be the only reason Hosea foretold our time this way: "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge." There are many necessary good things to learn, such as how to be a good spouse and parent, how to earn a living, along with how to live a productive, rewarding, meaningful life, serving God and your fellow man. Yet surely, if there were to be a threat to those most excellent things, then it would have to be considered as an essential thing on our part also, to know how to act in the face of such a most highly organized and well-financed threat. Now, in conclusion to those quotes of President Benson, quote, "Sometimes the Lord waits, hopefully, on his children to act on their own, and when they do not, they lose the greater prize, and the Lord will either drop the entire matter and let them suffer the consequences, or else he will have to spell it out in greater detail. Usually I fear the more he has to spell it out, the smaller is our reward." Unquote. Quote, "But no one could say from the inception of the church up to the present day, the Lord through his Spirit to the individual members and through his spokesmen the prophets has not given us the objectives and plenty of guidelines and counsel." Unquote. Quote, "Should the Lord at this time decide to cleanse the church, and the need for that cleansing seems to be increasing, a famine in this land of 1 year's duration could wipe out a large percentage of slothful members, including some ward and stake officers. Yet we cannot say that we have not been warned." Unquote. Quote, "This gigantic world struggle takes on more and more the form of a war to the death. We shall do well and wisely so to face and so to enter it." Here he was quoting President J. Reuben Clark. "But the Book of Mormon warns us that when we shall see these murderous conspiracies in our midst, that we should awaken to our awful situation. Now, why should we awake if the Lord is going to take care of us anyway? Now let us suppose that it is too late to save freedom. It is still accounted unto us for righteousness' sake to stand up and fight. Some Book of Mormon prophets knew of the final desolate end of their nations, but they still fought on, and they saved some souls, including their own, by so doing. Joanne's brother, a non-member, said virtually this same thing, showing unusual wisdom to me recently. For after all, the purpose of life is to prove ourselves, and the final victory will be for freedom. Maybe the church will never set up a specific program for saving the Constitution. Perhaps if he set one up at this time, it might split the church asunder. And perhaps he does not want that, for not all the wheat and tares are fully ripe. The prophet Joseph Smith said, "It will be the elders of Israel who will step forward to help save the Constitution, not the church." And have we elders been warned? Yes, we have. And have we elders been given the guidelines? Yes, indeed we have. And besides, if the church should ever inaugurate a program, who do you think would be in the forefront to get it moving? It would not be those who were sitting on the sidelines prior to that time, or those who were appeasing the enemy. It would be those choice spirits who, not waiting to be commanded in all things, used their own free will, the counsel of the prophets, and the Spirit of the Lord as guidelines, and who entered the battle in a good cause, and brought to pass much righteousness in freedom's cause." End quotes. I have a book by that very title in Freedom's Cause by the late, great Russell Kirk that enlarges on the theme and serves to remind the reader of devoting oneself to it, beside which there is none greater. For it is over that issue, that we all once were engaged in the premortal life, that is again raging on the earth today. And because of the degree of deception involved in the siren songs, or in Lehi's dream, those mists of darkness, so beautifully depicted in the new Book of Mormon videos, by the way, that tend to lull so many so fast asleep, that we must be anxiously engaged in the same cause today, not waiting to be commanded. We are agents through the plan provided for by a loving God, therefore most free to choose to be counted among the valiant. As it says in Esther, that if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance will arise from some other, worthier source. But think about your former place and birth, who you are, and where you came from. If you knew that, you would be astonished. You were among the valiant in that estate, surely, or you'd not have come to the present moment. Use your gifts and a little exercise of imagination, and pray to learn whether the statement does not ring true. Who knoweth but whether thou art come to the kingdom for such a time as this? Please see D&C 45, 57 to 62. Great things await you. Postscript. The CFR's official logo depicts a wild man riding the white horse of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, as prophesied in the 6th chapter of the book of Revelations. I had written the first half of this booklet before recalling that logo. I realized my title was trite-sounding due to overuse. but not so much so after recalling that symbol. Again, taking Daniel's words in the 8th chapter, which I believe is speaking of the conspiracy as well, we're told of such a crafty, deceitful organization, like this group begun by Edward M. House, that by peace would destroy many. It is actually pretty apt, after all. Post 21, the invasion of the body snatchers. It all started on a farm in the middle of nowhere, line from the 1956 film The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, a political allegory. One day, several months after what I thought was the concluding chapter had been written, then the postscript added, Joanne and I had a few further leads that we just had to investigate. They further help us get to the roots of our modern situation, which has, and I quote, mind you, from a March 1971, a half a century ago, American Opinion article, reached a stage where even the most uninformed and apathetic citizen has begun to realize that something is seriously wrong. All these things having combined to make the man in the street wonder how it all began, which has been our main focus, and more importantly, why it wasn't stopped before it reached such proportions. Indeed, how can anyone account for socialist Democrats Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, or Pete Buttigieg being taken seriously by voters? A News with Views columnist, Kelly Nelson, asked yesterday, in what was once a constitutional republic. Ron Edwards adds today, perhaps if Trump is reelected, America might have a chance to save itself. But even if he is reelected, there is no guarantee that even he can stop the slow-moving socialist avalanche that started under the progressives over a century ago. Frank Capel, this much earlier article's author, goes on to say that informed conservatives know the answers to those questions. Many other Americans, though equally concerned about what is happening to their country, do not. It is for the latter that we attempt this cursory survey. We propose it not as a study of contemporary history, but as an invitation to study, not as a call to action, but as background for those who, having determined the facts for themselves, still have the courage to fight for American liberty. His article called Since FDR, Some Not So Ancient History, I think answers a few questioners who have hinted to me that I should cover matters that are more current, therefore more pertinent to now. Say the impeachment of President Trump, the incivility and outright rampant evil doings of Pelosi with her childishly tearing up of the President's State of the Union speech, or of the intransigence of Nasty Nadler or the audacious lying of Shifty Schiff. But seeing as how these three all have Communist Front affiliations going back decades, which I saw in a 7-year-old book by Trevor Luton entitled The Enemies Within, Communists, Socialists, and Progressives Within the U.S. Congress, but also ardently push for world government, we need that lesson of history. That, after all, is what an ancient record compiled far more than a mere 100 years ago, as we've but covered here, is for. To liken it, as Nephi put it, to ourselves, to recognize it, as urged by Moroni near the closing of the book, of the similar awful situation we would see for a certainty in our time. He gave warning for our day of a modern secret combination, which is more than simply corruption, which too, of course, we find, but that seeks the destruction of all sovereign nations, which goes far beyond common criminality. But this extends even to the openly wicked plan to bring about the abolition of the human family itself, to be frank here. I might add, quoting their plans, what they have in mind for private property, as shortly hereafter we shall do. Note, the first two planks of 10 of the Communist Manifesto were abolition of property and the institution of a graduated income tax. Adam Weishaupt had 6 propositions, the last 4 of which called for the elimination of property, patriotism, the family, and religion. Now, to those couple of farms that my wife and I visited, accompanied by a sister, Frances, who lives conveniently nearby in Milford in the state of New Hampshire. Our destination was for a return visit a half hour away from her through Peterborough, as aforementioned in the previous chapter. From there we traveled to the foot of the fog-enshrouded Mount Monadnock in Dublin, which was only a further 6 minutes' drive. I have to say, that being the case, there cannot be much doubt that this was a strategic location agreed upon by the 3 communists who breathed together at an inn built circa 1790 called Bleak House in the month of August 1937. Conspiracy thrives on secrecy, and the next two places we visited were certainly less visible to prying eyes than their Bostonian residences from which they all hailed. Alrighty then, not by Aer Lingus, but by car. Let's go to Dublin, New Hampshire, that is. Post 22, a threat to our liberty. In Irish Gaelic, I was told by my other sister Elizabeth in Utah that the word for liberty is saoirseach. What we now reveal is Beggart ar saoirseach at an. Translated, it's a threat to our liberty. C.S. Lewis, a favorite author of hers, wisely said that we all want progress, but progress means getting nearer to the place where you want to be. And if you have taken a wrong turn, then to go forward does not get you any nearer. If you are on the wrong road, progress means doing an about turn and walking back to the right road. We have seen this when doing arithmetic. When I have started a sum the wrong way, the sooner I admit this and go back and start again, the faster I shall get on. There is nothing progressive about being pig-headed and refusing to admit a mistake. He said also, evil can be undone, but it cannot develop into good. Time does not heal it. The spell must be unwound bit by bit, with backward mutterings of dissevering power, or else not. I believe that this means that we elders of Israel need to thoroughly fix our broken law, the original constitutional law that was literally God-given. See D&C 101, 44 to 62. Or, in other words, by doing what the Lord, through Joseph Smith, revealed. Said the prophet, and again we would suggest for your consideration, the propriety of all the saints in gathering up a knowledge of all the facts, and also the names of all persons that have had a hand in their oppressions. See D&C 123, 1 to 7. And elsewhere in the 88th section, verses 78 to 80, commanding us to teach ye diligently, and my grace shall attend you, that ye may be instructed more perfectly, in all things that pertain unto the kingdom of God, that are expedient for you to understand, things that have been, things which are, things that must shortly come to pass, things that are at home, things which are abroad, the wars and the perplexities of the nations, and the judgments which are on the land, and the knowledge also of countries and of kingdoms, that ye may be prepared in all things, when I shall send you again, to magnify the calling whereinto I have called you, and the mission with which I have commissioned you. The 1958 book, World Peace Through World Law, remains Grenville Clark's lasting legacy. His farm, which we found in Dublin, was where he formed a group that was an incipient world government called the World Federalist Association in 1946. I read about his co-author of the book, written a dozen years later, whose name was Louis B. Sohn. Investigative journalist Cliff Kincaid had laid it all out in a column recently entitled The Crackpot Mentor of State Department Nominee, Harold Coe being the nominee, Sohn being the dangerous crackpot. Kincaid well pointed out that the Obama appointees Harold Hung-Ju Coe and Anne-Marie Slaughter were part of a world government team being put in place under Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Clark's co-author, Harvard law professor and international lawyer, Louis B. Sohn, then, was Coe's acknowledged mentor. Louis took me under his wing in a familial way, Coe said. As for Slaughter, she is the author of a 2004 book, A New World Order, shades of Bush's mentor, National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft, evidently the modern coiner of the term. He apparently dusted it off anew since Edward House manipulated Wilson's original usage. But one of my overly educated fellow saints, a good guy, was slightly brainwashed, perhaps, from his having lived for three decades in the People's Republic of Cambridge. Hence, he proudly gushed about Scowcroft's having been a member of the church, you know. Unfortunately, that is true, but that does not make him one of us. Not by any means. President Spencer W. Kimball pointed to the 5 wise and 5 foolish virgins as being representative of we of the church, not us versus the rank and file non-members in this parable. Likewise, President Dallin H. Oaks referred to that same thought in a past 2004 talk. See D&C 45 to verse 57, speaking of the wise who, having received vital truths, thereby avoiding such deceptions as we nowadays face, shall abide the day. The wheat and tares must needs grow together until the sifting is ultimately completed. The Book of Mormon is a great sifter, so we've been taught, then bundled up and the chaff burned. I think of what the prophet Isaiah said, "My people have gone into captivity for lack of accurate knowledge," and Hosea prophesying likewise that my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Now, I've recently received a good heads up from a leader in my ward that because of the precepts of men, many will read these same scriptures with a very different understanding than his and my own take. Be it so, be it so. I choose to be charitable and not to fret over that. Back to the subject. The term world government is too benign for what was formed here. The term global dictatorship would be more descriptive, as the journalist well put it. Interestingly, Sohn and identified Soviet spy Aldra Hiss were both major players in the conferences that resulted in the creation of the United Nations in 1945. There is no clear connection of them working together, however, so Cliff Kincaid thought. I am but a Joe the plumber or less, a VA housekeeper, so dub me henceforth Arthur the housekeeper, in my particular station in life. Hey, Bunyan's terrific Pilgrim's Progress was written by a lowly tinker, but I nevertheless am able to provide that connection, Mr. Kincaid, pretty plainly. For Sohn's much older, more connected partner, Clark, lived but minutes away from where Hiss stayed in nearby Peterborough, New Hampshire. Plus, Harry Dexter White also had met with Hiss at that time, and, as we will come to momentarily, lived on his secluded farm just another 12 miles away, in Fitzwilliam. Is it not within the realm of possibility that they met, just to stretch our lively imaginations just a bit here? First, they were in the same neck of the woods at the very same time, as another coincidence would have it. See post 9 above for the full story, please. By the way, I have watched an old clip on YouTube of both Hiss and White denying under oath that they had ever met with Whittaker Chambers in Peterborough, New Hampshire. But 14 witnesses testified otherwise, and White was now, as we shall see, become such a liability as had therefore to be disposed of, killed. So he was. And as in the case of Edward M. House and George Herbert Walker, as you may hopefully recall, having their respective bungalows side by side in Magnolia by the Sea, with their playing complementary roles and exercising such control over both major parties as specifically called for by House in his 1912 quote-unquote novel, unquote, Philip Drew Administrator, it all becomes obvious. Yes, they met. They breathed together. Indeed, these men had one mind. Or, as the puppet President Woodrow Wilson put it, he is my alter ego. Speaking of House, his thoughts and mine are one. What an admission. You were saying in effect that you were possessed by the same evil spirit as Karl Marx, who vowed to make war with the one above. For House dreamed of socialism, as sought after by Marx through the creation of a world government. America's future as a sovereign nation is at stake. This has been steadily going forth since 1912. To speak of Americanism becoming again our credo, as Trump has, after that long of an investment of over a century by these furtive but unlike us well-organized conspiring men and women, accounts for their frenzied opposition to any interruption of that plan. Again, as Thoreau put it, for every 1,000 hacking at the leaves of evil, such as the current batch of communists, socialists, and progressives running as the demon rats presidential candidates, there is one striking at the roots. World federalism was, according to a typically admiring biographer, Edward M. Yoder, like all Clark's ideas, carefully thought through. Well, we do not have the slightest doubt of that. It was, as FDR said, planned that way, of course, else it should never have been brought about. To illustrate what that plan for peace looks like after the abolition of any nation's having any personal army for its own self-defense, nor of any individuals within any nation having any individual right to own any kind of firearm privately, no, not even the local police, being restricted to one firearm per 100 officers, incredibly, but yes, a greatly armed to the teeth international police so as to be enabled to enforce domestic tranquility, Let us remind one and all of what took place in Rwanda about 27 years ago, where every citizen was disarmed along the lines of a blueprint of Soane's. After a historically unprecedented bloodbath, the UN then came in. Over the preceding 103 days, 800,000 Rwandans were butchered by machetes and by being clubbed to death. They vainly fought back with bare hands, but it was without hope, and the blood of the saints among them were to cry from the ground against this horrific crime, largely unbeknownst to many. But how can that be in a day where we have such instantaneous access to information? A very good man in my ward recently told us in his Sunday school lesson that we know of no modern case of the blood of the saints crying from the ground. He apparently limiting the word saints to our own people, strictly in Kirtland, Nauvoo, Carthage, and the state of Missouri, although other kinds of evils are taking place, he said. I should have said something, for the application is in a far broader context, and in an eternal perspective we realize that millions of others will, having had their work done, too be correctly called saints, but perhaps not in a mixed audience where there are varying levels of understanding naturally, but that's okay. He definitely has the Spirit fully otherwise, as do virtually all who lead and teach here in my ward and no doubt in every other ward of the church. See 2 Nephi 28, 9 through 14. I could still ask him privately to just check out this chapter's contents if he would please. You have to use restraint, nevertheless persistence, to be heard. I know both Micah and Jeremiah had words to describe this delicate tiptoeing in order to communicate and alert others to the stepped-up evil in the latter days. Trust ye, as in confide, not in a friend, but put ye not confidence in a guide. Keep the doors of thy mouth from her, such as be wise for thyself, that lieth in thy bosom. Micah 7:5. Take ye heed, every one of his neighbor, and trust ye not in any brother. Jeremiah 9:4. I'm not saying that the Lord can't raise up a few trusted friends. He will. Yet the fool uttereth all his mind, but the wise keepeth it in, till afterwards. At least it's advisable to be prudent, for the days are so politically correct. Therefore the prudent shall keep silence at that time, for it is an evil time. Amos 5:13. Other scriptures come to mind, describing our time precisely. But thankfully in Isaiah it was prophesied that a book would yet come forth to cause the blind to see it out of obscurity, and enabling the poor in spirit, among men even, to rejoice in the Holy One of Israel, thereby bringing this terrible thing to naught, that those who create such an oppressive political climate as to make a man an offender for a word, and lay a snare for him that reproveth in the gate, that is, prophets, or those that lovingly correct us, and turn aside the just for a thing of naught, shall be fully exposed. Isaiah 29:18-21. John Taylor said that God is watching over us, and angels are all around and about us, and are more interested in us than we are in ourselves. But because of the veil, we just can't see it. And Esdras in the Apocrypha, referred to favorably in the 91st section of the Doctrine and Covenants, in his second book, chapter 6, verses 27 and 28, so heartily encourages us that soon now evil will be put out and deceit shall be quenched. And as for faith, it shall flourish. Corruption shall be overcome, and the truth, which hath been so long without fruit, shall be declared. We'll get to see truth. We're pains are taken to bring it to light then, to finally prevail. Of course, we would all want to be part of that victory, a truly thrilling come-from-behind win, if ever there was one. Are becoming more than spectators on the sidelines, but as President Nelson put it, actually the main participants in the game. But we have to qualify, which so privileged a thing is quite attainable to everyone who seeks to do so with all their hearts. Prophets from Adam on down have foreseen our day, said President Nelson. They've talked about our day, when Israel will be gathered and the world will be prepared for the second coming. But of all the people who have ever come to earth, we are the ones who get to play on the team. Everybody else have been just spectators. Russell M. Nelson Seminar for New MTC Presidents and Visitors Center Directors, January 16, 2014. Post 23. The Lasting Legacy of Grenville Clark. A great family, even related perhaps to Jedediah Morse aforementioned, a true servant of God, as a true watchman in his day, dwelt on this farm and his noble descendants for a couple of centuries. That is, until the opposite type of man, and one Grenville Clark, took over the hallowed property to undo, to be a counterfeit of the true form, as in the film The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, where innocent victims were duplicated by something truly alien. After taking pictures of the place with its quaint old original structures, we went to a little library a stone's throw away, to pause and recount our great good fortune to have found it another residence of an enemy to God and man. He was so key to our research, our practically wasting and wearing out our lives to bring to light these hidden things of darkness, D&C 12313, planned and perpetrated behind the scenes. We have taken this adventurous journey and recorded it so painstakingly for the future well-being of our posterity and whoever else may have ears to hear. So, after checking the place out and Joanne's usual taking of a few beautiful pictures, we meandered back down the dirt road to that little library. Across the street were the main offices of the Yankee Magazine and the ye old Farmer's Almanac, to which the sage Ben Franklin contributed his timeless pieces. She mentioned our visit to the lovely old farm to the librarian, which is when things turned rather strange. With a frown of disapproval, my wife was asked in a very negative tone, slowly, "Why were you taking pictures?" There seems to have been here a gatekeeping role or a severe attitude of no trespassing on any investigation into the sordid history involved with the latter-day occupant, Grenville Clark. My wife had a swift reply that bubbled with joy, because it was so lovely, which was so effectively disarming that I got a real kick out of it. We played dumb, simply put. Any previous professional investigative journalists may well have looked the part more than we did. I enjoyed greatly being so inconspicuous, so undercover this way. No, I don't think it was imagined by me, this hostility over a couple of pictures of a farm. The lady seemed stuffily overeducated, therefore, and I hate to say it, but it's so true, of the Ivy League liberal mold. Forbidding. That same proud cast of the Boston Brahmin-like air of superiority of all the subject of this whole history. Talking to a local and inquiring about the infamous Grenville Clark, he enthused, "Yes, we're quite proud." As my wife, with her cane, just prior to her knee replacement surgery, and sister were crossing the road by the Farmer's Almanac office, a car, driven by an older woman, sped up to them in the narrow, white-striped painted crosswalk, where she loudly honked for them to get the F out of the road, quite astonishingly. I searchingly gazed across the fields by the old, white wooden, steepled church in this picturesque New England setting, wondering where the alien pods were, allowing the silent takeover of this town, of where the real humans or true inhabitants should have been living still. As we've pointed out already, Peterborough was but a couple of minutes away, where our three communists had met. There was Chambers, who heroically had broken from the party later that year of 1937, as well as the two dignitaries of high influence, who were, of course, White and Hiss, both of whom did incalculable damage to our nation. But this clever Clark, the communist fellow traveler, did so as well. Yet virtually every biography on this man I've seen sings his praises. Titles that are typical were "a gentleman and a scholar," or "a public man with a very, and I do mean very, private life." Which is obvious why that would be so, isn't it? Secret combinations love to obscurity, preferring darkness to the light of exposure. For the known invader is far less worrisome, said Cicero, than the enemy within, who yet seems to get all the accolades. It is sad, but likewise true here. In that same year, 1937, coincidentally, of course, Edgar Snow dedicated his book, Red Star over China, to Clark. The book was an absolute favorite of Mao Zedong, the murderous communist Chinese dictator. The Epoch Times has just put out an audiobook free, which hopefully would not diminish interest in it. One's not getting to invest a few dollars, putting more value, sadly, on things to most people, called How the Communist Spectre is Ruling Our World. It was compiled by a valiant group of much persecuted, true modern, stalwart adherents to truth. I've personally never seen anything like it in my life. To any member of the church, I would recommend it as the most informative commentary on our times that you could read, or, if you prefer, listen to. This heroic team of about 10 are Chinese dissidents who have suffered imprisonment and even torture in some of their cases to give all of us, too unacquainted with these apocalyptic affairs, maybe too comfortable, encouragement and hope here, which you would think necessarily would be the other way around. It's good beyond belief what they've produced. Evidently, it's such great personal sacrifice. They are like another witness or voice from the dust in their own right. So parallel are their doctrines to our own. I can't do it justice by trying to give a review here. Oh, just read it. Again, the audio is done superbly well. Either way, just do it. But I shall give a few encouraging gems from them at the end. Actually, I would just recommend the book. I skipped that, I see. Unsurprisingly, to me at least, Clark has close ties with some familiar characters discussed earlier here, Anne. We learn that he and his law school friend and classmate, the notorious Felix Frankfurter, a Bolshevik sympathizer, recall, seem to have persuaded their friend Franklin Delano Roosevelt to call Henry L. Stimson from retirement to be Secretary of War. That reminds me of good old Brer Rabbit and his pleading with Brer Fox to please don't throw me into that briar patch. It would have been with about that same degree of reluctance that he had to be coaxed into accepting that post. He was skull and bones, remember. He did later gloat on his role in pushing Japan into firing the first shot, conspiring with White to do so. After Clark's having worked as an unpaid assistant to Stimson during most of the war, oh, what selflessness, such altruism. He was urged by a secret society fellow member to go home and think of ways to avoid World War III. That means 3 in Roman numerals. I actually have to point that out, as a modernly educated girl broadcasting on her show thought World War I meant World War XI. The transparently falsifying biographer then adds, Clark's answer was, voila, world federalism. As said above, it was definitely carefully thought through, far from any stroke of magic. He continues, though sometimes identified as a dreamy utopian scheme, you don't say. He then rambles on about how ennobling it all was of this great man, taller than his time. I agree with utopian and scheme, but this fellow utopian scheming biographer should alter the word dreamy to a little more accurate term, as in nightmarish. But unlike Mary Shelley, whose nightmare of the monster Frankenstein came to her naturally unbidden while asleep, this one was filthily dreamed up by a fully conscious man who knew full well what he was doing. That, by definition, is outright treason. More democratic are we than the country that produced this man over 100 years ago. Yes, we've descended into a democracy, all right. But this is as Clark wished it to be. It is again so disingenuous. What this biographer is, really, with his Rhodes Scholar credentials, a dead giveaway, is a gatekeeping, lying historian, covering for the Frankenstein monsters of the last century. Quite possibly, Mary Shelley's nightmare, incidentally, could have been a subconscious warning or vehement protest of her husband Percy Bysshe Shelley's connections to the Illuminati of the human devil Adam Weishaupt. Those very sort that Joseph urged the saints to expose are doing their writing with a sly sneer that they much enjoy. Their mindset was on full display recently on CNN, featuring the insufferable Don Lemon. Rubes, they, he and his guests, through all their crude guffaws to the point practically of shedding tears, consider us. Hillary's deplorables. Our liberal foes may have rejoiced when our sorrows they've seen, but Israel will shortly be free, and they will rue the day, for they plunge themselves into endless woe. The plan of the World Federalists continues to proceed with lightning strokes, though Clark, our great founder, has been, as one eulogizing poet worded it, been now laid sweetly in his grave. Both Bill and Hillary belonged, as did Walter Cronkite, to his abominable club. One may see for oneself the scorn he held for an independent America on a YouTube video in which he is seen receiving an award at one of its ceremonial banquets. He wished in his speech for president of the globalist organization Clark founded to take the place of the United States president. To much applause, lusty laughter, and hears, and yet he was the man that was nicknamed the most trusted man in America, Mr. Walter Cronkite. How that blueprint is being implemented to this day, piece by piece, may be seen in the shocking developments of the USMCA signed by President Trump a week ago today. He meant well, he knowing that NAFTA was bad, very bad, as he would say, for America. But while the New Deal looked good on the surface, something wicked this way comes, done surreptitiously by Democrats at the last minute. It is over 2,000 pages long, which of course he couldn't have read, nor known of the dangerous added provisions. A tiny sample shall have to suffice. It sets in stone the United Nations Agenda 21, Sustainable Development Policy, a policy that is the antithesis of and works to undermine constitutional American property rights. This is that United Nations policy, and I quote, "Land cannot be treated as an ordinary asset controlled by individuals and subject to the inefficiencies of the market. Private land ownership is also a principal instrument of an accumulation and concentration of wealth and therefore contributes to social injustice. If unchecked, it may become a major obstacle in the planning and implementation of development schemes. Public control of land use is therefore indispensable." Infuriating, huh? Frederick Bastiat, who in his little classic The Law recommended by President J. Reuben Clark when serving on the board of the Foundation for Economic Education, eloquently denounced such officious public kleptomaniacs who have such an itch to control others, saying, "Away with them! Let us instead try liberty, which comes from God, as an acknowledgment of him and all his works." A final word on Mr. Grenville Clark, who would be the polar opposite to our great statesman and two-time member of the Church's first presidency, J. Reuben Clark. It was even admitted by his admiring biographer, Edwin Yoder, that it, quote, "goes without saying that Grenville Clark deplored and opposed the red-baiting climate of the early 1950s, and was considerate of, though not credulous about, Alger Hiss when Hiss got into trouble," unquote. Then, quote, "in the 1960s, he developed a strong interest in civil rights, and not only gave generously to the communist-led, NAACP, but inspired others to do so, like Mitt's father, George Romney, as well, I would add. Anthony Bryant, that former Black Panther acquaintance of mine, mocking the civil rights song, 'We shall overcome,' cried, 'Who are you going to overcome? God?' There's more, of course, much more, but we had better move on to the next and at last, long last, concluding character, and after Harry Dexter White, make another reference to Mitt, who deserves a further share of dishonorable mention. As we asked about a year ago, who are you, really? I do have some clarifying answers to this guy's behaviors that would be otherwise inexplicable. Post 24. Harry Dexter White, may his ashes rest in peace. Woe unto them that call evil good, and good evil, that put darkness for light, and light for darkness. Woe unto the wise in their own eyes, and their works are in the dark, and they say, Who seeth us, and who knoweth us? And that would call white steeds white, when they are the blackest of the black. One day, about a month ago, an idea that had been gnawing at me resurfaced. It was that Harry Dexter White had been the man calling the shots, for it was not Alger Hiss, bad as he was, that had arranged for that meeting during the second week of August 1937 at the inn at Peterborough, New Hampshire. I'd once read that he had driven down from his own farm somewhere in the same state. I now wondered whether or not it would be possible to learn the whereabouts of that hideaway and visit it, too, just as we had over the past 4 years in the cases of our 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. They, namely House, Holmes, Hiss, and Harriman, were such famous figures, so well known, so prominent, that discovering their former abodes wasn't as challenging as I had assumed this would be. Therefore, I'd never considered making any attempt at searching it out. But, with only a little digging, the residence was found. More, that it was not far from the place where the communist trio met, about 12 miles further. I don't know why I had simply assumed up to this point that White's farm would have been too far, too remote, to be able to check into. However, as Elder Hubie Brown stated many years ago, the times in which we live are fraught with unprecedented potential for doing good through rapid advances in technology as well as grave perils therewith. I am not so very tech-savvy, not being able to turn on a movie on my own without Joanne's help. Yet here we are, in this age of wonders where, as Daniel declared, knowledge would increase. And of course we think of the Doctrine and Covenants would be poured out upon the heads of the Latter-day Saints. Being so enabled through new capabilities that would be invented, and that also travel would be marvelously enhanced. See Daniel 12, 1 through 4. Parley P. Pratt, a prophet in his own right, likewise anticipated it. He wrote that a man would travel through the air at an accelerated rate of 1,000 miles per hour in his Key to the Science of Theology, 1855. His lone voice of that time was when a voice, see also his tract, A Voice of Warning, written the very year, as the Roosevelt Manifesto, 1841, when the most eminent scientific men of great reputation in England had stated that we had invented all that could be invented. There would be no further revelations in science. The great Jefferson had expected in 1826 that we would soon see fantastic new inventions. He also awaited a needed restoration of true apostles, hence direct revelation from God once more. But like a man inspired, he stated that he would not live to see it, though it would come. He and John Adams both passed away on July 4th, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. The very next year, of course, Moroni made his angelic visitation to Joseph Smith. It is also an interesting fact that a crescendo of the greatest compositions of classical music occurred simultaneously to the restoration of the church about 1830. As the devil tries to undo, marks began to be groomed by a truly diabolical character named Moses Hess, believe it or not, yes, in 1830. Joseph had said that whenever God undertakes to do a work, the devil sets up a counterfeit. And so likewise at the very outset in 1776 of Freedom's Cause, which was the great prologue to the restoration of the true church, as Marky Peterson has written, its opposite, Weishaft's Illuminism, was formed. As for the Communist Manifesto, it was still a dozen years away. I mean the one written by New York politician and early-day communist Clinton Roosevelt in 1841, deceptively entitled The Science of Government Founded on Natural Law. The League of Just Men sent Karl Marx to plagiarize this document from a copy of it sent to a library in London, where Roosevelt and William Dana had it sent. This was 7 years later, in 1848. But I digress. This is way too much material, as said Festus in the book of Acts to Paul, saying, "Thou art beside thyself, much learning doth make thee mad." Which, to paraphrase Festus after hearing Paul, "You are out of your mind. Your great learning is driving you insane." But there you have it, the rest of the story. Let's jump ahead now a full century. Before the election of one of his descendants, his fifth cousin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, in 1933, anarchists, communist subversives, and other such radical types were fully dealt with by the local police under state laws. They were prosecuted accordingly and deported at that saner time. It all changed after 1933. According to Capel, with the arrival of the New Deal, communists by the score were permitted to enter into key positions in the government. The communists began to recruit large numbers, being especially successful in the colleges and universities. A small army of talented young Marxists, urged on by their radical professors, entered the communications media and other areas where they could be of service to the planners of the New World. Frank A. Capel was a professional intelligence specialist, who I now shall further quote in this covering the subject of Harry Dexter White. Again, Capel's article was in the March 1971 issue of American Opinion, where even then he could observe that the revolution had reached such a stage. If you remember the riots, anybody alive then, the campus unrest, the peace not love, the sexual revolution, that even the man in the street had begun to realize that something was seriously wrong. O ye Gentiles, I would that you would awake to a sense of your awful situation. He was the editor and publisher of another fine magazine called the Herald of Freedom. Running the Treasury Department were communists Harry Dexter White and Virginius Frank Coe. The president was thoroughly familiar with the FBI proofs that Harry White was an enemy agent. From another, much more recent article, okay, by Debbie Kidd back on October 29th of 2019, I read that President Truman, knew in 1950 about the Soviet agents, as did Eisenhower, who was elected after him, along with a select group of Washington elites. But no one seemed to care. There was a conspiracy of silence that continues to this day, that's for sure. By the way, Debbie says that today our beloved constitutional republic is, quote, hanging by a thread. If you aren't aware of Joseph Smith's words that are apparently being quoted almost verbatim here, then she, a non-member of our church, knows our prophet's words better and cares more about their implications than many of us do. Further, she quotes Washington thus: why forego the advantages of so peculiar a situation? Why quit our own to stand on foreign ground? And moreover, she adds this, in words from an equally great man, now deceased, former Secretary of Agriculture, Ezra Taft Benson, from his book An Enemy Hath Done This. Page 56. Already I can hear the chorus, he said, chanting, isolationism, isolationism. It was not necessary then for America to give up her independence to have contact and influence with other countries. It is not necessary now. Yet many Americans have been led to believe that our country is so strong that it can defend, feed, and subsidize half the world, while at the same time believing that we are so weak and interdependent that we cannot survive without pooling our resources and sovereignty with those we subsidize. If wanting no part of this logic is isolationism, then it is time we brought it back into vogue. She recently reveals how, over the course of the Second World War, the United States contracted lend-lease agreements with over 30 countries, dispensing some $50 billion in assistance. The agreements signed by the United States and the recipient nations laid the foundation for the creation of a new international economic order in the post-war world, and it has continued until now. The three Soviet agents behind the act were Armand Hammer, see Post 1, Harry Hopkins, see Post 12, and Harry Dexter White. This man, whose farm we were taken to, we'll get to that story momentarily, was the first head of the International Monetary Fund and played an important role in formation of the World Bank. He was also a Soviet secret agent, the most highly placed asset the Soviets possessed in the American government. White was the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury in the administration of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and caused tremendous harm to the United States. In Operation Snow, White did everything within his power to scuttle the peace efforts of the forces within the Japanese government that were striving to avoid war with the United States. He authored an ultimatum adopted as official policy by FDR that upped the ante of belligerent acts Roosevelt was directing at Japan. Through the infamous Lend-Lease program, White helped facilitate the transfer of billions of dollars in aid to Stalin. As we said in an earlier post, he actually gave this murderous dictator the printing plates from our treasury with which to print our American dollars, carte blanche, for their own use to their evil heart's desire, which they did. Where else in all of human history do we find such treason to so appalling an extent? Lenin did say that we'd sell them the rope with which they'd hang us. We, in fact, gave them the rope and much, much more, and paid them to take it. So she, a non-member, knows and quotes Joseph Smith knowledgeably. She highly regards the words of a modern prophet, putting him in such company as George Washington. She referring to him as equally wise. Now, this is a few months ago, yet many think that's irrelevant to now, eh? President Benson's words are very applicable to the here and now. That's why we call them prophets, right? I work with an RM, I did work with an RM hailing from Boise, Idaho back in the 80s that for whatever reason had an extremely negative reaction at the mere mention of President Benson's name, almost having a fit and, as I well recall, turning red in the face. Why? It was beyond me, but so it was. But the children of this world are in their generation wiser, sometimes, than the children of light. Luke 16:8. By the way, I would also add that President Benson in a long ago talk referred to plagues and that whether man-made or natural were signs of the times. And many are saying, and I didn't watch the video yet, but many are saying in laboratories in China, that's where the coronavirus was actually created by man's hands. So again, he's prophetic, as all of our presidents of the church, from Joseph Smith to the present, have been. Were it not for White's complicity with the likes of Skull and Bonesman Henry Stimson, China would never have fallen to Mao Zedong. Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek was a convert to Christianity who had known after an exploratory visit to Russia in the 20s of the pure, satanic evil of communism. He was more than capable of defeating them on the field of battle. But our State Department had other plans for him. They rejoiced at his dismay in finding that rifles shipped in good faith to him by a few good patriotic men among us in our government were made useless. For through a conspiratorial group called Amerasia, the plan was scuttled. They were a group in our government so sympathetic to the enemy that they ensured that the bolts of the weapons were faulty. Plus they sent them without bullets, rendering them utterly useless. I met a man in Boston 30 years ago who was a nephew of one of those enemies within, the communist agent John Stuart Service. The man told me that because of the ridiculous Red Scare, due to a harmful error called McCarthyism, his uncle was unjustly smeared. Actually, he went on to great heights and to enjoy prestige and emoluments financially as a professor at where else? Berkeley. Thus, White did more damage to his own country than anyone else I could think of in recorded history offhand. Both Russia and China posed an immense threat, shake your head yes, thanks in large part to him. He came at last under scrutiny and was called before the House on Un-American Activities Committee, HUAC. He was a very nervous witness. He had always been weak of character, but subject to flatteries had basked in being so integrally involved in being a spy. Whittaker Chambers says that he really seemed to enjoy it. A look at his pictures shows a man of mousy appearance, small and bespectacled. Check out verse 21 of Daniel 11, descriptive of how such weaklings can be manipulated. When he began to appear before the investigators into subversion, his signs of cracking and therefore spilling the beans definitely panicked his higher-up handlers. There are an incredible amount of verses in Daniel that I can't go into here entirely that lay out well the spirit of these latter-day scenarios so that we may understand the times. The concept of a power behind the throne, stronger than the throne itself, the idea of a war against traditional culture, things that our fathers or our fathers' fathers have not done, mention of the God of forces, which to me signifies the opposition to the principle of freedom. I think of that line from Lowell's The Present Crisis, lamenting that truth's forever on the scaffold, wrong's forever on the throne. Here, and no doubt he, Daniel, is an important prophet for us. For the Lord said so in modern revelation in the Doctrine and Covenants, sections 84:117 and 88:85 for just two sample verses. That 84th section referred to Boston needing to be warned specifically. A visitor to our ward once dismissed that verse reassuringly as already fulfilled, but I have to not agree on that interpretation. Certainly, I think it has been well demonstrated that this has been a power center for the elite for ages, White, of course, being yet another Bostonian, taking us way off course from the very godly heritage that began here, which, since the fathers slept, have been so rapidly reversed after but 60 years that Joseph had to try to awaken us, as I mentioned earlier, in 1836. He had good company. John Randolph of Roanoke made similar observations while serving at about that same time, or a bit before even in Congress. But this escapes most, unfortunately, who have assumed that all was well all along in Zion, saying, "What need hath my power, my Lord, of this watchtower you wanted us to set up?" D&C 101, 47-50. The seeds were sown long ago while we slept. Nothing you'll ever hear of by watching CNN, and only now at this late hour are some beginning to awaken. Let us see now what the eerie consequences were that befell White, who never read the book of the 6th chapter of Helaman, and the 24th verse which might have saved him. And whosoever of those who belong to their band should reveal unto the world of their wickedness and their abominations should be tried, not according to the laws of their country, but according to the laws of their wickedness, which had been given by Gadianton and Kishkumen. Post 25. The strange death and burial of Harry Dexter White. Secret murders in the Book of Mormon were frequent, as I've said earlier. There have been literally dozens and dozens which have taken place right under our noses. No space to list them all, save to scratch the surface here. This is the toll taken of those who knew too much, and may have been about to expose details of the conspiracy against God and man. From an extensively exhaustive article published 49 years ago this month by David Emerson Gumeyer, called "The Killer's Assassination to Order," I draw many of the following items quoted. Again, this was before many of us were born, but believe me, continues right up until the present. Many have noted the peculiarities of the suicide of Jeffrey Epstein a few months ago, but I could add the deaths of so many others recently, the names of which I'll mostly pass over for sparing the squeamish. But the names of Seth Rich and the travails of Julian Assange are but recent. The latter, though not yet dead, is reduced to being an almost incoherent vegetable, cruelly. England's Tommy Robinson suffered many abusive months in prison for exposing an Islamist gang allegedly involved with sex grooming children, to narrowly escaping with his life after freedom lovers publicized his plight. England is even more politically correct than we are, which is saying a lot. Melanie Phillips's book of 14 years ago, Londonistan, How Britain is Creating a Terror State Within, 2006, tells the alarming story. Vince Foster, who was found neatly placed in Fort Marcy Park with blood running uphill against the laws of gravity on his body, nothing on his shoes' soles, though the mud and grass around him should have been, had been a Clinton associate. But he had to go. There's a book that you could read that is unassailable by Christopher Ruddy, The Strange Death of Vince Foster. That was a few years ago, as was James Forrestal before him. We quoted that heroically patriotic gentleman earlier, but he was killed in a fall from a 16th floor window at Bethesda that was made to look like suicide. The story goes on and on. A good many authors that I've read, a shockingly long list of them, including Viktor Krichenko, author of I Chose Freedom, or Manning Johnson, author of Color, Communism, and Common Sense, were books I have read and been edified by. It has only been very recently, about a week ago, that I learned that they were liquidated for simply telling the truth. I was floored. In Manning's case, he was got to after his arranged car accident failed. Completely recovered and about to be released from his short stay in the hospital, he suddenly died of one of those heart attacks. This hit me hard only this week, reading of it. For a good member of our church, Steve Bonta, had taught my kids out of his excellent booklet, Manning's, that is, at the Noble Hal Shurtleff's Camp Constitution over 20 years ago. Scores of other deaths have occurred by the modern equivalent of the Gadiantons in our midst. Film actor John Garfield was one who had seen the light. He had been liberal at one time and was about to testify of extensive communist influence in Hollywood, naming names. Heart Attack, so it was called. There was Senator Robert La Follette, who had written an article for Collier's magazine entitled Turning the Light on Communism. He explained how he had been taken in by the Reds hitherto, and was at the time of his suicide writing a book on this sensitive subject. A staggeringly lengthy list, of which we are again but scratching the surface, but just one other, who, like White, died by heart attack, was Supreme Court Justice Frank Murphy. He had been a New Deal favorite who had been Attorney General under Roosevelt until his eyes were opened and he sought to warn the nation. He was considered in excellent health before his mouth was closed forever. As with Forrestal, he was taken to a hospital and never returned. Both were, in fact, ready to be released. Forrestal within 12 hours. He was discovered, Forrestal was, dangling from his room's window by a bathrobe cord wound tightly around his neck, which bears resemblance to the absurd suicide of Epstein last October. But if you wanted to commit suicide, back to James Forrestal, you'd not tie a cord around your neck and be found grotesquely swinging and dangling at the side of that building. You'd simply, as a friend of mine, John McManus, put it, jump out the window. Nixon, when once scheduled to go for a routine checkup at that same hospital, foully swore, "I'm not going into that blankety-blank place. I'd never come out alive." You ask, smiling as some have, why haven't we heard of all this? Because secret murders in our day, as in the Book of Mormon, are, well, secret. But as with the long list of Bill and Hillary's X as in exterminated offenders, some numbering it as high as half 100 or more and growing, these terrible things are terribly real. Barbara Olson is another example, as was Rich in 2016. Olson, a conservative commentator, had written in her book that you do not cross Hillary, or there shall be hell to pay, in her 1999 book. She died, of course, 2 years later on September 11th, 2001. They had to take her airline down in a field to do it, the one that supposedly crashed into the Pentagon, but that was a missile device. The plane went down in a field. It was simply standard procedure, such collateral damage. But that is another long story that has to be skipped tonight, unfortunately. There does exist a department of, quote, blood-wet affairs, unquote. That's what the Soviets actually termed it. I should still use, as did Putin by means of the induced cancer over one of his foes a few years ago, which case was closed but a year ago, is probably due to natural causes. In the Russian mafia whistleblower's death named Alex Peripolichny, he would have exposed the money laundering being engaged in on a massive scale. Sound familiar? Like our scandal in our own backyard with Burisma in Ukraine, involving Creepy Joe's thug son, Hunter Biden, and I should say sexual criminal. And to an extent, even Mitt Romney's firm, Bain Capital, as well as his personal campaign manager having ties to corruption here. But there's more going on that emerged this week, which I missed on Glenn Beck's Blaze TV the other day. The Russian laundering was on behalf of Putin, probably the world's wealthiest man, according to Joel Skousen. That blows me away if true. What about Soros? Not even close, says Joel. According to the 1962 Senate Internal Security Subcommittee, commenting on the sensational murder trial of one Bogdan Staszynski, that although it received only scant attention in the press, it deserved to be ranked with the great trials of history, and for good reason. For after so-called liberalization that is supposed to have taken place after Stalin's demise, it continues to operate full blast. The Senate subcommittee reported that such murders were become an institution. Staszynski worked for that institution. Let's dub it here, Murder International Incorporated. That was what the Senate Investigative Subcommittee called it. Staszynski had testified of how he'd been forced at an early age into the role of an assassin. We just watched, again, the first Jason Bourne movie, Identity. Wow, time flies. That was done way back in 1988. But yeah, it's a lot like that in real life, as my brother-in-law said himself of the movie. One method he, Staszynski, that is, was trained in, involved a spray of highly volatile hydrocyanic acid that just discharged into the face of a targeted victim. He would die almost instantaneously, with all traces of the poison evaporating in a few minutes. Physicians performing an ordinary autopsy would attribute the death to a heart attack. Soviet agent Harry Dexter White died of such a phony heart attack as we shall now discuss. Bearing in mind how Jason Bourne, Stershinsky, demonstrated how a phony heart attack could be induced, let's now briefly examine the body of evidence that this is exactly what we have here in the strange, albeit too timely, death of a man who was called as a very frightened witness before HUAC. He had, along with Hiss and Molotov, drawn up the United Nations Charter, patented, as I've already stated above, after the Charter of the Soviet Union, with an almost identical symbol of two sheaves of wheat on a world. He was about to be questioned thoroughly, which would have led to the exposure of perhaps dozens of other communist agents within our government. I know, you don't believe it? Reporting proven facts is all one can do here. I can't ever control the beliefs or the tender feelings of anybody else, nor would, if that were possible anyway, without infringing on the agency of others. Of course, that is a bad principle, and I abhor it. I prefer persuasion and John Adams's stubborn facts. There were then communist agents named Dr. Harold Glasser and actual members of the party, such as Victor Perlo, Nathan Gregory Silvermaster, and comrades Coe and Kaplan, among the others. Saul Adler, William Ullman, these were party members too. White, although not a party member, quote unquote, that was by strategic design. Those with open party membership are, in a way, unable to get as high up and therefore to do as much damage as a man like Harry Dexter White, who was, after his resignation from his key government position, given a warm letter of appreciation for his service from President Truman. President Truman destroyed, by the way, thousands of files on those known by the FBI to have been communists. Some, he called it a red herring recall. Some who, like White, had wormed into high places. One highly important defector named General Walter Krivitsky, this article quotes as saying to Martin Dies, that there were at least 5,600 agents of the Soviet secret police operating within America's borders. I imagine that's way more than we had of our own. He had already warned his friends that if they ever tried to prove that I took my own life, don't believe it. So brazen was the cover-up of his suicide that a hotel maid was allowed to clean up the general's room before the police arrived. They'd found a gun next to him. Reading about the arranged auto accidents, a true specialty, and other methods used against anti-communist leaders like Anastasia Somoza, Moshe Shombe of the Congo. And then, of course, he took over for the Republic of Katanga, which was another UN bloodbath. Then, of course, there's the Kennedy assassinations. Then Oswald shot by Ruby, who in turn died from what he said himself was an induced cancer. Yes, they can do that. I know doctors will disagree because they've been taught otherwise. And others still, like Povel Bang Jensen, a diplomat from Denmark, an opponent to the actions of the United Nations, asking him for names, wanting the names of the Hungarian residents to communism. Resistance, I should say. Now, why would they do that? Unless they're on the side of the communists. Now, with his own exposure imminent and being extremely nervous, Harry White had become a very serious liability, as I've said. Mr. Gumeyer continues, even though no autopsy was performed on White's body, the death certificate stated emphatically that the cause of death was due to a coronary heart attack, of course. But the doctor who signed the certificate did so without ever having seen the body, and Comrade White's corpse was rushed across the state line from that farm home in Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire, we found, to Boston, and hurriedly cremated, almost as though trying to destroy any conceivable evidence of foul play. The ashes were taken and disposed of by Harry White's Russian-born brother-in-law, Dr. Abraham Wolfson, who had supplied the information for White's death certificate. According to Whittaker Chambers and the FBI, Dr. Wolfson was a fanatical communist. And shortly after arranging things, White's communist brother-in-law also died of, wouldn't you know it, a heart attack. is only after a very fortuitous coming into contact with a local historian, after much searching in vain and a few other obstacles we had to press through, that we finally met with success. Here is how it transpired. Following our GPS coordinates, we managed only to get at first lost in the woods. At one point, the pleasant voice in our guide, our kind of modern Liahona, went into that metallic-sounding robotic mode. We followed a bumpy dirt road that led through woods to a rural place of a local Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire resident. Seeing that this was nothing but a dead end, we began to maneuver out of there, slowly backing out towards again the main road. A gentleman dressed in work clothes who had a couple of heavy equipment vehicles motioned us back, seeing like it looked like we needed help. He had a Vietnam veteran cap. He was friendly, and as the historian later well described him, quite a character. He had that typical strong New England accent, a Bostonian one, only even more severely pronounced. I said that I was searching for the farm home of an important figure of the past named Harry Dexter White. He had not known the name, but seemed interested as I talked of his role, White's, in steering us into the awful mess we're in today as a nation. Due to his proudly wearing of that hat, with some patriotic medallions on his jacket, such as a flag pin and one that commemorated his service to his country, I knew we had an ally. And I said, so I imagine you're a patriot. So I said that it was important to locate the place. How might we do so? He said that there was an older man who was their local historian, which sounded promising. He drew up a map, which at first was daunting to me, for I'm no good at that sort of a thing at all. But it proved to be so accurate that it later actually brought us to the place, a farm where the old man lived. But first, a lot of opposition had to be surmounted as usual. For as we began to set out, fairly optimistically, a revolting development sprang up. Joanne declared just at the moment we were on our way that her wallet, with a couple of $100 in it, was missing. We usually don't put that much in a wallet, but in this case, oh boy, we had. We have had some hard times financially already of late, having no rent for 3 months from one of our tenants. The water heater had busted, which had to be replaced after cleaning up the flooded basement. This all added up to a couple of $3,000 or more. I only make a scanty living, though I do work hard. We will not complain, however. For update, all of this has been handled. Our tenant did get a decent job, it seems. The matter was resolved, the boiler, or the heater, and with assistance from the ward members, morally and food-wise, with cooked meals brought over so kindly, we've not suffered a bit. Determined to retrace our steps to see if we could recover the wallet, after a short but fervent prayer, we started back to my sister's place. Joanne had the wallet there. It might certainly have fallen out in the driveway, for she had had it in her lap, but had opened the car door. Remember, when we were picking up Francis? It was a somber, silent drive back, but I did think once of Jimmy Stewart where he had lost much more cash in that Christmas classic, It's a Wonderful Life. And chided by Clarence the Angel, what, throw away your life over a mere $1,000? And again, it would have been probably 10 times worth then what it is now. I remembering his low point in the bar where he'd prayed, chewing desperately on his knuckles, God, please, you've got to help me. He got up from his stool and was promptly punched in the face. So was I, sort of, when we were disappointed to find nothing of the wallet in the driveway upon our arrival. Joanne and my sister suggested maybe the store we'd visited that morning could possibly have it. I was not very believing, but leaving Francis and just to humor Joanne, made the short drive back to that Milford store, our favorite little place for their friendly greetings and cheap eats, Cumberland Farms. I had called earlier, and having received a sorry, didn't see any wallet. I thought, what's the use? But waited outside as Joanne, limping, went in. She was close to that knee surgery, since successfully undergone happily. She came out a little teary, but totally under control, holding the wallet. I went in to try to pay the young fellow a reward of some kind, but he absolutely insisted he couldn't take it. It had been on the counter where we had eaten for 2 hours when he found it on his break. Even a homeless man outside that morning had apparently left it alone. Remembering him was dubious if it really was inside, and if he entered, there would be not a chance of recovering it. I like to help out such people, and do, but this one seemed pretty untrustworthy, so it really dampened my hope as he came to mind. He had a mind a miracle, so out of sheer gratitude for finding the wallet, we immediately determined to start all over again, and to return to our great adventure, as President Uchtdorf inspiringly depicted it for seemingly Joanne and I personally, a couple of months ago, last conference. Not even a heavy fog that came up beginning right at our re-entry to the town, and it was thick, could deter us. Going by that well-drawn map that even I could follow, we at last arrived at the historian's home, a quaint old 19th century place. It had decorative gas lamps inside, as we saw through the windows. A knocker on the old wooden side door which I used at length brought out the occupant to his doorway. His reception was cool and reserved at first, to say the least. But I loved the way the place looked from a peek inside, the stairs and old knickknacks and so forth. But he just listened rather sternly. I told him my business, and yes, he well knew who Harry Dexter White was, being the local historian, after all. At this point, my doubts of getting his cooperation was significantly high. I was deterred much by seeing a car in the dirt driveway, moreover, near his tractor, that had a Bernie Sanders bumper sticker. I muttered, "Oh no, here we go again," reminding me of Dublin. So this was Dublin revisited. So, observing his wary manner, a very typical New England trait, "We don't cotton to strangers," or as he would have pronounced it, "strangers," round these parts, I decided to be bold. "To be frank, sir, I do not support a Bernie Sanders, so it seemed to me unlikely that you would sympathize with my objective here." He quietly dismissed the socialist Sanders sticker as his foolish daughters. Yes, he well knew of White. Suddenly, warming up, he said, "Okay, let me take you there." The fog was thick still. Joanne had been following our Sunday school lesson, and so had I, which just happened to be covering Lehi's dream of the Tree of Life. We likened our going down the wooded paths to the exceeding great mist of darkness that only could be reconnoitered by steadfastly holding fast to the iron rod. He took us down winding dirt roads through that poet Carl Sandburg's fog. He had to reverse direction once, for he said it had been years since he'd been there, or there. After another attempt, he was able to lead us to it. I wish to later include Joanne's wonderful pictures in book form in the future. I would add the picture I have of this person of interest who here resided, away from the world's notice, until his sudden death by his contrived heart attack. He looked the part of a coward, which anyone could see in one particular picture I've got of him. The historian cautioned against my daring to approach the secluded farmhouse in order to speak with the current owner. He was extremely ornery and not willing to share information much, but I said that I had no such interest, that we were quite satisfied. We spoke further a while in the road. He was a good man, but his head was slightly bowed in a way that indicated to me he had something less than a rosy outlook for the future of our country. I then quoted the words of President Benson, who assured us that we will win in the end, because time is on the side of truth. He still having a disconsolate look, I asked, "Do you think it is still God's world?" He said with a sigh, "I really hope so." I answered how grateful I was for his having gone so far out of the way to help me with the book I was finishing writing, in which I wanted to make mention of my indebtedness to him. For by these pains taken to bring all this to light, as George Washington had said, truth will prevail. And it definitely is still God's world. I shook his hand and walked back toward our car. Then, looking back, saw him raise both arms, fists clasped triumphantly, like after a touchdown at a football game. It was a touching and precious experience. We followed him back to civilization, and as he turned towards his own farm, he honked and waved, which we were sure appreciated. The drive back went through first Dublin, then Peterborough once more, where that meeting White had so many years ago arranged. But something else had transpired there in 1844 that I want to mention. On July 16th, while in Peterborough, New Hampshire, with the other apostles, I think it was a good number of them, Brigham Young read a letter from Nauvoo that gave details of the murder of Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram. He roused himself from despair, decided on a course of action, and returned to Boston the next day to take the 12 back to Nauvoo. I had known that when at the Salem depot with Wilford Woodruff. He had such a gloomy presentiment come over him that he could only speak in a gruff whisper. I think he said, as I recall, "Wilford, Joseph is dead." A paper boy in Boston announced later that Joseph Smith had been slain, but so common had been such rumors, one could not believe in everything one heard and read, just like today, by the way. News traveled slowly at that time, so it was a matter of weeks before his awful impression had been definitely confirmed. The same Salem depot, by the same title, is still there, by the way, today. Only now it is an MBTA bus station, not using, of course, horse-drawn wagons as the means of transportation. Before getting a card, we'd daily take the Salem depot 450 to Boston for work or going downtown. And the majority of the apostles had been there at the time. Joseph was given the revelation known of as the 111th section of the Doctrine and Covenants here in 1836, in which he was told that there were more than one kind of treasure there. And it is, as I can vouch for, rich in history. Read that section. In a month and a half, the church will be celebrating the bicentennial of the first vision. We passed yesterday by a road in nearby Topsfield, named after Joseph's father, called Joseph Smith Lane, and passed by the lovely old church where his grandfather Esau was baptized before his grandson Joseph was born. Beatty prophesied that, if you probably remember this, one of his descendants would be an instrument in God's hands, which years later he saw fulfilled. I just wrote the above paragraphs in the library at Rowley, where somebody in Joseph's family lived for a time. I don't remember if it was Emma, but I think that's either her or her mother. It is where I stumbled happily upon the connection with Peterborough to this important church history a few hours ago. I promised a few more words concerning Mitt Romney in closing. Perhaps it is 50-50 feelings of favorability or unfavorability toward him in the state of Utah. Joanne pointed out the comment of one tweet, or whatever they call it, from a former member of our ward who was so educated that he basically thought as follows, that Mitt showed the courage of his convictions in being the lone Republican to vote on the second article of impeachment against Trump. No conservative commentator buys that, and neither can we. Romney did a bit of the part of the actor, reminiscent of the phony conservative John Foster Dulles, with a book written called that, The Actor, by Alan Stang, which I recommend. What a liar he was. He was a friend of Edward House's and helped form the Council on Foreign Relations. So he was a phony Republican too. And with a little choke in his voice, wearing this church on his sleeve, piously claimed that he was profoundly religious and that he was compelled to obey God rather than man. I guess he was quoting Paul there in a way, or paraphrasing Paul, which was a very sickening display. It turned off the conservative actor James Woods, and he poked fun at our wearing of to us, sacred garments over it, saying, "Mitt's magic pants can't save him. Can't save him." This is terrible. This could come back to haunt us later. Others could catch this contagion in the future, which only time will tell. Elder James E. Foss could be seen with a gentle shake of the head in the negative, as if to say, "No, that's not how we do things," a good number of years ago after some remarks Romney made when he was using federal money during his heading up the Winter Olympics for Salt Lake City venture that he was making, in which he succeeded. So most probably missed with that, and credit Mitt for having done well there. Rand Paul would have done it right, but his caliber of constitutionally principled stands are virtually non-existent today. But if Mitt were to go by his own religion, he would much more valiantly have stood by that glorious standard. And further, it was exceedingly disingenuous to hide behind the flag, too, by suggesting or insinuating he loved the country too much to go against his conscience in doing what's right, even if he stood alone. He waxed nobly patriotic sounding, a pretensions of being another Patrick Henry by asking, "Why would I subject myself to such immense criticism?" Which is probably what fooled that one member, we believe. But I can explain the depths of this audacity. He has a higher loyalty, as Kami the Comey put it. Comey had said in his book Higher Loyalty that it's okay to lie and to deceive for a higher cause at times. Isn't that astonishing? Isn't that out of the book of the Gadiantons? And it actually, believe it or not, hard as this is to fathom, is above any allegiance he pretends to either God or country. What? You ask? A member of the church being some kind of conspirator? Not in our church, you protest. Perhaps. Maybe the Catholic Pope is as bad as he seems to be, by the way he is. That's for sure. But never one of ours. Wolves there are in sheep's clothing, is what J. Reuben Clark had warned 80 years ago. There would be among us, wearing the habiliments of the priesthood. We should beware of them. But he is a good family man, I'll give him that, say even all of his conservative detractors. That's our reputation in the church, and so they seeing that let him be thought of as likewise. And I'm sure he is, and probably is, you know. I was in his home, though, in 1978 when his kids were small, and he gave me a cleanup job for a day when I just got back from the service and was looking for work. Seemed very nice. His boy had a Red Sox cap. I see the boy grown now, and he does not impress me. I won't name him. I not seeing wisdom in his expression. Whatever it is, something is lacking. My own impression is all here. Who am I to say? Hope he learns to be wiser than his father hath been, as a prophet in the Book of Mormon put it. But then there was Mitt's father. Not good but true what I discussed above early on in this writing, about George having received his marching orders back in the 60s from the high-level conspirator and avid world government promoting Arthur Goldsmith. Even Bella Dodd told Skousen, Joel's uncle, "I think there's a conspiracy above communism because when my KGB contact was unavailable, I was told to report to the penthouse suite of the Waldorf Astoria of this man, Arthur Goldsmith." There's so much I could say about him, but I don't have time here. In the 3-volume series, A Biographical Dictionary of the Left, it showed the same tendency that Mitt's father had to false use of his religion. He called for a government form of home teaching and even a compulsory tithing of the citizens' time by government service projects. That would have been do-goodism on steroids. It is done wherever communism is ruling in any country. As Thoreau well said, when I see the do-gooders coming, I feel like heading for the hills. Mitt, I have a question. Are you really a patriot? Or are you just more? Or are you just your father's son? He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. That love, wrenching as it seems, would get us the highest form there is, and in the long run would be a gain for our family. For as C.S. Lewis wrote, aim at heaven, and you will get earth thrown in. Aim at earth, and you will get neither. See Matthew 10:35 to 39. I just have to read a one-page article from that Epoch Times that published that Chinese dissidents serialized the specter of communism, how it's ruling our world. But this is another article that's more fitting here, though I highly recommend that as well. But this one's called, When All Seems Bleak, Look to 1777. Times that try men's souls gave way to hope and optimism. I think it's an appropriate way to close this book of mine. 'Twas the early evening of Christmas Day in 1776, and George Washington was on the verge of losing the Revolutionary War. His armies felt defeated and discouraged. His countrymen had lost confidence in his abilities. His adjutant, General Joseph Reed, had conspired against him. His second-in-command, Charles Lee, had been captured 2 weeks prior on Friday the 13th, and General Horatio Gates was off currying favor at his expense with the Continental Congress, which had fled Philadelphia for Baltimore days earlier. A desperate gamble. With his men's enlistments expiring in 1 week, Washington had no choice but to risk everything on a desperate gamble he hoped would save the cause. His plan was to split up the approximately 5,000 men left under his command into 3 coordinated strike teams, across the Delaware River, surround the Hessian-occupied town of Trenton, and attack an hour before sunrise. As he looked across the river from McConkey's Ferry toward New Jersey, Washington must have reflected on the disastrous events that had led him to this point. When independence was declared in July, he commanded approximately 20,000 men, albeit undisciplined and poorly trained. His opponent, General William Howe, commanded 32,000 highly trained and better equipped British soldiers and German mercenaries. Boy, this sounds like the Book of Mormon, doesn't it? After a series of defeats in Brooklyn, Kip's Bay, White Plains, and Fort Washington, as well as the abandonment of Fort Lee, what was left of this Continental Army found itself retreating across New Jersey and into Pennsylvania. An entire New York unit had abandoned the campaign and gone home. Many Americans accepted the offer of amnesty by swearing allegiance to the British Crown. Times that try men's souls. The situation was so bleak that Thomas Paine, author of Common Sense and one of the few who still believed in Washington, felt compelled to write The Crisis in hopes of rallying the men and inspiring the nation to continue the war, as inspiring as St. Crispin Day's speech in Shakespeare's Henry V, a favorite of mine. Washington had read it to his beaten, demoralized men. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. 'Tis dearness only that gives everything its value. Crossing the Delaware River. Heavy winds, snow, and sleet blew into the faces of the 2,400 men as they crossed the ice-covered Delaware River. What should have taken 6 hours took 9. Washington knew his men were bitterly cold and tired, and thought about calling off the attack. But the country needed this victory. He needed this victory, and was determined to carry it through to the end as he encouraged his men, press on, boys. He was unaware that further down the river his 2 other strike teams, led by John Cadwalader and James Ewing, had aborted the operation due to the worsening weather. With him were Nathaniel Greene and John Sullivan, who led the 2 divisions as they marched the 9 miles to Trenton. Many of the men were improperly dressed for the bitter cold. 2 soldiers would freeze to death. Those without shoes felt blood trails in the ice and snow. But the men didn't complain. Rather, they marched on in hopes of victory. Among those marching that day were John Stark, Henry Knox, Alexander Hamilton, Arthur St. Clair, William Alexander, a.k.a. Lord Sterling, and future President James Monroe. Victory at Trenton. While causing great misery for the Americans, the blizzard was heavy enough to convince the Hessians' brigade that no army would dare attack under such appalling conditions. Their estimation of the Americans' determination to fight proved fatal as the attack commenced early in the morning. The Hessian commander in Trenton, Colonel Johann Rall, was sleeping when the shooting began. He got up and rallied his men in the chaos before 2 rounds slammed into his body. Americans charged down the street with bayonets and cannon. The 90-minute battle turned into a rout as the town was captured, along with an estimated 920 Hessians. 23 to 25 were dead or dying, including Rall, while 400 managed to escape across the Assunpink Pink Creek Bridge, James Ewing's objective. Only 4 Americans were wounded. Word of success in Trenton spread. Boy, that sounds like the Stripling Warriors, doesn't it? Having felt despair for so long, patriotic Americans suddenly found themselves celebrating and rejoicing this rare victory. The British were in disbelief, and that undisciplined rebels could pull off such an attack during winter and annihilate a well-disciplined German brigade. General Howe had already retired to his winter quarters in New York City, since armies typically ceased fighting in winter before commencing military operations in the spring. With the rebel army smashed and on the verge of quitting, Howe was convinced he could reason with the Continental Congress and end the conflict that following year. The raid on Trenton changed everything. A distraught Lord Charles Cornwallis, who had prepared to depart for London and visit his ailing wife, found himself instead traversing New Jersey on New Year's Day in the rain, commanding a unit assigned to crush the rejuvenated rebellion. Washington wasn't satisfied with the lone victory. He requested money from Philadelphia banker Robert Morris to finance further operations before retiring for the winter. He then addressed his men and asked them to stay for 6 more weeks. When none volunteered, Washington pleaded with an anguished face and begged in the name of their country and all that was at stake. His second appeal won them over. On the evening of January 2nd, an exhausted Cornwallis finally reached Trenton and engaged Washington and his men, who were deployed across Assunpink Creek. His plans were to rest for the night and finish off the rebels in the morning. Cornwallis believed his enemies were trapped with nowhere to retreat. But Washington had no intention of retreating. Instead, he and his men quietly slipped away and attacked Princeton the following morning, where Cornwallis had left behind a brigade of men and much-needed provisions. The winds of fortune shift. What at first appeared to be a British victory turned into an American one as Washington charged into the battle on his white horse, rallied the retreating men, and personally led them back to the fight. The British and Americans were only 30 yards apart when Washington rode between the two lines and shouted at his men, "Halt!" before yelling, "Fire!" Both sides fired volleys and filled the scene with smoke. When the smoke cleared, Washington could still be seen on his horse as the enemy ran away. He not only secured another victory, but unwittingly achieved the status of a mythical figure. The news of the victory and Washington's courageous actions inspired Americans across the nation to volunteer and continue the fight. Despite the overwhelming odds, the defeats, people's skepticism about his ability to lead, and the bleak outlook for both the war and the revolution itself, Washington refused to quit. His determination and persistence made all the difference when a localized New England rebellion between the Sons of Liberty and British authority metastasized into a worldwide conflagration when France, Spain, Vermont, Mysore, and the Netherlands joined the war. When all seemed lost after a dismal 1776, fortune changed for America in only 9 days, as 1777 began with hope and optimism. If 2019 was a tough year for you, think of George Washington. Press on and have a happy, great new year in 2020. Thank you. The end.